Driver's working. Everything's set back there.
You know how I do. You've seen me over the years. She's gonna take a look quiet.
What are you trying to fight for?
Me again.
Test. Can you hear me?
You can hear that on your phone, right?
I can hear you coming through.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Paulette, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I'm almost set up.
And then
You can borrow my
you might have to have me as an interpreter, but I have the learning device.
Testing. 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 Testing 1, 2, 3. You can hear me, Paulette? 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 You can hear me, Paulette?
It's on Zoom now.
Me, here. Madam Chair, whenever you're ready.
I'm ready. Let's begin. Welcome, everyone, to the Napa County Board of Supervisors meeting. I'm calling this meeting of September 9th, 2025 to order. May I have roll call, please?
Vice Chair Manfree.
Here.
Supervisor Ramos.
Here.
Supervisor Alessio's en route. Supervisor Gallagher.
Here.
Chair Cottrell.
Here. May I ask Tracy Schultze to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you all. And now we have a special treat. Our pet of the week is, I think, our largest pet of the week yet. This is Emma.
She's so small.
Good morning, Luis. What can you tell us about Emma?
Okay. So this is Emma. Emma has been at the shelter for a couple months, but she hasn't been up for adoption because we were taking care of some medical stuff before she went up on the floor. She's super, super sweet dog. This is the first time that I've taken her outside of the shelter environment. And before I sent the email to let you guys know what pet I was going to bring, I was just questioning myself. I was like, what am I doing to myself? I'm going to take this giant dog. It's going to go so bad. But she's been nothing but perfect. Meeting people has been really good. She's been a little off with the guys, but she's just been slow to say hello, and then she's totally fine. But everybody else, she's really impressed me. She's, for a large dog, super gentle, really outgoing. She loves food. A couple of you guys have showed me that she knows a couple tricks. But yeah, overall, super sweet, super gentle giant, even though you'll see her kind of just walking at normal speed and she's pulling me behind, trying to manhandle me. And other than that, she's super sweet.
Can you tell us anything about the breeds you think she is?
Yeah, so she is a Great Dane. As you can kind of tell by the size, they're really, really common for being very, very large dogs. Right now, she is definitely underweight, so once she gets into a home environment, right now she might be anywhere between 115 pounds to 120 pounds, but normally she should be 150, 160, maybe even higher, depending on how much weight she keeps. But right now in the shelter, we're feeding her about 10 cups a day, and it's been really challenging for her to kind of keep that weight on. But once she gets into a home environment, it's going to be so easy for her to just get that healthy weight. Unless she's just naturally lean like this, then I want to know her secret.
Thank you so much, Luis. And I hope everyone gets a chance to visit with Emma here. And again, Emma's adoption fees will be waived all this week. So please come by the shelter to visit this sweet dog. Thank you so much. She might want to go.
It's tempting.
All right, I hope Emma finds a good home. We're now going to move on to agenda item number 4, our approval of proclamations and commendations. We have 3 proclamations today recognizing Workforce Development Month, Suicide Prevention Month, and National Library Card Sign-Up Month in Napa County. Is there any public comment on any of these proclamations in the room or on the phones? Myrna, come on up. We will do the proclamations in a minute, so if you want to speak as part of that proclamation, that would probably be great. Anyone on the phone? Okay. May I please have a motion to approve these 3 proclamations?
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Gallagher, second by Supervisor Alessio. All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Motion passes unanimously. So I will go ahead and ask Supervisor Gallagher to read the Workforce Development Proclamation.
All right. Good morning, everyone, and good morning to Workforce Alliance Executive Director Bruce Wilson, and also our HHSA Director Jennifer Yasumoto, Liz Perez, I forget your name. Nick. And I know many more people who are going to be here for this today, and also in our photo, because everyone wants to be in that board photo, right? All right, I'm going to go ahead and read the proclamation. Whereas September 2025 marks the 20th anniversary of Workforce Development Month, a nationwide observance established by the National Association of Workforce Development Professionals to recognize and celebrate the vital role of workforce development in our communities. And this month serves as a powerful reminder that a skilled, well-trained workforce is essential to the economic vitality and resilience of Napa County. And the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act and local workforce development systems, including the Workforce Alliance of the North Bay, Health and Human Services Agency, and other key partners of the America's Job Center of California, play a crucial role by linking job seekers with employers to create high-quality employment opportunities within the Napa County community. And Napa County remains steadfast in its commitment to supporting youth, adults, veterans, individuals impacted by layoffs, and those facing barriers to employment as they gain skills, explore career pathways, and contribute to the economic and social strength of our community. Now more than ever, workforce programs are essential in supporting job seekers and businesses to navigate economic uncertainty, enhance skills that lead to meaningful careers, and seize opportunities that promote individual well-being, business success, and long-term economic growth in Napa County. And throughout California and across the nation, Workforce Development Month honors the contributions of workforce professionals and highlights the programs that empower individuals and the employers who work in partnership with our AGCC partners to strengthen our Napa County community. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed, this Board of Supervisors, Napa County, State of California, on this 9th day of September 2025, proudly recognizes September 2025 as Workforce Development Month in Napa County and encourages all residents, employers, and community stakeholders to join in celebrating the value and impact of workforce development efforts throughout our region. So I'd like to invite you to say a few words.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Gallagher, members of the board. Bruce Wilson with the Workforce Alliance of the North Bay. I also have from my organization Nick Inelsing, who is 6 months on the job. He is the dedicated project manager for Napa County, and he has been doing a phenomenal job moving the needle for workforce development. On behalf of the Workforce Alliance of the North Bay and all of our partners, including our businesses, our government partners, particularly Health and Human Services Agency, Jennifer and Lynn and I have been working together for the last year, and I think we've been doing some pretty phenomenal work. As we navigate this new legislation from Washington, D.C., which places work requirements on our most vulnerable populations, on our families, on our young people, I think that partnerships are going to be more critical now than ever before. And the expectations on these families are going to rise. And as they rise, I think it's critically important that we rise to that occasion. So over the course of the next year, I want to really let you know that we are fully engaged with partnerships in this community. Again, I want to specifically call out you and your partnership with us through the Health and Human Services Agency. We are going to really help make sure that these work requirements do not serve as barriers, but bridges to economic prosperity now and in the future. So I really think we can do it, but it's going to take a lot of work, a lot of leveraging, because at the same time that these work requirements are coming online, we are seeing less investment in the workforce development system. Again, that fewer investment dollars mean more critical need for partnerships. So thank you for that partnership, and I want to encourage you to reach out to me or Nick as we move into the future, and I think we can keep building this system together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bruce.
Morning, members of the board. Jennifer Yasumoto, Health and Human Services Agency Director. Just on behalf of the agency, I want to thank you for making time in your agenda to elevate Workforce Development Month. I don't think it's something that we've historically done, but as Bruce said, it's more important now than ever. As you know, helping to grow our county's workforce is critical for individual health and well-being, but it's also critical for community health and our economic stability. Particularly, as Bruce mentioned, there are work requirements on the horizon in both the CalFresh and the Medi-Cal programs, and those come February of 2026 and January 1 of 2027. So that's 15 and 17 months out. So it's really a perfect time to emphasize the critical importance of growing a workforce and residents who will be able to both work and live in Napa County. I want to thank Bruce and the Workforce Alliance of the North Bay team. As you know, about a year ago, we co-located the Career Point Napa on the campus and in the same building as our self-sufficiency services, employment services. And that has been just a really wonderful partnership. And as Bruce said, it positions us really well for what's ahead. And we think about the ecosystem that we're building that can be as strong as possible to weather the new requirements that are ahead. I also want to take time to thank Lynn Perez, our Deputy Director of Self-Sufficiency Services, who's here today, and Teresa Brown, who's a Self-Sufficiency Manager who oversees directly our employment services work. They are critical in programming and partnering with not just individuals who are building up their career skills, but also in developing the partnerships that are equally important, because we can develop individuals, but if we don't have employers who are willing and able to help place some of our clients into on-the-job training, subsidized and unsubsidized employment, we only have kind of half the equation. So we also thought it would be a wonderful opportunity to really showcase and highlight the fact that we have, and with us today, we have Alex and Kassan from Winston's Cafe and Winston's Cup that you know is co-located on our Health and Human Services Agency campus, and Youssef from Tarla, who are absolute partners in helping us place individuals who are growing their workforce skills. And so they have those on-the-job opportunities that are really rare, and we want to be less rare. So we thought also by elevating the great work that they're doing in the community, we might encourage other businesses to sign on and partner with us as well. We also have Zuzu on the move in Canby, who regularly works with us and places our clients into these job opportunities. So for any employers out there, I would say, you know, we're ready, willing, and able, and we want to continue growing that. And definitely want to thank the folks at Zuzu's and Winston's for their partnership, and that's why we've invited them to be with us today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we will go ahead and take a photo in the well, but I also just wanted to say, I know we have partners from the hospitality industry here for an upcoming agenda item. So I hope that you all get a chance to meet Bruce and check out that center. And, you know, I think there's a lot of synergy there as well. So thank you. And now we'll do a photo. And now Supervisor Alessio will present the Suicide Prevention Month proclamation.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair, for asking me to read this proclamation. It's very meaningful to me, my family, and many other families in this community. So Suicide Prevention Month, September 2025. Let me get the bigger copy. I don't have my glasses with me. Whereas September is recognized nationwide as Suicide Prevention Month, a time when mental health advocates, survivors, prevention organizations, allies, and communities come together to raise awareness, foster hope, and advance efforts to prevent suicide and support those impacted. And whereas the Napa County Suicide Prevention Council is a public-private collaborative of people and organizations dedicated to reducing stigma around suicide, the council supports those who have lost loved ones to suicide, identifies and advocates for resources, and promotes a safe, connected, and resilient community dedicated to reducing the risk of suicide. And whereas over the last 8 years, Napa County Suicide Prevention Council has worked tirelessly to reach their vision of a suicide-free community through education and training, stigma reduction, linkage to services, and a provision of resources to combat suicide. And whereas, according to the most recent data from the 2021-2023 California suicide rate was 10.8 deaths per 100,000 residents, while Napa County's rate was 11 deaths per 100,000 residents, placing Napa County above the state average. And whereas it is important to understand the harsh reality that exists surrounding this crisis. In fiscal year 24-25, law enforcement personnel responded to more than 280 suicide-related calls, while the Napa County Health and Human Services Mobile Response Team answered 245 such calls. And whereas in fiscal year 24-25, the Napa County Suicide Prevention Council trained 635 community members in question, persuade, refer, which is, the acronym is QPR. So just think of it as CPR for mental health. Model of suicide prevention to help prevent suicides. And whereas in fiscal year 23-24, the Napa County Suicide Prevention Council advanced its 3-year strategic plan for suicide prevention, addressing community priorities, recognizing accomplishments, and identifying ongoing needs. And whereas in partnership with Napa County Health and Human Services Agency, the Napa County Suicide Prevention Council will host its 2nd annual Suicide Prevention Conference, this year entitled Beyond Awareness, Allies in Action for Suicide Prevention. This will be on Wednesday, September 17th, 2025 at the Yountville Community Center. Whereas every Napa County resident can be an ally by knowing the stigma of suicide, finding the words to communicate with someone they are concerned about, and reaching out to local resources for help. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that this Board of Supervisors, County of Napa, State of California, on the 9th day of September 2025, does hereby recognize September 2025 as Suicide Prevention Month in Napa County. And in doing so, we call upon all residents to join in fostering mental health, offering compassion and support to those in need, and working together toward the shared goal of reducing suicides and building a healthier and more resilient community. I'd like to invite, I know we've got some members here. I saw Jenny Olson is here. I don't know who else is here with the Suicide Prevention Council. I'll have them come up and say a few words and receive this proclamation. Thank you. I'll leave this here for you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alessio. Thank you, Chair, members of the board. My name is Chelsea Stoner, and I am an Assistant Deputy Director with Health and Human Services and Behavioral Health. And it's an honor to represent alongside Health and Human Services and our Suicide Prevention Council in recognizing September as Suicide Prevention Month. Through the Mental Health Services Act, Health and Human Services is able to fund Mentis to lead and coordinate the work of the Suicide Prevention Council, ensuring accessible, high-quality, life-saving support is available across Napa County. One powerful example of this is through QPR training, as noted in our proclamation, which stands for Question, Persuade, Refer. And this type of training equips people to recognize the warning signs, ask directly about suicide, and how to connect someone to life-saving help. Through QPR, Mentis has trained over 600 community members in this evidence-based intervention and has undoubtedly saved lives. I also want to lift up the Council's strategic plan for suicide prevention, which further guides the county's collective efforts in outreach, stigma reduction, education, and support for both those at risk and survivors of suicide loss. Together with Mentis and the county, these efforts reflect Health and Human Services' values of commitment, collaboration, and compassion, and we serve with the belief that suicide prevention is both possible and essential. Thank you for amplifying this message and for supporting suicide prevention, and I will turn it over to Jenny Olson, Chair of the Suicide Prevention Council.
Thank you, and welcome, Ms. Olson.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Supervisor Alessio, Supervisors, and Chair Cottrell, for your acknowledgement of September, honoring September as Suicide Prevention Awareness Month. I'm Jenny Olson. I'm currently the Prevention Director at Mentis and the Chair of the Napa County Suicide Prevention Council. And I want to add that this past 10 months, we have been working with Napa County epidemiologists and the data subcommittee to identify those most at risk in Napa County. And we have always known that these community members were at risk, but now we have solid data pointing to the fact that our older adults, our veterans, and our LGBTQ youth are most at risk for suicide in Napa County. So this year, our conference is focused on those three communities. We have 2 breakouts at our conference, which is next Wednesday. I hope you all can come. I have flyers to share. We'd love your support. We have breakouts focused on building protective factors for our veterans and our older adults to prevent suicide. We have a 2-hour live interactive training with national organization, the Trevor Project, called it's an ally training, and it's to help us understand how to best support our LGBTQ youth who are facing increased discrimination and oppression because of changing federal policies. So we hope you can join us. We also have a keynote speaker, Calistoga City Council member Lisa Gift, who will share her lived experience with suicide ideation alongside her dedication to public service. Gift's mission is to reduce stigma, normalize conversations about emotional well-being, and champion compassionate care across the systems across the community. I hope you can join us. I just want to end by saying that suicide does not discriminate. Every age, race, ethnicity, gender, and ability can be at risk. It is especially important that we continue reaching our most vulnerable populations, including youth and young adults, older adults, veterans, and people in our marginalized communities. Your acknowledgement and recognition of suicide awareness is truly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Olson. So let's do a photo down in the well. All right, so our last proclamation today recognizes Library Card Sign-Up Month. Quick quiz, who in the room has their library card? All right, who's got a mini one like this? Excellent, excellent. All right, so I will go ahead. Wait, let's see. Board members, thank you, thank you. Since 1987, Library Card Sign-Up Month has been recognized each year in September, dedicated to encouraging every child to obtain a library card to support them in expanding their minds and supporting their education. The American Library Association has designated the 2025 Library Card Sign-Up Month theme as One Card, Endless Possibilities, highlighting that a library card opens the door to far more than books, from free classes and job resources to homework help, streaming media, and cultural events, connecting communities to knowledge, inspiration, and one another. I like it for the audiobooks. Libraries evolve to meet the needs of their surrounding community, curating offerings and creating programs that reflect the diversity of the populations they serve, ensuring equitable access to information, technology, and cultures by offering access to books, games, technology, instruments, job search support, and essential services, serving community members of all ages and backgrounds. Libraries strengthen our local economies and sustainability efforts by equipping individuals with tools for personal and professional growth while promoting resource sharing and environmental responsibility through shared public goods. In times of both crisis and calm, libraries and their staff remain steadfast in supporting the public with reliable information, safe gathering spaces, and vital services. Napa County recognizes the value of investing in public libraries to support an informed, connected, and engaged community. In fiscal year 24-25, the Napa County Library circulated nearly 1 million items to more than 50,000 cardholders and families. The Napa County Library partners with both Napa Valley Unified and Calistoga Joint Unified School Districts to provide library cards called Student One cards, ensuring access to physical and digital library materials and live homework help in Spanish and English, fostering early learning from an early age. A library card opens the door to limitless possibility, inspiring curiosity, supporting education, and celebrating the power of lifelong discovery. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that this Board of Supervisors, County of Napa, State of California, on this 9th day of September 2025, proudly recognizes September 2025 as Library Card Sign-Up Month in Napa County. And we urge all members of the community to discover the endless opportunities a library card provides. The board further extends its deep gratitude to the dedicated county library staff whose daily commitment, creativity, and care make our libraries vibrant centers of learning, imagination, and community connection. And with that, I would ask our library staff and representatives to come up and say a few words.
All right. Thank you, members of the board and Chair Cottrell, for your ongoing support of the library and its mission. But before I begin my brief little comments, I will say that it was 2 years ago that I attended this board meeting and learned about QPR. We had the opportunity to train all of our library staff on that later that year. It was really valuable to me personally, and I hope to others of our staff. You know, we work with everyone in our community. And so that's an opportunity for us to be paying attention to what's happening around us. We meet people in their best day ever. We have people in their worst day ever. So this kind of training really has impact. And I thank you for recognizing this month as well as Suicide Prevention Awareness Month. So with that, I thank the board also for its support of our library and its mission. Thank you to the Friends, Foundation, and commissioners for your dedication and commitment to our residents. Thank you to our library patrons for choosing to use our services and giving us valuable feedback so that our libraries remain vital to you and your families. And I wish everyone a happy National Library Card Sign-Up Month and hope to see you in one of our 4 locations or visiting our website to download materials soon. So with that, I'll pass over to Myrna, our library commissioner in Yountville.
Good morning, and my name is Myrna David. I am the chair now of the Napa County Library Commission. I'm in my 2nd term as a commissioner, and I definitely want to thank you for acknowledging the library and all the services it provides and the exceptional leadership, I must say, under Anthony Halstead. He is an amazing director of our libraries, and I can't imagine that we could do any better than Anthony and his team. So I do want to thank you for that. When I grew up in a very small village in the suburbs of Chicago, we didn't have a public library, and I began using libraries as a child through my public school experience. And fast forward many years later, when I became an adult and I was living in bigger cities, I acquired my first library card. I'm guessing this was about 45 years ago, but who's counting? When we first bought our house in Yountville in 2003, one of the first things we did was get a library card. And at the time, our library was situated in what is now the town hall, but it is, of course, now moved to the community center. And I want to let you know, particularly as an older adult, that using the library is just an incredible resource for me. Personally, I'm a big reader and I take out books all the time, but there's just, as you know, an array of materials and programs that people in our community can access through our libraries. And I think it's especially important for seniors, both from a standpoint of learning and continuing to learn and grow, and also some of the social experiences that our libraries provide. So again, I want to thank you all, the supervisors, and my own county supervisor, Ann Cottrell, who I love dearly. And I really appreciate your recognizing the library today.
Good morning, illustrious supervisors. I'm Frances Hauser, president of the Napa County Library.
I'm going to just mic you up a little. There you go.
I'm Frances Hauser, president of the Napa County Library Foundation. Formed in 1984, the foundation manages contributions from state bequests, RMDs, and community donations. It funds specific needs and strengthens the services and offerings of the library system that we all know and love. And I'm so happy to see that you all have library cards. Yay! The vision of the foundation is to grow and maintain a healthy endowment. This endowment allows for substantial annual contribution to the library, $60,000 more or less dollars every year, while also at the same time sustaining a well-managed portfolio, about $1.2 million right now, for the future. Some examples of where the library used this year's foundation allocation include Koyos, which is an online service that links Google searches directly to the Napa County Library, bringing an awareness of our Napa Library to thousands of people each year. 16,500 Google ads last year with 2,100 clicks. The Library of Things, a collection of non-traditional library items such as games, puzzles, telescopes. Anne read a whole lot of them in the proclamation. If you haven't seen the Library of Things, you need to get over there with your card and check it out. It's awesome. Press Reader, an online magazine and newspaper platform that gives access to hundreds of publications, nearly 10,000 a year, are used here in Napa, including at the Napa County Juvenile Hall, providing recreational and educational resources that aren't available anywhere else. And Libby, a growing part of the library's collection of online books. I think somebody up there said you like your online books. That's Libby. There are 12,000 circulations a month through it. On behalf of the Napa County Library Foundation Board, then, I thank you all for this proclamation declaring September as Library Card Sign-Up Month, and I congratulate the Napa County Library on your well-deserved recognition. Thank you.
I saw my phone.
All right. Well, thank you so much, and let's do a group photo, and anyone who wants to display their library card during this.
You have to get my key.
Yeah, exactly. That is it for our proclamations this morning. Thanks to everyone who came and participated. We will now move to our consent calendar, which includes special districts. Today we have items 5A through 5P. And there is a note that we have a correction memo on 5B. Is that correct? So the vote will be to approve the consent calendar as amended. So before I ask for public comment, I will ask if the board has any comments or items that they wish to pull off consent. Okay?
Yes.
Supervisor Alessio.
Thank you, Chair Cottrell. Just a couple, and I don't know, I didn't give advance notice for this, so I apologize. I think that item B and D, I don't really have questions other than I think it's a good idea for public awareness and education on this, because it's the, the final kind of the fiscal close of last fiscal year.
Okay, so why don't we'll go
quick
ahead and
overview.
pull 5B and 5D. And
Correct.
Then
And then also, let's see, it's AO, it's the airport, and just that one too.
So 5B, 5D, and 5AO. Okay.
5AO, thank
So
you.
with that, I will go ahead and ask for public comment in the room on any of the consent calendar. Seeing none in the room, is there any on the phones? Okay, and so then items 5B, 5D, and 5AO, we will discuss under item 8 and vote on separately. So with that, I will ask for a motion to approve items, I'm going to do it this way, items 5A through 5AP minus 5B, 5D, and 5AO.
So moved.
There's a motion by Supervisor Alessio.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Manfree. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you, and we will return to those items at agenda item 8. And now I will ask for public comment. We will now take public comment for any item anyone wishing to speak on an item that is not on the agenda this morning. Do we have anyone in the room to speak on something not on the agenda or on the phone? Okay, so I'm watching here. Nope, okay. So we have no public comment this morning. I will go ahead and turn over to my colleagues to ask for any board supervisor reports or announcements. We'll go ahead and start with Supervisor Manfree. No, Supervisor Alessio.
Okay, thank you. Well, as always, Napa's incredible. There's so many nonprofits here that really serve both our communities and our land and environment. And so I've been invited and was able to attend quite a few, not all. But I do want to, I guess I first want to thank we had here earlier today, this was an event with the pigs fire that started. There was an evacuation center open at Crosswalk Church, and Lynn Perez and Teresa Brown, I went over there just to say hi, and they were over there with other county staff. So I first want to thank Lynn Perez and Teresa Brown and other county staff who was there. They were all set. They had all the cots out. They had everything ready to go. Really, it took me back to the 2017 fire when that center opened for the very first time of our a firestorm that is still kind of triggering for a lot of people today. We've learned a lot, and it was great. So I want to thank them for that. On a lighter note, it's still out of a disaster, actually. The 2014 earthquake, the quake mosaic was revealed. And that was absolutely beautiful. It was a wonderful event in downtown Napa in the Rail District, which is a whole new district of the arts. I want to congratulate all for that. And Amber, the artist, her name is, thank you. It was there, and yet it wasn't. Christina Young. She did a beautiful job. So if you haven't seen it, please go see it. Also, we had our grape growers and the Farm Workers Foundation. They put on a fantastic fundraiser called Stomp, and I think they did very well. It was a very well-supported event. The Napa Valley Education Foundation had a celebration of the former Oxbow schools because that was gifted to them, and that was last Saturday evening. Music and memories. I know I saw a couple people there, including our CEO, in terms of raising funds for people with dementia and Alzheimer's. The list goes on. I'm going to leave some of these for my colleagues here. I'm hoping Supervisor Ramos will talk about the Wine Spectator at the college, since she did a fabulous job speaking at that. And I just want to also say, since this is the time for comments, on my way here this morning, as the rain, we're having our big first shower that was coming down, I was thinking about the lives lost through vehicle accidents. And then I heard Barry Martin on our local radio morning show say that there's been 10 lives lost through vehicle accidents since March of this year. And of course, for some of you may know, one happened early this morning, the 6 lives lost last Saturday, and the other lives. And it's, I hope that we will all drive a little slower. It's one of our priorities is Vision Zero, and that is having no lives lost due to vehicle accidents, that people will just slow down, especially with the first rains that we're having. I want to recognize our first responders that have to show up at these scenes and how horrific that is. And obviously the families and the communities and loved ones who are impacted by this, by all these losses. And Chair, if you will, at the end of our board meeting today, if you close with a moment of silence, I would appreciate that. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alessio. Supervisor Gallagher.
Right, thank you, and thank you for the safety reminder. It really is important, and it is incredibly tragic that we've had these accidents. I wanted to just mention, as a Napa Sanitation Board member, that Napa San is going to be having an open house. I know that it doesn't sound really exciting to go see Napa San, but it actually is. It's very interesting. They're doing really cutting edge work, and it's really fun for kids, especially. So that's Saturday, September 13th from 10 to 2. And they will have plant tours, equipment demos, crafts and games for kids, and toilet races, which I'm sure you want to be part of. You want to bring your kids. I know. Yes, you're going to bring Owen, right? Yeah. So lots of fun. So please go out and check it out. It really is a great group of people. And it's actually their 80th birthday as well. So might get cake too if you go toward the afternoon. So wanted to just make sure everybody knew about that. And then I also just wanted to congratulate American Canyon for their event, Evening at the Ruins. Again, it was a wonderful event for their Parks Department and their Ecology Center. Really, really wonderful, really exciting to see the things happening down in American Canyon. And so thank you to everybody that worked so hard to put that event on. So that's it.
Thank you, Supervisor Gallagher. And I would second the visit to Napa San. That was always a win. Supervisor Ramos.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Supervisor Gallagher, for joining us on Saturday evening at the Evening at the Ruins. For those that are not aware, the American Canyon Community and Parks Foundation is raising funds, and the vintners have been incredibly supportive. And thank you for the Napa River Ecology Center, which is going to be a combination of outdoor living spaces and just a really amazing place to celebrate what is the mouth of the San Pablo Bay and the wetlands that have been restored in American Canyon. And Congressman Thompson has been incredibly instrumental in securing funds for the building and the construction. And so for all of you who serve on other commissions that have grant opportunities, send them my way. Happy because we do have a large capital campaign to be able to take what was once American Canyon's corporate yard plopped right into these beautiful wetlands that we can with confidence say would not have been allowed if it were today, but to repurpose that in a way that is going to enhance the area and really showcase the beauty of those wetlands. So thank you, Supervisor Gallagher, for your support. As invited or voluntold by Supervisor Alessio, I'll share that Napa Valley College opened its Wine Spectator Wine Education Center this last week, and it was made possible by the Napa Valley College Foundation, as well as the Wine Spectator and the Evelyn Allen Trust. And it's really it's a remarkable place that's going to be both enhancing the wine education and teaching that already happens, but also to incorporate the next phase of hospitality. So really all things Napa are happening right here at Napa Valley College, and that is incredibly exciting. Just wanted to report from my colleagues of two things that have been of interest. We don't love to talk about complaints, but complaints is something that we deal with. It's part of our normal course of business. So to just thank our code compliance and our ag commissioner staff for the work that they've done on bird cannon mitigation noise. They have been out at the early hours of the morning to make sure that growers are complying with our adopted customs and standards. This is an issue that is pretty isolated to the South County because of the types of birds that come into the South County that apparently like our wine grapes. And it's about a 6 to 8 week problem, but if you do not set the timers on your bird cannons appropriately and you are not manning them, they start moving back in time, and the county supervisor gets woken up at 5 in the morning by a bird cannon blast that she could hear in her bedroom, and that's not a great thing. The noise has traveled all the way down to the border of Vallejo, where we are getting complaints. So I just really want to thank the code compliance staff and the ag commissioner staff for all their work in outreach, but also in diligence in making sure that they're going out and we can identify these sources. The next one is, I know it's been particular interest to two of my colleagues here, and that is the noise working group with the Airport Commission. I do understand, as your liaison to the airport, I just wanted to tell you that we have engaged the noise working group, and we're looking at really making this a data-driven process. And our airport staff has done a tremendous job in collecting the data, and I can tell you that what people feel and what happens, especially when it comes to noise, are two different impressions. And so we're really making sure we're collecting this data and we're looking at what are the causes of this. And it really comes down to, yes, we did have a change. As I've said before, we had a change of our instrument approach, FAA approved approach, in October of 2024. And so some of the complaints have shifted in their geographic location. They actually haven't really shifted in numbers, I will say, but it's really in the geographic location, and it's shifted over to a more populated area in Supervisor Manfred's district. And so we're looking at both the airframe type and the effects that they have. Different airframes have different resistance to noise, and also looking at the coordination with the Oakland Tower and how those planes are handed off. So as I have more information going forward, I'll go ahead and report out on that. But thank you to Supervisor Gallagher for participating and just kind of putting this all together and making sure that we have a factual and informed-based approach to a solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Ramos. Supervisor Manfred.
All right, we have some very informative announcements and updates today. I've got a list too. So I did want to acknowledge the exemplary service that CAL FIRE, County Fire, and volunteer firefighter departments and many, many other partners provided to keep the community safe and minimize the extent of the picket fire in the last couple of weeks. We have 6,800 acres burned. It certainly could have been far more without suppression efforts with the weather we were having, so that was incredibly meaningful. And I also want to acknowledge that the work is ongoing. There are people out there with bulldozers and heavy equipment today cleaning up and getting ready for the rains, which we're now seeing. And so even though the worst of it is over, it's not completely over just yet. I was happy to engage the Berryessa Highlands with the town hall in the last couple of weeks, and it was wonderful to get out and see residents in the rural part of the community and connect with them, and share information from various departments through the county, and just make sure people are receiving resources. We're holding another town hall at Circle Oaks this Friday from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. at the Capel Valley Fire Station, I believe 1193 Capel Valley Road. And all residents are welcome to come out and see us and get connected with resources such as fire, the Sheriff's Department, recycling, United Policy Holders for homeowners insurance, and more. So it's a great way to get out and meet the community and get connected. The Quake Mosaic opening was fantastic, and there are open studios about to happen here in this county. The kickoff was just this past Saturday at Jessel Gallery, and the open studio event will be held for 2 weekends, September 20th to 21st and September 27th to 28th. So cruise around and check out some beautiful art all over the county. This is a wonderful opportunity to see what makers are producing in our community. And I've done it before, and I guarantee you'll have a really fun time. So that's a good one. Also, Saturday, September 20th happens before our next meeting, I believe, and we have a whole bunch of great events that day. So it is Coastal Cleanup Day. You can get out to the waterways with the local Resource Conservation District, I believe, is organizing from 9 a.m. to noon. You can kayak or you can walk along the shore to pick up trash. They do an incredible job cleaning up the waterways before the winter rains come. So hopefully all of that trash doesn't make it further down the estuary. So again, a fun way to connect with people and do some good work. Saturday the 20th. Also that day, the Master Gardeners are running their fall fair from 1 to 4 p.m. And if you aren't tired yet, you can also go to the harvest dinner and live auction to support the parks at the Bale Grist Mill from 6:30 to 9 p.m. So a big day for the community. Thank you.
Thank you. So I wanted to echo Supervisor Manfree and thanking our Napa County Fire Department, CAL FIRE, LNU, and the Incident Management Team 4 that came in. Incredible teamwork and response. And also I wanted to thank Calistoga Fairgrounds and Napa Valley Expo for hosting so many firefighters and first responders, and always important to include in those thanks law enforcement, because they are right there shoulder to shoulder with our firefighters and do the important work of helping people stay safe and evacuate when needed. And so many community members too. I was happy to meet so many dozer operators who come into the county to work in this moment, and so that's a really important piece too. And then just for all the operations briefings and cooperators briefings that happened over the last week, it was great to get that information and see how the teams work together. I also wanted to commend our Ag Commissioner for leading meetings with our 4 industry groups. We had the Farm Bureau, wine growers, Napa Valley Vintners, Napa grape growers there in the room, and it was a great set of conversations about how to respond and move forward in this moment. I was able to do a few site visits to the fire footprint, and including one with Supervisor Manfree, where we were able to talk about opportunities going forward to do some more fire prevention work with the Napa Valley Land Trust, which was one of the large landowners impacted. So that was a very productive discussion. And then keeping with the fire theme, I went to Redlands, California this week for the next meeting of the Wildfire and Forest Resilience Task Force. So we talked about partnerships in Southern California, and it's a very different set of landscapes, but the key to having good local partnerships to do all the prevention work. So, and I was able to see CAL FIRE Chief Tyler and say how the Napa County was very grateful for all the support that we got through the Picket Fire. And then finally, we did a site tour of the Eaton fire footprint, and that was really interesting to hear how do a compare and contrast a little bit in how that community was aware and perhaps not aware about fire danger. And it made me reflect on, we're very fortunate that our community talks about go bags, talks about prevention, talks about escape and evacuation routes. So with that, I will move us on to our next thing, and thank you, Supervisor Alessio, for flagging the many traffic fatalities. And I agree, being able to adjourn our meeting with those folks in mind will be important today. So with that, I will move us on to item number 8, the discussion of items pulled from the consent calendar. And we have items 5B, 5D, and 5AO. So I will ask staff to come up to the podium. Good morning, Ms. Schultze. Nice work with the pledge.
Good morning. Thank you. Tracy Schultze, Audit Controller. Do you want me to go through this, or is there any specific
I will ask,
questions?
yes, Supervisor Alessio, if you'd like to ask your questions.
Thank you. And I bring this to light just because there's a lot of numbers on this report. There's a lot to go through, and I met with Ms. Schultze personally to go through this. I had a better understanding, and it just makes me think if I need a little help to walk through it, it might be nice to do a quick overview on really kind of the high points. I don't want to take too much time, but I do think this is important. So if you don't mind just kind of hitting the high points that you think that the public needs to know the most.
Certainly.
Thank you.
So this is our opportunity right now to clean up the books for the fiscal year ending 24-25. And the majority of this is really accounting functions. It's where we book certain transactions, and we're being required to follow Government Accounting Standards Board rules, making sure that we have things in the right buckets, as I always talk about, and just making sure that when we, after this part, we then complete the county annual comprehensive financial report, and this leads into that. So with that, these are pretty routine things that we go through each year, and I'll try to go through it quickly because there's a lot of information, but please stop me if you have any question on any of this. So the first section is fund balance, assignments, restrictions, and commitments. This is really to make sure that all the monies that we are setting aside for specific purposes do not get lost. So restricted fund balances are those that are third-party restricted. And so we have like anything with grants or anything imposed by law, those are restricted. Commitments and assignments are requests by your board to put monies aside for specific things. And again, this way, at the end of the year, we have those designations aligned in our financial statements so that we don't lose the money into the general fund or any other funds available fund balance. So the first one is the declared emergencies. You received a presentation about a month ago about all the emergencies and the amounts left over. This is just memorializing those amounts at the end of the fiscal year with anything that has changed during the year. And then it goes on by each different individual department or fund, any other specific assignment or commitment or restriction to make sure that we have those monies set aside. Any questions in that section?
I just want to, what I think is important for the public to know is that what you had shared with me regarding FEMA and a potential audit, and that we have to reserve this money until we get past that point, correct?
Correct. So
in case there's a clawback of some sort, financial clawback.
Right. In many of the emergencies, we get funded ahead of time, or we put in a claim and they funded us. But until we get that final audit waiver letter, that letter then starts that 3-year audit clock to tick, and after 3 years, then those funds are ours, free and clear. But what we don't want is to hold or release this money, and then 3 years from now have to say to your board, we need to find a couple $1 million to get back to the feds. So it's cautionary. It's very cautionary, but we're in a good, fortunate position. And the numbers are dwindling down quite a bit from what we had. So we're releasing them as we go. And again, refer you back to the presentation from a month ago that talks about the whole process. Okay. Any questions on the section A with the restrictions or fund balance classifications? Okay. The second section is budgetary amendments. So these are cleanup budgetary amendments where a lot of it is really accounting, putting things in the right places. And so we need to either move the budget or increase the budget to have these expenditures. So I won't go through all of them in detail unless you would have any questions on any of them.
No, I think you can go ahead. Thanks.
Okay. And then the next section is contract increases. So at the end of the year, we come up to a point where we realize that the contract scope with the amount of work wasn't specifically accurate at that point, and so we needed to increase the contract. And instead of coming to you with a separate item for this, for each one of these, we put them all in the year-end memo, so it's kind of concise and you only have to vote once. The next section is temporary cash advances. This is something that we can't, at the end of the fiscal year, no fund can have negative cash. That's a bad thing. It's not good for our financial reporting, and we don't allow that. And so if there is a fund that has negative cash, we come to you and say that we need a cash advance. We do that cash advance as of 6:30 and then reverse it at 7/1. And it's only because of timing of state transactions, basically. So in-home supportive services always does this every single year, and that's because we depend on the state to reimburse us or their share of funds, and that usually is about 3 to 4 months late. And this year it's approximately $50,000, so it's not a large cash advance, but that's what that one is. Sections E, F, and E and F are the rollover budgets. So E is purchase orders. Any purchase orders, any requests for purchasing goods that were requested in fiscal year 24-25 using that budget. If we did not receive those by June 30th, we don't want to rebudget them for next year. We just roll that budget forward, and that's what that list is. And F is the same with capital projects and any contracts associated with those. So again, we don't budget those every single year. We roll over the remaining budget so you can clearly see the original budget and how it was drawn down over the years. Any questions on those? And those have attachments with all the specifics. Okay. Cash shortages. This one, it's always very surprising to me the amount of money that goes to this county and having such a small, tiny little bit of cash shortage. And unfortunately, the library got, the big blemish of $10 that was misplaced over this year. So this is a resolution we report this on, and it's required, and I actually like reporting this because I think it's amazing that such a small amount with all the money going back and forth. And then of course there's H, which allows me to do anything else I need to do in case we do come across anything that needs to happen for financial reporting purposes to end the year. And if there's anything material that comes up, I would definitely bring it back to the board for approval. And then there's just a couple other informational items. We have the excess ERAF distribution. Now again, remember, per the state calculation with our property taxes, we have to shift money, actual property taxes from the county, jurisdictions, and some special districts into ERAF, which is a funding mechanism for the state to pay schools. It's for us to literally pay the state's obligation for the schools. Once that obligation is fulfilled, we then can allocate any excess that we shifted over back to the participants of this shift. So that is for information, just to show you what is going back. And then the last section is our PERS prepayment. We started reporting this when we started doing the PERS prepayments. We save by paying our PERS contribution for pension up front at the beginning of the year. We save about $1 million to $1.5 million just to pre-funding for discount, and instead of doing the quarterly payments distributions. And we estimate the rate per employee throughout the year. And so at the end of the year, when we close the books, we see how much money we've taken in from the departments by employee and how much our PERS contribution was, and then we either do a refund or we have to charge more. If we have to charge more, there's usually budget amendments that come with it, but of this case it was a refund, so that was a good thing. So that's it in a nutshell. Is there anything?
I think the only thing I want to comment on is, I'm always looking for free money, and there's no free money here.
No.
This money is restricted and or budgeted, to my great disappointment. But no, thank you for the work you do, the cautionary approach you have fiscally. I think it's really important. The excess ERAF, we know that's that's a whole another interesting matter, but that's also already in our new budget, the 25-26 budget. So thank you for going over that. I just think there's a lot of valuable information there for the public to know and understand.
And since you gave me the mic, I do want to shout out to all the departments and to my staff. Georgina Panganiban, she's the one that heads this whole effort to close the books, and all the departments work really, really hard and to try to get everything perfect. And so I just want to shout out to all the people that do the work, because it takes a village. And this report is actually, there's nothing stunning in it. There's nothing like, oh my gosh, how did we do this wrong? You know, this is kind of routine, and it's getting better every year. So
fantastic. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. So that is 5B. I will go ahead and why don't we, I'll ask for a motion on 5B.
I'll move to approve 5B.
Okay. Is there a second? Second by Supervisor Gallagher. That was a motion by Supervisor Alessio. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. So we will go on to questions on 5D.
And again, 5D is just for public understanding and transparency.
So 5D is something that we have to do every single year by state code. By a certain time, we have to have you adopt our tax rates. And it does not include any of the direct charges from any of the special districts or cities or town. Anything that also gets put on your tax bill as a direct charge. Those are adopted by resolution by each of those entities. So this tax rate, if you look at the attachment, we all know, hopefully, that our tax rate is 1% of your assessed valuation. That never changes, but we still have to put this in the resolution as we adopt that. But then we also get the railroad and unitary tax rates. Those come from the state. The biggest impact is really the tax rates on the second page of the resolution, which is all the school bonds. So one of the things that my staff is charged with is to take a look at all the debt service for all the school bonds that are issued and determine how much we need, because my office pays that debt. So we have to collect the amount of money through property taxes by using a rate and making sure that we collect the revenues in order to pay the debt. So that's what those rates are for. Those are calculated on an individual issuance by issuance, and they're put on your tax bill. So when you see your 1% tax, you'll see like Napa Sanitation District, that's a direct revenue or direct charge. Then you'll also see your school bond, and that's how this is created.
Thank you. That's all I have. I appreciate you coming up and sharing that information. More insight.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for all your work, Ms. Schulze. Appreciate it. So with that, I will ask for a motion on 5D.
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Alessio.
Second.
Second by, that was a tie, I'll give it to Supervisor Manfree. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries unanimously, and that brings us to item 5A-O.
Oh, thank you. I brought this one forward. Recently, I didn't mention this in my comments, but recently I had the pleasure of going out to the FAA Air Traffic Controller Tower that was built, I think, around the time of World War II. It's really interesting. It was really interesting to go there. It's obviously it's there at the Napa Airport. So, after that, we went over to the new fuel station that this is being approved. And I have nothing, the only thing I really want to kind of highlight, and I don't know, I mentioned this to the administrator of the airport, is that when you're going to be talking more about this, obviously. The fuel is, of course, this is an airport, but the fuel is limited to diesel and high octane fossil fuel. And I'm wondering if there's also an opportunity to plan for the future and have even EV charging out there. So I just want to throw that thought, because we are having this discussion. It's something that's been on a previous agenda that we're working towards, not to address, obviously, the fuels that are needed now and today at the airport. But if there's an opportunity to expand that for future needs too, with other renewable or clean sources.
So yes, Supervisor Alessio, there's currently discussions happening with the Airport Advisory Commission about sustainable fuels. It's a discussion that's happening throughout the aviation world. So when those fuels become marketable and there's a demand for them, the FBOs are already engaged in those conversations, and so we do suspect that we will see more sustainable fuels in the future. We also are planning for more EV, not just EV vehicles, but potentially EV aircraft as those come to fruition. Those aren't on market yet, but they are being tested.
That's great to know. Thank you. I just want to make sure that if that's not in the current plan and the budget, just because, I saw this set up, I saw what's already been done with the 2 new providers out there, and then what we're doing for the airport specific. I just want to make sure that's on the radar.
It certainly
That's a good
is.
pun. On the radar and included. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sharp. All right, Supervisor Ramos.
Thank you so much. And just by way of background, again, I serve as your liaison to the airport. One of the things that's important in this fuel farm is that we do have a cost share agreement with the fixed-based operators. So to the extent that general aviation, right, needs access also to fuel, there is that portion for us, but also the fixed-based operators are going to make a lot of money, and they're going to pass along some of that money over to the airport, and so that's why there is a cost-sharing agreement. When I will say when electrification happens in the airspace, that's really going to come back to this board as an expansion into the fixed-based operator space, right? We wouldn't take a provider separately from that fixed-based model. We have those contracts in place. So it's not like it's a different, it would operate no different than, say, JSX operating through one of our fixed-based operators. So it really is incumbent. The truth is not likely that a general aviation person is going to necessarily have one of these electrified airframes. So that would really first step into our airspace through a fixed-based operator, and it is incumbent upon those fixed-based operators to come to us about those infrastructure needs that they may have, which would result in negotiations of this board and more money for the airport.
All right, thank you for digging into that a little bit more. Is there a motion for item 5AO?
I'll make that motion since I pulled the item.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Alessio, second by Supervisor Ramos. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries unanimously. All right, so that brings us to item 9. We have some administrative items, and we will begin with item 9A, a report from the county fire chief. Good morning, Chief Greenberg.
Good morning, Chair Cottrell and Board of Supervisors. Thanks for having me up. And before we get started into the Pickett incident fire that we had here in the county, I do want to acknowledge some earlier conversations about the traffic accidents and fatalities. Our thoughts go out to those families. It's a priority of mine. Leading the county here, along with my team with Chief Ryan and Chief Brian Ham, is looking out for our responders. So we have multiple volunteers in our career staff that respond, that deal with these types of emergencies, these incidents. They assist the sheriff's office all the way through these cases out in the field. So this is a top priority, is mental health and making sure they're well taken care of. So thank you for acknowledging that today. So our county had an emergency with a wildland fire that started on August 21st at the end of Pickett Road in the eastern area of Calistoga. And this fire burned 6,819 acres. I am thankful today to tell you that it is 100% contained. We do have resources out there, particularly heavy equipment that is continuing to work for the next couple weeks with the landowners to rehab the land to prepare for erosion control and preparedness that we utilized during the suppression of this wildland fire. So we look forward to continuing working with those landowners to see this project through. First off, I want to acknowledge the losses and the recovery that our community is going through, especially some of these impacts to our ag industry. Leaders across Napa here and what this fire impacts, what this does. I do want to acknowledge that. Throughout the picket incident, this brought a heightened emotion across the county. Obviously, from the 2017 and the 2020 fires, this picket fire, where it was burning within this fire footprint, was where the glass fire was 5 years ago. It was also where the lightning complexes were. In fact, some of those dates overlapped from this past August, and then also once again in 2020. So we understand what the community's been through. We've watched what fire does across this landscape. We're prepared as far as where this fire is traveling and how we have this playbook in hand on a suppression side from a ground and air resource aspect. There's a lot of things different than the 2020 fires than what we saw during the picket incident. We were not under a north wind event that is pushing the fire from the north to the south, which is a target for our Angwin and Deer Park communities and along Silverado Trail in Calistoga. So we're thankful for that. When the north winds come, it's this time of year through the fall season. The relative humidities drop to single digits, which increases fire activity and increases fire intensity across. So this was a different fire footprint where it started at the end of Pickett Road and burned vertically up into the Simmons Canyon area. So very steep, rugged terrain that comes across the top into Robert Louis Stevenson, some of the Wild Lake areas off Friesen Drive near Angwin, the Dutch Henry Canyon, and then the deep drainage of the Swartz Creek that exits out into Etna Springs, Pope Valley area. So very different type of fire that was terrain driven, our normal weather patterns that was more of a south-southwest flow through there. Just for some numbers to kind of give you on the fire, during our initial burn period of the fire of that Thursday, August 21st, we mobilized 46 engines, 7 hand crews, 24 dozers, 4 water tenders, 10 air tankers that dropped the red retardant, 5 day water dropping helicopters, and the addition of 4 night water dropping helicopters. And just after that burn period, we had 76,977 gallons of fire retardant that we were able to put in along the fire lines, and we delivered 152,600 gallons of water with our helicopters to support those troops on the ground. So a very robust response from the engines and along with the air assets as well. Early on into this fire, CAL FIRE and Napa County Fire Department and our Sheriff's Office was in unified command to support the evacuations, and also with the OES for our alerts and warnings to notify our public. Where do they need to go? What do they need to do? What is that action item that we want to actually give them? And I do want to say throughout this incident and through the very end, it's this preparedness with the fire department, the Sheriff's Office, that we have trained well before the fires, obviously exercised through our past fires. Outside area resources that came in acknowledged what a difference. This model with the Sheriff's Office, their dedication, working with the fire department, looking at our Genesis program that we have for evacuations, also known as Zone Haven, that the public receives these messages, but really validating that we are doing things right here in Napa. The Sheriff's Office has a handle on this. Our sheriff was with us every single day until this fire was completed, so we appreciate that. Along with Sheriff Ortiz and his staff, great resources and partnerships across. The Napa OES team alerts and warnings with our Everbridge system. We heard some comments from the previous fires that the public needed to hear more messaging. Changes were made throughout the county, so proud to say that these were successes that we were able to reach the county, make sure the residents were well informed and had the knowledge of what they needed to do. This was also the first time in Napa County that we use night flying water dropping helicopters on this fire. And I think that's a big moment here, a change in the fire service, an advancement in our resources. It's actually allowing our equipment, our dozers, our engines to push through these night hours, have the support above them to keep the fires at bay where they're making isolated runs. We saw that progress. This is what helped keep this out of the Angwin area. These resources kept working, and the night flying helicopters continued to drop water through there. Napa County Fire and CAL FIRE locally cannot do this by themselves. This is a mutual aid system that's across California itself. We had a great response out of our local cities here that provided engines, including Calistoga, St. Helena, and Napa, all the way through. The surrounding counties, Lake County, Sonoma County, Solano County, brought resources during the initial phases of this fire to help us out here. And this is a partnership that we look at because when our neighbors have fires as well, we are also assisting. But this really shows the value of the mutual aid systems that we have here in Napa County and across California so we can mobilize these resources. Our Napa County volunteers provided 11 pieces of apparatus onto this fire when this started. They also provided 3 additional engine companies that were staffed up so that we could actually provide new emergency response coverage throughout the county. If everyone's up fighting the fire and we have another incident, we have to have those resources there. And we saw this during the fire. We had a structure fire on First Avenue in Napa, and our resources were staffed and prepped and took care of that incident in a safe, efficient manner. So really appreciative of that. Along on this fire, we had a response from our Napa CART, so our Community Animal Rescue Team. They were prepared. We've seen this time and time again when we have fires that move across the landscape. Landowners need assistance moving, mobilizing, and housing their animals for there. Our EOC was activated here in Napa, although kept at a lower level, but the team was prepped down here in the South County for the community response. As was mentioned earlier, our shelters were opened up for the evac of the populations. Very important. If we're evacuating folks, we have to give them a direction of where to go, and we also need to make sure their needs are met. So county was well prepared for that, and it was opened up, and thankfully the impact was very little, but nevertheless the facility was ready for operations. The other thing I want to talk and pivot to is our Fire Safe Council. So under Napa FireWise and the umbrella of our 22 active Fire Safe Councils, we have been messaging and working with Napa FireWise to make sure our communities were prepared through messaging, through defensible space, through fuels mitigation, making sure they had their go bags. This is the conduit right here that when we look at preparedness for the community so that they are ready to evacuate and survive, that is the key component here. Our Napa FireWise, our Fire Safe Councils have been there every step of the way for the past 5 years. That made a difference in this fire. It brought ease to the community so that we can continue working on the fire. With a large number of responders out here, we brought in a North Bay Incident Management Team, and this is a specialized positions throughout the various counties that help us with a framework of leadership. We mobilized at the Calistoga Fairgrounds right away. We provided the logistical support to the firefighters. We brought in additional resources to be supported. As this fire continued to grow, we outgrew the footprint up at Calistoga. And very grateful for the use of the Napa Expo. And I do want to acknowledge CO Alsop and Supervisor Ramos. I got a phone call on a late Saturday night. What can we do to help? And you both were right there. I said, we're outgrowing this footprint. We're bringing in more engines, more resources. We got to move to a different location. Napa Expo is perfect. Not even a hesitation. They're like, we'll take care of it. You keep fighting the fire. We'll text you when it's ready. 2 hours later, gates are open. Bring in your stuff. So thank you for that support. Saturday late and here to help us all the way. I also want to acknowledge our Napa Fire Marshal's office, the defensible space that brought us through this preparedness, over 6,000 inspections, and then also on the forefront, as many of you watched through social media or any of our online briefings, our Deputy Fire Marshal Eric Hernandez was there to help with this translation bilingual in the field every single day to make sure that the public was supported, bringing this information back. And this is the local leadership that we have and the initiatives that really helped our public out. Our Board of Supervisors were here. We appreciate all your support, whether it's out in the field, at our incident base, at our briefings. The support that you brought to us, to the community, was monumental. all the way till the fire was out, touring the aftermath as far as what do we need to do next steps. You're always looking downrange. We appreciate that support to the fire department and our incident management team and is very appreciative through all those conversations and working with our industry leaders through our cooperators meetings as well. The pre-fire work. So I want to kind of wrap up here is like some of these successes that we saw out there. We have talked in this board chambers about pre-fire work, getting fuel reduction work done ahead of these fires, because the time to do this is not when the fires are burning and we're trying to get dozers in or limb up or manage our forest. This county has taken a huge leap. This board has brought in investments here. We've got grant monies. I want to acknowledge the vintners. They came to us in 2022 and they said, what do you need to change this fire environment? Working with Napa Fire Waste, we came to them and said, we need dozer lines in. Historical containment lines that we've used year over year to contain these fires. We need to make sure that work's done before next fire season. They heard us loud and clear. They said, okay, here's the money. Here's a dozer we're going to support you with. Get this work done. And I want to tell you that these lines that were put in this past spring and over the last couple of years were utilized on the picket incident. And this is a huge takeaway of what's working here in Napa and where do we need to keep going. So more to follow on that, and I'm looking forward to a presentation bringing back to this board with a map, looking at some of those lines, some of these investments, so that we can continue this good work for the future as well. Last thing I'm going to end on here is your local CAL FIRE team that you have here, the leadership during this fire, the resiliency that you have from our engineers, our captains, our line leadership of our battalion chiefs, our operations chief, Brian Ham, our fire chief, Matt Ryan. What a great support. I'm proud of this team to be a part of this Napa County Fire Department, the response all the way through the fire, their understanding of the community themselves, and also where these historical lines are. This is the local knowledge that makes a difference of containing these fires in these early stages and not letting them get larger or devastating the community. So proud of our local team here and appreciate everything, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Chief Greenberg. I'm going to first find out if there is any public comment on this item. Yeah, we've got some public comment. And then, Chief, I might ask you to stay up here because I'm sure the board's going to have questions too. Good morning, Mr. Stoltz.
Good morning. Rex Stoltz of the Napa Valley Vintners Trade Association, representing 540 Napa Valley wineries. And just a big shout out, a big thank you, first of all, to the all involved in fighting the fire itself. CAL FIRE, our local firefighters, our volunteer firefighters that came in from all over the state, going to the fairgrounds and the expo and seeing all those fire trucks and all those firefighters. And it's like a city of people that have come here to rescue our communities. So impressive. Thanks to you guys, the Board of Supervisors, the county, for continuing to prioritize this. This is it's like painting the Golden Gate Bridge now, and it's gonna be something I think that we deal with. You know, you finish painting and you start at the other end, you paint it again. And so this is not gonna go away. It's gonna have to be something we continue to prioritize as a community. Supervisor Cottrell, I agree with your comments on the communication that was offered on a daily basis at the cooperators briefings. We were at every single one of those from day one. Super valuable. The transparency, the messaging, not only to the cooperators but to the community in general. Well done by everybody involved. The industry meetings that followed were super helpful to us. We've had estimated 3% of the vineyard land affected by the wildfire, and so that's a small number. It's been a great growing season, and for most people it still is, but for those 3%, it's not, and it's just tragic right on the eve or during harvest. It's tough. Why do we care about this? 5 years ago, it was $2 billion was the impact to the Napa wine industry alone. So we've come so far, and we're all in and want to continue working with you guys to prioritize this. So thanks to everybody involved.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Dunbar.
Good morning, Chair, Board. A lot has already been said about the response, but I wanted to add a little context from, again, last time I was talking to you, I was unofficially here as a member of the Board of Directors of the Napa Valley Expo, and that's why I'm speaking again here. I know there's been some very appropriate praise given. I want to give back additional praise to your CEO, Ryan Alsop, and Sheriff Ortiz in particular for reaching out to us board members as well as our CEO, Corey Oakley, immediately when word came to us that the Calistoga Fairgrounds were no longer going to be able to be the incident command location. This was literally a day after the last carnival operator left the expo, after our Town and Country Fair. We have 5 full-time employees. CEO Corey Oakley, Tim Ellis is our administrative personnel, and we have 3 grounds and facility maintenance team members, 5 people, 33 acres. And then we had a village come in and grow within 36 hours or less. It was an amazing effort, and the communication was exceptional from the very beginning. When there were first conversations that Saturday night about the need, and we were trying to figure out how do we do this, by Monday morning it was already happening. But we had some concerns because back in 2017, we heard from CAL FIRE, and before I share that comment, I do want to recognize all the other incident command leadership from Napa County Fire, CAL FIRE, our law enforcement personnel. They allowed the nearly 3,000 firefighters to continue to battle that blaze with all the resources they had. But back in 2017, granted, significantly larger incident, but it was nowhere near as organized, especially at the expo. And we were told after the several weeks of being at the incident command location there that the property would be returned to its previous condition. That did not happen. And that was really on the state. They promised to remedy, because you can imagine hundreds of heavy equipment, vehicles, thousands of personnel, incident command, you have laundry services, you have, communication trailers, you have all those activities. We incurred over $400,000 in damage at the expo from that. And so we were a little concerned when we got a call, and it was like, are you prepared to be able to handle this again? And we said, we can, but here are some of the concerns we have. Every single person from CAL FIRE, Napa County Fire, and the county acknowledged and was an incredible partner for us this time. I wanted to make sure that was known, because it's important that the expo is accessible as an emergency response site, and it performed beautifully. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Other comments from the room or on the phones? Okay, then I will bring it back to the board for any other comments or questions for the chief. Supervisor Gallagher.
Well, first of all, just thank you so much. Especially, I would say both Chief Ryan and Greenberg, you both were everywhere all at once. I don't know how you guys did that, but very communicative, really easy to just reach out to you all, get in touch. We could have conversations, text conversations, email, every kind of possible way to communicate. And you all were just always right there and available. So thank you so much for that. And of course, thank you for all the incredible coordination. I think that what we were able to do over the last few years in terms of reorganizing our fire department has had incredible benefits. And I think they showed up very, very well during this fire. Thank you for talking about the benefits that we have seen from all of the work by FireWise, the Fire Safe Councils. A lot of people are asking, are these methods working? Is all of this actually helping us to fight fires better, get to them, helping with suppression efforts? And it sounds like that has been very successful. So the more that we can hear about that and the more that we can learn from you as you unpack the lessons learned from this fire, I think we all would like to continue to learn and continue to hear what worked and what we need to continue to do in the future. But thank you so much. I think that we just couldn't have asked for a better response, and in large measure it had to do with our leadership. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Gallagher. Supervisor Ramos.
Thank you. I wanted to acknowledge Napa County Fire and how far we have all come in our relationship to addressing mega incidents like the Pickett incident. In 2017, thinking back, evacuations were happening off of binder paper. We were doing the very best trying to get messaging out. We were trying to figure out how to work with each other in that space. We had never had to work with CAL FIRE on an incident level at this scale, and in coordination with our sheriff's office and OES. And I can say, as someone who's been around for a few of these, the difference is night and day. And the result of that is not just simply we get along and we're not, throwing eye daggers at each other in a room when these things are going on. The result is public safety. The result is confidence that the message that people are getting is consistent and that everyone knows it. I just want to say thank you in particular for a couple of things that I think are instrumental. I think the cooperators meeting, as was mentioned before in public comment, was absolutely great, because instead of us being conduits of information, because that is how we used to provide information, that the board was getting pieces from CAL FIRE, and we would go out and then we'd say, trust us, we heard it from the badges. But now it was actually CAL FIRE sending the message, and that was incredibly impactful, and I think it went a really long way to building trust within the community. The other thing that I want to acknowledge, the role that our Napa County volunteer firefighters play consistently was even more evident during this incident, because I didn't see the fracturing that I had seen in prior incidents. And that, to me, I think is a remarkable testament to the true integration that your leadership team has worked on over the last few months. And so I just wanted to acknowledge that. When it comes to the work that we've done through the Firewise Foundation, through shaded fuel breaks, and really this fuels mitigation work with a lot of cooperation from property owners and from industry partners, I think that for us, I sure hope everyone saw that this is just simply validation that it works. And the spaces that we had trouble in did not have defensible space. And that in and of itself should be very, very telling for the message we have is right. The trajectory that we are on is correct. And it's incumbent upon us as a community to ensure that we have a path forward. That $50 million is not coming from Brink Grant funds, and we've got to make sure that we not just continue on this trajectory, but we level up. So I think for that, I think it's incumbent upon us to have that discussion, and as a referral to make space on our board agenda that we talk about what does revenue generation look like in this space for firefighting and mitigation. These things aren't cheap to fight, but it's a lot cheaper to not have them. And so when you look at the investments that we have had and the places that we have been successful in holding the line and where the black line started coming through, we had actual fuels mitigation work in place. And so being able to be at those cooperators meetings and to hear some of the unit leaders on the ground saying they're going to utilize the work that we have done to build upon that defense area, that was That was about all. I don't know if you paid someone, Chief, to say that in front of me, but I heard it multiple times, and that in and of itself really showed me that we are on the right path. Last, I just want to say, end by two things. There's a game changer here, and I think it's really important because it was a struggling point for us, and that was when we look at the aerial firefighting force that we were able to deploy in this incident as compared to other incidents, and what makes that so different. And that is in July of 2022, red cards were issued for CAL FIRE's aerial ops to be able to do night operations. I feel like I'm the whiner over here. Like, I was woken up by your helicopters refueling at Napa Airport because they are very, very loud at 2 in the morning. And I'm not sorry, not at all. And I think that having that as an asset, and for us to recognize we do in fact have at our fingertips the largest aerial firefighting force in the world at our disposal. And at one time we had 14 helicopters here, and it was fun to actually see on flight radar how they were all like missing each other and going all sorts of different directions, but they were there to support us. In addition to I think we reached 2,900 personnel, 300 engines. It truly was an entire city that descended upon us. And my last goes out to your logistics team. The logistics team through LNU and also through the incident management team was like no other logistics team I have seen. And so I just wanted to please, on our behalf, extend our thanks. Not only did they were communicative, and just to put it into scope, I just want to say to my colleagues, we saw the Expo and we saw Calistoga, but they also utilized ground support Napa Valley College, and they utilized Skyline. And so it was truly a large operation, and for this logistics team to be mindful of everyone's needs and to listen to what I and CEO Alsop had to say in this was really, really great. Thank you for the follow-up report, and I have confidence that we're better prepared for the next one. And I think that that's why it's important for us to look at how we plan to continue this fight, because the fight's on the prevention and the mitigation, so that we don't have such a large incident next time. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Ramos. Supervisor Alessio.
Thank you. Hard to follow Supervisor Ramos. She covered so much and so much more. That's why I'm so lucky to work up here with all my colleagues, because they have so much experience that they bring forward, and their commitment, dedication is clear, such as yours and our firefighters who are in the audience today. Thank you, everybody. I think that's just my overall, just kind of want to take and just want to share. I, too, from being here in 2017 and looking at each fire, seeing an empty evacuation center, just empty cots, how great was that? It was staffed, it was ready, but in Napa, nobody that I know of had to go there. I was really feeling for Calistoga and the residents when this fire broke out. And, yes, the north winds, thank you for bringing that up. I didn't know that about the north winds. Thankful we didn't have those. But with the resources, really it was like an army. It was an army and an Air Force of resources that just came in and swarmed in on that fire, and really kept it within very tight containment. It took a little bit to get fully contained because of that rural and rugged terrain that's really inaccessible, but you kept it there with the teams and with the mutual aid and the partnership with the Sheriff's Department. And thank you, Napa Expo, for opening up and giving us another chance after 17, that real learning experience. But there was so much partnership and collaboration and support, and that is Napa. When we talk about Napa and one Napa, that's Napa. and having the county, the neighboring counties come in, as I said, with the mutual aid, and so a couple counties I didn't even recognize, like, where's that place? Looking on the side of the fire truck. But it really was incredible, and extremely thankful. You know, and I think the moral of the story here is all that work that has been done and financial investment from 2017 in the prevention, the mitigation, the building of relationships and collaboration between the county fire, CAL FIRE, our volunteer firefighters. Again, I want to also thank our CEO, Alsop, who's been really directly involved in bringing those that relationship and the organization and how that works together versus the little pushback or friction has really also paid off in dividends. So it's made all the difference. I don't look forward to the next fire. We will have another one. But I tell you, I feel a lot better and far more reassured that we're ready for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alessio. CEO Alsop, did you want to have a comment?
Yeah, and I appreciate everybody's patience in the audience. We've got a big agenda, and I didn't mean to jump in here and with your board, but I couldn't help myself. I just want to say thanks to our fire leadership and CAL FIRE, overwhelming response, beginning, middle, and end. At one point, we had almost 3,000 people on the fire. I want to thank our board chair and members of our board for their leadership. They were all involved throughout the event. I want to thank Mayor Williams and the city council people in Calistoga for being home to our first incident command. We outgrew you know why we left. We outgrew your footprint up there, but we were happy to be at your fairgrounds, sir. So thank you for that. I want to thank the volunteers. I want to thank, we have a couple of Expo board directors here, one of whom spoke. Everything he said is right, but I would be remiss if I didn't point out the leadership of Supervisor Ramos, who spent a lot of time at working that, and also the nice touch at the end, walking through with our fire leadership, walking through the fairgrounds to make sure that there was no damage, and where we spotted damage, it was going to get fixed. I want to shout out to her because I think that's exceptional leadership. And last but not least, our fire administrator, who also works in the fuel mitigation space, was out on the fire, on the hills, in the valleys, working the fire. I just want to point that out. I think that's nice to have somebody working in our office doing those things who also does what you do out there, which is exceptionally hard work. So thank you.
Thank you, CEO Alsop. You know, so much has been said, and I don't want to repeat any of it. I think the only thing I want to add is that, you know, this is my district, and hearing from the community about the difference they saw, you know, I think people really feel that CAL FIRE understands that the community has experience and skills, and they felt respected, and Supervisor Ramos used the word confidence, and I think that was really present there. Also, you know, this point about prevention. We know that $1 of prevention is worth, I think it's $6 or $7 in the cleanup. So it's a good investment to remember moving forward. And I think finally, I will just say thanks to the CAL FIRE team for the collaboration and partnership, because having that on the ground makes all of this work easier going forward, and we're better at it together. So thank you so much. And Supervisor Manfrey has another thing. Go for it.
I don't think I commented on this yet.
No, I totally skipped over you. There we go. I apologize.
I'm here.
Collaboration and partnership. There we go.
Yeah, there's been a lot of really nice, poignant remarks here already, and you know, I'll try to be expedient and not repeat them all, but just to say that you know it's all well deserved for everyone who was helping with this incident. So. In my role, getting to move between incident command and the greater community, the first thing I noticed was that life went on as normal. You know, we had a couple of days of smoke, but people felt like things were under control. They understood the difference between a catastrophic event and one that could be managed, and that we had relatively favorable weather conditions and all that. And, I think that's a whole leveling up for the entire community and their response, and also their trust and appreciation for the work that that first responders do. And I just felt like that was really amazing to get to see. There were so many moving parts to this operation, and it's it's hard to leave anybody out. But I know that the California Conservation, or the CCC, was incredibly helpful in managing things at the Incident Command Center. And also, I got the wonderful opportunity to meet the GIS team, and that's my background. And so we connected, and I learned a lot talking to them. And it was really, just really interesting to see the level of skill and capability that goes into keeping us all safe. There was a real spirit of cooperation that I noticed throughout this event, and I hope we can keep that going. This area that burned is part of Dunn Wild Lake Reserve, Rattlesnake Ridge, the Oat Hill Mine Trail. It's a very beloved part of the county for many people who appreciate nature and open space and like to go hiking. It's also got one of the most inland stands of Sequoia sempervirens, coast redwoods, in Schwartz Canyon, and they appear to have survived the fire just fine, for anyone who's wondering. The communications were organized, clear, and effective, and Spanish language information was regularly made available by translators. Eric Hernandez, Deputy Fire Marshal, and Sheriff Ortiz both were doing translations on the fly and as part of organized communication events. We did hear a request for even more in the future, and I just want to say that message got through, and everyone knows that there's a little bit more need to work on Spanish language communications to make sure everyone has that sense of feeling informed and hopefully also feeling safe. There's been excellent follow-up on this incident. Even yesterday morning, there was a meeting looking at managing debris flows and other possible impacts, if we should see heavy rains in the areas that burned. And again, just the amount of technology and skill that goes into doing those assessments is huge, let alone doing them so quickly. This is happening really fast, and the quality is really high, and it's remarkable. So I guess I'll just close by saying that this incident underscores the importance of fuel reduction work done by private landowners. Most of our land in this county is privately owned. So if that's you, those fuel reduction efforts really matter. It's important to do that work. Make sure you have buffers around your house where fuels have been reduced to make it more possible to defend your structure should it need to be defended, or for it to survive without defense. Because sometimes we don't have as many resources as there is fire to match. So yeah, and with that, fire season's not over. Take it seriously and be prepared, especially go bags, have a place to go, all of that.
Perfect. Thank you for all those comments. And thank you again, Chief Greenberg, for all your efforts here.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thanks. So with that, we will go ahead and take a comfort break. And we're going to make it a quick one. We'll come back here at 11 a.m. sharp. Yes, I know. We got a lot. Thanks.
We're live and ready when you are, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and welcome back, everyone, to the September 9th board meeting. We are now going to move on to item 9B. That is an item to approve and authorize agreement number 25063B with Napa Valley Tourism Corporation to serve as the Owners Association for the Napa Valley Tourism Improvement District from June 16th, 2025 to June 15th, 2035. Good morning, Ms. Craig.
Good morning, Chair and Supervisors. Becky Craig, Assistant CEO. I am here as a continuation of a project that we started last year, which was the renewal of the management district plan for our tourism improvement district. And today we are bringing forward the contract that delegates the operations of the district to the governing body, which is the Napa Valley Tourism Corporation. The district plan has lots of points in there. It is the guiding document. This corporation agreement is the delegation of that to the corporation governing board. And the points within that agreement have been well thought out, have been negotiated, and have been presented to the corporation. The corporation adopted this agreement a couple of weeks ago, and now it is before this board for ratification, so that way we can proceed through the next 10-year period of operations. And me and County Council are available for any questions, but I also want to defer to Supervisor Cottrell. She is your delegate to the Tourism Corporation and has been at the front and center in all these meetings, so she can provide additional insight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Craig. And yeah, I would love to provide, thank you for that overview and the explanation of where we are today. And just a quick recap, as Ms. Craig mentioned, this board, or our previous board, last December approved the management district plan for its renewal going forward. And also, Visit Napa Valley and Napa Valley Tourism Corporation signed their renewal contract. So those two documents are already in place, and this is the third document. This is between the county and NVTC. And other documents that NVTC is working on include some updates to its bylaws, a job description for an independent contractor, and an MOU to help lay out the path moving forward for how NVTC and VNV can best work together. And the other piece, and those don't need to come before this board for review, but they're responsive to something that this board asked for back in December. In approving the management district plan, the board made 5 recommendations to NVTC, and I kind of wanted to run through those this morning. And those, if I can find them, included that NVTC hire an independent contractor to provide the administrative services for NVTC. And so that's something that NVTC is looking into and working on what that job description would look like. I also want to share with the board that thank you, CEO Alsop, for suggesting that the county could provide some partial clerical services for those, like taking the minutes for the meetings and things like that. So I think that would be helpful. Right now, VNV staff is doing that, which is helpful, and it's probably something that's outside the scope of what their contract requires them to do. So I think it would be appropriate for the county to provide that support. A second recommendation was that NVTC form an ad hoc governance committee to conduct a full review and provide recommendations regarding governance for NVTC, VNV, and the local governing committees. And NVTC has set up an ad hoc that spent the last 6 or 9 months looking at those. So I wanted to give a shout out to folks on the ad hoc committee. And the ad hoc has drafted an updated set of bylaws and also this memorandum of understanding that I mentioned last week at our NVTC meeting. We began discussions of those, so that is something underway. And then we had also the recommendations that ad hoc was to go through included, again, changes to the bylaws, addressing potential conflicts of interest, including limiting the VNV executive director to a non-voting board member, helping NVTC improve its understanding of fiduciary duties. That was another recommendation from the board. Considering increasing the percentage of the assessment fund allocated to local destinations from 24% to 26%. And for the new board members, I apologize, I think I'm diving right into the weeds here, but in the management district plan, there's a call out about a percentage that goes to the destination marketing organization and what stays with the local jurisdictions. So this recommendation, when the ad hoc committee looked at it, we realized that is actually in conflict with the MDP, with the management district plan. So that is not a recommendation that is being implemented, but the ad hoc and the entire NVTC committee is continuing to look at what are best ways for the local jurisdictions to be supported by VNV, and how do the dollars make sense working with the local jurisdictions. So I can go into more of that detail, but I did want to call that one out as a recommendation that ultimately was acknowledged to be in conflict with the management district plan. Another recommendation was to consider increasing representation from Up Valley small hoteliers and Up Valley chambers. And then a final one, recommendations to improve clarity on how assessment revenue is spent in each local jurisdiction. And then the final recommendation was that the NVTC report back to the Board of Supervisors on its progress. So that is what I'm attempting to do here today. On the item of increasing representation, one of the challenges there, again, is that the management district plan sets out a number of representatives on the NVTC board, and to increase the size of the board would again change the terms of the management district plan. So instead of pursuing that, we've been looking at how to make it clear how there is support and representation from each jurisdiction. And then recommendations to improve clarity. I think that's, part of this is difficult to contract out. It's saying, how do we work to improve communication and make sure that each jurisdiction and NVTC members understand how dollars are being spent? And so, again, this is a work in progress in terms of some of these items, and then others have been addressed. So hopefully that is somewhat of a helpful update. I think because we still are working on the bylaws and this potential memorandum of understanding, it would be great to have a board item in another 6 months to just say, hey, how are things going? But I did want to report to the board that a lot of good progress has been made, and I think we're working on ways to improve communication between NVTC, VNV, and the local jurisdictions who are, this really is a vision of how we all work together to promote the Napa Valley and tourism up and down the valley. And so holding on to that view of everyone working together, and also understanding that we want to make sure that people are getting what they need. If they have concerns, there's a place for them to convey those and get feedback and be able to take input too. So I hope that is helpful. At this point, I will ask if there are any questions, or I could also open it up for public comment at this point. But I'll turn to my colleagues to find out if there are specific questions. Supervisor Ramos.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair Cottrell, for all your work on this. And I appreciate the explanation that the contributions to the individual jurisdictions, the support of the individual jurisdictions would be contrary to the district management plan. I would assume, but I'll just go ahead and ask, is that the same result regarding what we had talked about, the district holding back funds for the payment, the 1/3 contribution of the Board of Supervisors attending the Great Wine Capitals, because right now that money coming from Visit Napa Valley is a non-governmental entity, yet it has taxation authority money. And so I'm wondering if that item was discussed in regards to holding back the contribution that is made towards the board's attendance to the Great Wine Capitals.
Thank you, Supervisor Ramos. I'm going to look to Ms. Craig or Ms. Schultze for comment on this one.
At this time, we did not address that in the development of this, but it is definitely within that purview to have further discussion at the corporation level for processing for next year's Wine Capitals event.
And I see Ms. Schultze coming up to the microphone too.
Thank you, Tracy Schulze, Audit Controller. I was not aware of this, but one of the things that I'm not, so they contribute to the Great Wines Capital through Visit Napa Valley?
Yes, so we do receive contributions that offset the cost of the board attending the Great Wine Capitals, which is incredibly helpful and generous. But from my perspective, if the money is already starting from an assessment and utilizing, my words are it's assessment authority. Sorry,
yes.
Utilizing assessment authority. To me, it seems instead of having that dollar travel 2 times over, the most transparent form would seem to me that it remains with the district and the corporation and comes back to the county there, as opposed to traveling all the way under the 74% to Visit Napa Valley and then coming back.
Okay, so the district management plan does specifically, say the percentages, and having it go through the corporation, Visit Napa Valley, and back to the county is what's in question. There's also tax implications for the corporation and Visit Napa Valley to make sure that their revenues and expenditures and everything's transparently shown there. So that it's government accounting. Moving the money from bucket to bucket to bucket, it does seem redundant, but it's also the flow of the funds and how the funds are being spent. So we would have to take a look at that to see what benefits it would be to do direct versus having it flow through. But the biggest concern is those percentages. 74% goes to the marketing, and then how we determine that is spent goes after that. So there might still be back and forth, is what I'm saying.
And that is, I'm fine if that is the answer, but I think that since we are looking at a contribution coming back to the county under a specific under a specific fund for the Great Wine Capitals attendance, I think it's incumbent upon us to ask the question of whether that needs to be called out separately. But I don't know the answer.
Sure. Okay, thank you. I'll look into that more.
Yeah, no, that seems like a great one for us to report back on in that 6-month time window. Thank you, Supervisor Ramos. Supervisor Gallagher, and then Alessio and Manfrey.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank you for clarifying all of those points, the recommendations that we made in December of 2024. Just in reading the board letter, it really didn't give any kind of update in terms, and I was expecting that. I think we were expecting that sometime this summer. So those were really the questions that I had, and I thank you for going through that. And I know that that's really important to our Up Valley partners, and want to make sure those discussions happen. And I agree, it would be great to have another follow up in probably March or somewhere over the next 6 months to just see how those other discussions have played out. So thank you for making that report.
Thank you. Supervisor Alessio.
very similar to what Supervisor Gallagher just said. I'd love to have a written copy of the recommendations and the progress made, and thank you, Chair Cottrell, for your leadership and involvement in that. You know, I know that there's concerns that were identified up Valley through Calistoga, and I thank the mayor and councilman for being here from Calistoga. But just some other residents just in general had some questions and concerns, and what's happened, I think the work that has been done is going to pay off. I do think that, you know, and believe in what Visit Napa Valley does for our community. We are on a global stage. We need a global marketing arm that can reach at that level. And it's very competitive, as we know, especially these days with all the other, you know, the headwinds that our wine industry is facing, which is going to have a trickle-down effect and affect every single person in the cities and the valley, because it all will impact the revenues from the hotel tax, the sales tax. Hopefully won't impact property tax, but we will definitely see that happen in conjunction with the other things that are happening on the federal level of not having funds. So I'm a little worried about all this trifecta of challenges, fiscal challenges that is probably heading our way. But I do, I believe in the TIDs and the work of the TIDs. I'm honored to be on a member of the county TID. I see I have a couple other members here. I thank them for their leadership and all that they do. But it's really crucial that that we move forward and we support this. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alessio. Supervisor Manfree.
Hi there. I have a higher level question. And yeah, thanks for that really helpful update and for all the work it takes to get to the point of making a really helpful update. It's a lot. So a higher level question is, we're about to start the process of working on our general plan, and I realize this is a separate district, but I'm wondering if those two things interface and how if we're setting the agenda for this entity, and then within 2 years, 3 years, setting a whole agenda for the county that's going to include a whole lot of community input, how those things will relate or if they will relate. So I don't know if there's anyone here who can answer that, but that's my question.
Part of the general plan update with the baseline data report, we did connect in the CEO's office with the planning staff that this would be a part of our economic development part. So yes, the tourism is definitely a key piece of our economic development efforts in the county, along with our lake development and our airport. So those three key pieces will be further developed as we proceed.
Great. Thank you, Supervisor Manfree. I also want to thank, before I open public comment, I know we have VNV staff here, and we have a couple of VNV board members and a former board member, and so want to thank everyone for being here, as well as the mayor of Calistoga and the CEO of Calistoga Chamber. So thank you all for being here. And also the chair of VNV, Ed Costa, has joined the NVTC board. So I'm looking forward to welcoming Ed to that board, and I think it will be another great opportunity for building communication and collaboration. So with that, I will go ahead and open it for public comment.
Good morning, Rex Stoltz again, Napa Valley Vintners, representing a lot of wineries here in Napa Valley. Big picture perspective, and this is a good discussion, and thanks for all the work that you've put into this, Supervisor Cottrell. But big picture perspective, headwinds is a term that we're hearing more often than we would like in the Napa wine industry. In fact, Supervisor Alessio just used it again a minute ago, and rumor has it you might hear and learn more about the reasons for that this afternoon. But a strong and successful Visit Napa Valley is critical to our local economy, including the Napa wine industry. And for those reasons, we are, really looking forward to this moving ahead. And so they're fully empowered and really can do the job they're set out to do. I think it was also Supervisor Alessio that said that we are really on a world stage. We are America's great wine capital. And it's just important that we're all moving in the same direction successfully. So thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning, supervisors, and thank you, Supervisor Cottrell, for your summary, very good summary of all the work that's been done in the last 6 months, and thank you, Board, for continuing to monitor the recommendations which were appended to the approval last December. So I appreciate that you are still working on those and interested in them. Calistoga City Council also appended recommendations to its approval. Its participation, you may recall, was uncertain back in December, but the council did approve participation with a couple of recommendations, and they have been worked on to some extent in the subcommittee, which I've been a member, and a lot of work has been done with the subcommittee, and I want to encourage the Board of Supervisors to adopt the suggestion that Supervisor Cottrell has made to review the recommendations that were included in this board's approval, as well as the approval by the City Council of Calistoga. So that's important, that the conditional approval that is approving this documents before you, conditioned on a return in 6 months or so, reporting on the progress, that approval would recognize all the progress that's been made on this project, on this reapproval, and it would also express good faith towards a city like mine, where the enthusiasm was, I'll say, lukewarm perhaps on this. I do want to remark that as a representative of Calistoga and the hotels, some of the hotels in Calistoga are not interested in participating. And it does remain unclear to me why elected bodies such as the council that I serve on or this Board of Supervisors does basically, by virtue of this program, compel hotels to participate even when it's not a part of their business plan. So that's not before us at this moment, but it remains an open question why there should be a compulsory participation and not voluntary, when trade associations can certainly be formed without the very complicated involvement of elected bodies like yours or mine. However, my last remark is to encourage you to approve this before you, with the condition that it's revisited in the 6 months or so to check those additional recommendations by your board and by the City Council of Calistoga. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Williams. Good morning, Mr. Reichert.
Good morning. I don't really have much to add what Mayor Williams said, but I did want to thank you for all of your work and the mayor for all of his work on getting this together. And I know Calistoga has been a little bit of a challenge in the process, but we have passionate hoteliers and lodging community up there that really feel that we need to be represented up Valley. So I hope that in 6 months when we come back that there's a lot more oomph and a lot more meat on the bone for Up Valley in this agreement. So thank you for all your work, Supervisor Cottrell. It's been great working with you on this and the mayor, so thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room? Mr. Schindel. I pre-announced you.
Good morning. Thank you for your patience and your commitment to all of these very vital topics. Chairman Cottrell and the Board of Supervisors, thank you very much for all that. I'm appreciative of doing the Pledge of Allegiance today because I became a U.S. citizen under a year ago, and I knew every word. I'm Don Schindel. I'm the general manager at the Westin Berryessa Napa, and I am to blame for all of this. I am the founding board member of the Napa Valley Tourism Corporation in 2010, and I've been the chairman of Visit Napa Valley and on that board. Last year, I stepped down from both boards based on the fact that I needed to focus more on my hotel than I did everything else. And so Our objective in 2010 was to change Napa Valley from a series of day trippers from the city to here, to turn them into overnight guests, which then generates revenue for restaurants, commercial, retail, as well as hotels, therefore benefiting the local communities for transit occupancy tax, TID tax. 2010, there was no tourism bureau. It was a very small office in the downtown core that did not benefit lodging or hotels or restaurants or wineries. And so it was a really strategic decision for us to benefit that. I was very supportive of this organization, the Tourism Corporation and Visit Napa Valley then, and I am more supportive of it today. It works. This organization recovered from the pandemic better than any other organization in the state of California. There was so much effort put in by Visit Napa Valley that we recovered and therefore have benefited from that. The other thing I will say is we have a commitment to workforce housing that a lot of organizations do not. Part of our funding is 1%, and it goes specifically for workforce housing. We addressed the concerns that were made public about housing associates, not just ours, but all associates in the valley. So you're going to hear a lot about the financial benefits and what is brought, but the TID and the TOT for not just the cities, but the county and the general funds of all the cities is crucial to our success. So I support this more than 100%, and I pledge to you to please support this energy. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schindel, and congrats on becoming a citizen. Good morning, Mr. Davis.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for having this discussion this morning. Appreciate seeing y'all. I sent everybody an email last night with, I think, what was like the greatest takeaway from a lot of what Visit Napa Valley has been doing lately, and that's like our report card. When we think about all the different metrics that we get measured against in hospitality, the one that I think matters most in hotel speak is the occupancy, your rate, and as that relates to your RevPAR results. And I just want to call out that, like, when we think about like where we are today, we can't take it for granted that we're sitting at this amazing place where Napa County July year to date is sitting at a RevPAR of 254 compared to our next closest wine country competitive market in Monterey at 171. That is a really unique position that we could lose anytime. I would go so far as to add also that I think that there's even more data in here that we haven't yet been able to really master and communicate out to the wider valley, but it deserves to be said that, you know, while there's a lot of disparaging around Napa being overpriced and expensive, I personally don't subscribe to that philosophy. Instead, I think we have kind of a different level of need for every demand. And so that's what makes Napa very unique and different. Yes, you can pay for $1,000 per person wine tasting in Napa, but you can also find a lot of under $50 wine tastings in Napa. But good luck in other wine countries finding a wine tasting for $1,000 per person. That's part of the allure of this destination. I personally subscribe to the belief that we don't have enough room inventory in the valley yet. I think that also is told in how we have a competitive edge as it relates to our ADR. And Jess Lander in her article just a couple weeks ago covered that really well. I think it was very poorly written, but I think that she did tell the story that we need more hotels here to lower our ADR, increase our supply, give more people a chance to come in to visit, and help support all of the businesses that are in Napa, including our very own wine train. I would say, though, that one of the things that I really want you all to focus on, if I can, and I'm happy to take any time with you to help walk you through my understanding of how to read this report, is how well the different jurisdictions within Napa are doing. And hats off to Visit Napa Valley that after all the time that I've been here, St. Helena, and having been a GM at Harvest Inn for 4 years, St. Helena finally has its own jurisdiction so we can see how it's performing. So that, to me, is a measurable improvement because now we've got clarity on data. When we look at how we're doing, when we think about like our neighboring counties, we think about like that American Canyon performing a very valuable service at a 109 RevPAR. When we look at the city of Napa coming in at 218, that's budget affordable compared to all of the other counties that we compete against and with the majority of our room inventory. But holy cow, Yountville at 371 is, you would say rock star status, except they're the one that are trending down. One could argue that that rate might be a little bit too high because they're yielding down on occupancy. But congratulations to St. Helena sitting at 382, leading that wave. And Calistoga, like you guys are receiving a lot of great benefit from Visit Napa Valley marketing effort with a very solid 336 RevPAR. So thank you for your time this morning. I hope that we can get to yes on this. Time's not on our side.
Thank you so much. Good morning.
Good morning. How's everybody? Good. My name is Rachel, and I am the general manager of the Napa Valley Marriott, and I'm very proud to lead that hotel. You can see the numbers. Nathan just did a great job speaking about some of the numbers. You all understand that, visitors bring $2.5 billion annually into Visit Napa. You can see the graphs that show that we're performing better than some of our competitors, that we're doing a really great job. But I'm not here because I have some deep passion for tax code. I am here to make sure that I'm here to represent Gloria, our director of housekeeping, who's been at our hotel for 16 years. I'm here to make sure that we can talk about Laura, who works in our laundry department and just celebrated 30 years at the Napa Valley Marriott last week. I'm here to make sure that we remember there are front desk team members that are interested in making a career in hospitality. I'm making sure that our bartenders are being heard because they see that impact when occupancy is down. Your vote today impacts actual people. It impacts who I can hire. It impacts how I can pay for people to be there. It impacts what their wages are going to look like. It is very apparent if you look at the July Napa County numbers, we got to 98% of 2019. Nobody else is in that ballpark. We really are outperforming everybody else. Visit California had a meeting a couple weeks ago, and during that meeting, they said flat is the new up. And that may be true for everybody else, but that's not true for us. We are continuing to drive and we're continuing to do more, and I think Visit Napa is a really big part of that. We are able to compete with these other areas that have full group convention centers, even though we do not have that. We have an absolutely incredible county with amazing towns that offer different things to different guests, unique experiences. There's a lot of passion in this county, and I know all of you can see that. A rising tide lifts all ships. So if we're marketing to the correct people, we're going to get more people into this entire county, and it's going to help everyone. We're not against each other's towns. We've talked a little bit about, hey, does this town getting what they want? Is this town getting what they want? We're all on the same boat, and we need to all be rowing in the same direction. And if you find yourself in hospitality thinking that that you're right and you're on the other side of this, you should really take a second to look around and see who's around you. Right, 74% of hoteliers voted for this TID tax to be for folks to pay for it. So I just want to make sure that we don't sit here and spend too much time just focused on the politics itself. This is about making sure that we're continuing to drive people into the county of Napa, and I think we're doing a great job. We can agree and disagree on strategies, on display spend, on how we spend our SEO or what our SEO looks like. We can talk about what trade shows we should attend and what we shouldn't attend. But you don't have to look at a lot of graphs to be able to see that we are driving our hotel forward. I am here to make sure that my team is being represented, and I'm here to make sure that guests can continue to get to know this incredible place that we call home. And little girls who are like me, whose first job was siphoning pipe in a cotton field, can find their career and find a place where they're really taken care of. I really, really hope that you all vote yes. And if you vote no, please be ready to talk about what the alternative looks like. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Costas.
Good morning, everyone. Excuse me, those I don't know, my name is Ed Costa. I'm the managing director of Carneros Resort and Spa, and I've been for almost 9 years now. In addition, I'm the chair of the board of Visit Napa Valley, board member of the Napa County Tourism Improvement District, and now a board member of the Napa Valley Tourism Corporation. I literally have to read this because I can't remember all these titles. As you know, there's been a long process to get to where we are today, and I urge you all to approve this agreement that we have before us. The Tourism Improvement District is such an important part of the success of Visit Napa Valley and the hospitality industry in particular. Visitors to Napa Valley spend $2.5 billion annually supporting local businesses. These visitors generate close to $108 million in tax revenue as well that support many of our community services such as public safety, parks, and road improvements. The TID assessment has helped drive transient occupancy tax. Additionally, that has brought revenues of more than $600 million for us. We wouldn't be where we are today without all the work that Visit Napa Valley has done. I've personally seen the growth over the 9 years that I've been here, and it's so impressive to see what has happened despite even issues like COVID, where we've recovered so much faster than others. I've worked in different cities across this country and have never seen the work that's done and the success similar to what has happened with Visit Napa Valley. In August, the lodging community by overwhelming majority, about 74%, voted to continue to assess its overnight guests, a 2% fee to use for destination marketing. This is our guests that are paying this tax. It is important that we move forward and approve this management district plan the way that it is today. Nathan shared several of the points I had previously expected to share. But again, the growth here in July alone was 6.5% in hotel lodging year over year, whereas our entire competitive set lost, except for the city of San Francisco, which really came from a place that really needed a lot to grow. So we're the only ones that have grown. Year to date, we've grown 4%, where much of our comp set has lost. When you look at the comparison to 2019, lodging revenue has grown 25.2%. That's an astonishing number compared to anyone else to see. So it's been a huge success the way it has been now, and I urge you to approve this so we continue moving forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Costa. Anyone else in the room? Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Hanson.
Good morning. Is it morning still? Okay. Jerry Hansen, CEO of the Napa Chamber of Commerce. I am also on the board of directors for Visit Napa Valley, and I just want to thank you for the work that it took to get here to this day. I know that this has been a long and protracted process, but sometimes we have to have difficult conversations with friends to get to the place where we all need to be. And I really appreciated the comments earlier from several commenters about working together. And I'm going to use an analogy that may or may not fit, but a year and a half ago, we had this huge windstorm. And we have a house that's got several stands of mature redwood trees. And I was getting a little nervous because I was wondering, gosh, is this going to affect these trees? And I Googled how redwood trees respond to wind. And I found out something really interesting is that you often see redwood trees growing in numbers, multiples together in small groves. And it's because while their root systems are not extraordinarily deep, they knit together underneath the ground. And they hold each other up when there's winds. So if one sways, the other one picks it up from under the ground. And I feel like that's what we're all talking about today. We heard a presentation this morning about workforce. We heard a presentation about how we all work together in the fire. Next, you're going to hear about housing and how to made the rent reports are very interesting. And thank you, Supervisor Manfrey, for bringing up the general plan and how tourism is really economic development and how all of these pieces work together to hold each other up underneath the ground. Sometimes it's not visible, sometimes it's messy, but I think we really need to get there together. And approving this agreement today actually allows us to continue the conversations, the things that are still left to be determined. We can't do any of those things until we have this in place so that we can move forward together. It may surprise you that the Napa Chamber of Commerce is the only chamber of commerce aside from the Hispanic Chamber that is not serving as a destination management center for that jurisdiction or the Welcome Center. That's the other chambers do that. But we work on economic development and advocacy and membership engagement and development, and we rely on strong partners like Visit Napa Valley, like Downtown Napa Association, who is the TID recipient for the City of Napa, the Workforce Alliance, the Housing Coalition, Commission. So we all work together on that, and I really appreciate the work that it took to get here, but I am hoping that we can get this across the finish line so that we can really start doing the work. Even when the headwinds turn to gale force, we have a strong root system, and I think we can get there.
Thank you, Ms. Hanson.
John Dunbar. This time it's former mayor of Yountville, not the Napa Expo guy. I did want to point out a couple things just to give some context. I started as mayor in 2010, right when Don Schindel did all this. But I was also serving for 12 years on our local Yountville Tourism Improvement District Board. And we were able to work with our Chamber of Commerce and customize some of the things that our community and thankfully our hoteliers wanted for the experience that we were promoting in Yountville. And I'm assuming all the other jurisdictions are doing that as well. We also, and thankfully we had Steve Rogers, our retired town manager, on the parent board so that we were very active working with the General TID and Visit Napa Valley for all those years, these 15 years that we were doing this. At the time, and Rex, don't correct me if I'm wrong, but I remember in those early days, Sonoma County was far outspending Napa County on marketing itself, and we felt that. And then we got our act together through Visit Napa Valley and these improvement district funds, and we have accelerated and really improved our market share, I'll say. Meanwhile, we're seeing in our neighbor to the west, Sonoma, considering a wine improvement district to try to raise new funds for marketing. We're seeing down in Monterey County, the Vintners and Growers Association closing its doors because their membership cannot afford to continue paying for their services. And just this morning I read about the largest grower, 3,000 acres of grapes in Monterey County, is ceasing operations because they can't sell their fruit. Those are talk about headwinds. Those are the realities that are before us, and we have a partner that knows us. We know them. We are friends. We are, kids are playing soccer and baseball and all that together, and so they know what is important to our Napa County and our community. And it goes beyond just the hoteliers. It's all of us. And I'm glad Rachel brought up the human side of this, that so many people rely on the wine industry and hospitality and our restaurants and our natural resources to enjoy what we are able to afford to do here. So I want to say thank you for supporting this extension. We don't have to wonder if Visit Napa Valley can be successful in this partnership. They've already proven it for over a decade. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Go for it, Mr. Fisher.
Thank you very much. I'm here today, to advocate for the adoption of the plan that we have before us and the overall tourism corporation deal. And I know that other people that have come to the podium, they've talked about the economics of how this has really benefited our valley. And what I wanted to do is give you an additional perspective. And because I'm now 61 years old, I need to ditch my glasses. I've called the Napa Valley now for over 25 years my home, and I want you to know that this place is really special. And I don't think you really appreciate it until you travel up Highway 29 and the Silverado Trail and see the continuous quilt of manicured vineyards and wineries that stretch from the eastern Vaca Range over to the Mayacamas Range, from Carneros all the way north to Calistoga. We have a diversity of soils, flora, fauna, and microclimates that I think is really unique in the world. Our valley has been blessed because we've attracted capital, passionate winemakers, vineyard managers, vineyard workers, proprietors that coax our soils for unrivaled wines that are at the top tier of the wines in the world. Our property values for the people that are here as residents have benefited from the desirability of living here because of that. Our grape economy evolved into what I refer to as a natural marriage with hospitality. And the way that I think of hospitality, in my mind, goes way beyond just a hotel room. Hospitality is inviting people in, making them feel welcome, and sharing your love of the land, the craft, and passion of making wine, and a commitment to celebrating exceptional meals that go with our exceptional wines. I think this is captured by Robert Mondavi's original commitment to the original Copy concept. That can be a conversation for later. Wine is more than a beverage. It is melded into special time with your family and friends that you invite into your table in your home. People are drawn here to see what makes us different, why our wines are spectacular, and experience the farm-to-table lifestyle that we live and celebrate through the year. They purchase wines from our vineyards, eat in our restaurants, bump around our local cities as their lodging place, and take home things from our retail shops. The visitors butter the bread of so many families and workers and entrepreneurs in our valley. Wine and hospitality is the backbone of our economy. Many people work in these trades directly, and suppliers to these businesses. Thank you very much for the beep. I would ask for a little bit of love. And if you expand that circle to the other businesses that sell their goods and services to the direct workers and supplier company workers, I think you ultimately end at 80% of our economy is based on wine and hospitality. I assert that if you really care about the welfare and family table economics of workers and families that live here, you must support our wine and hospitality businesses.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fisher.
You're gonna cut me off.
It's beautiful, but I think we should move on. But I appreciate your point.
May I say one more thing?
Sure.
Okay. Visit Napa Valley saved our bacon. It is absolutely the case that Visit Napa Valley's promotional activity at the height of COVID kept many of our businesses and their workers employed. We crushed every other county in the state of California in terms of attracting people here. It's true that our visitation numbers dropped after COVID, but I expect this to normalize. And then the final thing that I wanted to say is two things. One is, it's interesting to me that we're here before the Board of Supervisors talking about found money from an industry organization that's willing to promote our valley. And the other thing that I wanted to say is that I refer to it as a string of pearls that we have in the different jurisdictions that run up and down the valley. I think that these different jurisdictions really add to the diversity of what it is that really makes this place special. And I think that, while Calistoga may feel that it should get a bigger chunk of its own promotion budget, I think that they're so much better off basically riding the horse of what Visit Napa Valley can do going forward. And I think that the theme in my mind is that if we just have better communication between the jurisdictions and Visit Napa Valley, we can really highlight exactly what makes so much of this valley special.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your, yes, thank you.
All right. Anyone else in the room or on the phones? One caller. Okay.
Lisa, are you there?
Lisa, are you there? Yep. Oh.
Okay. Can you mute?
Yes, I am here.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes. Thanks for your patience.
Good morning or midday, and I would like to very much thank Supervisor Cottrell for your time on this issue. And so my name is Lisa Gift. I serve on the Calistoga City Council, and I know that there has been a lot of extra work that has gone into this. And again, I really appreciate that time, and I would like to also thank everyone who has spoken. I want to start by saying that the work that's being done by our destination tourism partners is paramount to all of our bottom lines. But the issue that I had brought forward from Calistoga and continue to bring forward is an issue of representation. It's not asking for more than our share or taking from others. According to the most recent STR data, Calistoga has 790 hotel rooms. That is nearly double American Canyon and slightly more than the entire unincorporated county area. Yet under the current MDP, Calistoga does not have representation proportional to its lodging base. Instead, Calistoga is grouped with St. Helena and Yountville, these jurisdictions all, with fewer or less rooms to share that local governing committee structure. This means to us here in Calistoga that our hotels, which contribute far more than the assessment pool, are given the same voice as communities with half or even a quarter of our lodging base. I understand when the district was first formed in 2010, a uniform model was adopted as a compromise to bring every jurisdiction to the table. But there is growth. 15 years later, that compromise is leaving Calistoga undervalued in the governance process. The reality is that our lodging base is larger and our ADR is among the highest in the valley. And we have 129 more rooms coming on in 2027 and another 97 rooms that just broke ground at Indian Springs. I really want to be clear that this is not about taking seats away from our neighbors or asking for more marketing than any of our neighbors, because as was said earlier, and I fully support, a rising tide lifts all boats. We're all in this together. But each jurisdiction does play a unique role. It should also be about fairness, which is why I'm asking the board as we move forward to please acknowledge this imbalance in representation. I also would really like to see the NVTC review that MDP and update the representation so it's tied more closely with the lodging supply, not based on something that was built in 2010 at that time. Calistoga is always happy and proud to be a key anchor to Napa Valley tourism. And with nearly 800 rooms and some of the highest ADRs in the valley, our lodging partners drive significant revenue for the MVPID. It's only fair that our representation at the table reflects our role in funding this district. I really thank you guys for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Gift. All right, so we'll go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the board for questions or discussion and a motion. Supervisor Gallagher.
Okay, someone goes first. Thank you to everybody for your comments. I'm very much in favor of moving this forward. I don't think it makes sense to condition the motion on a future discussion. But I think there's maybe a way to just emphasize that we'd like to make sure that those conversations continue. I think Councilmember Gift makes a good point that I'm sure it's worth discussing representation and proportionality and those kinds of things, especially since maybe the original agreement was after a different goal at that time when it was first put together. So things evolving, yes, that absolutely makes sense. I don't think that conditioning the approval on that is really appropriate. But I will, just to kick this off, I will go ahead and make the motion to approve the agreement number 250463B with Napa Valley Tourism Corporation to serve as the Owners Association for the Napa Valley Tourism Improvement District from June 16, 2025 through June 15, 2035.
Thank you, Supervisor Gallagher. So there's a motion on the table. Supervisor Alessio and then Supervisor Manfrey.
I'd first off like to say I'd like to second that motion without any hesitation. I do appreciate the perspective from Calistoga and from the mayor and chamber and Councilmember Gift. I'm a little, I have to say, I understand their point, but I also understand another side of that, how I look at the long term. You know, I think that we've all greatly benefited from Visit Napa Valley. And those who've been here for decades and decades, like myself, growing up before it was a real, wine region of the world, and before we became a destination, a worldwide destination, we all get to gain. It is the tide rises all ships. If I said that correctly. Actually, I like Jerry Hansen's analogy better. It's really of us working together and having a unified message and a marketing outreach and plan that can share our story. And what's so beautiful about Napa County, in addition to all we're blessed with this environment, is similar to what Mr. Fisher said, is that each jurisdiction, each city and town is unique. It's like a family. Every single sibling has their own personality, their own character. And so when somebody comes to Napa County, they get to visit all those individual characters and all the little, the traits and the unique qualities of each of those communities and how those communities represent the history of Napa County, which was started on hospitality. That's how it started. It started because of the hot springs, because people in San Francisco, A, didn't have running hot water, and B, they were cold, especially in the summertime. So they would get on the ferries and wagons and come up to Napa and enjoy all the hot springs. Not to mention the very first business in the city of Napa was a bar, the Empire Saloon, right here on the corner of 3rd and Main. So, consumption and the evolution of our wine industry that really started with George Sillon planting grapes for the Catholic Church, and to the point of where that expanded and people saw all the benefits here, and how that gives back to our community, to all our residents in all these jurisdictions. So it's hard for me, as much as I hear Calistoga's perspective, that's a gift that was given to Calistoga decades and decades and decades ago, along with all of our jurisdictions. And it's going to ebb and flow. We saw the boom of Yountville and how Yountville changed. And to be honest with you, I wasn't really excited when the first big hotel landed in Yountville, because my family has been there forever, and I was like, oh, they're changing Yountville. This is so different. This is a stretch of my imagination. But look what it's done. And that was they actually kind of showed the way of what is possible and how that can benefit their city and their residents. So I'm going on here. I'll stop because it's getting late. But just want to share those few thoughts. Thank you, everybody, for your comments. Thank you, Rachel. That was my first job, by the way. Holiday Inn. I was a bus girl in the restaurant. So I love the fact that you also recognize all the workers in the workforce in hospitality and in the wine industry too. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alessio. Supervisor Manfree.
Thank you, Chair Cottrell. There's no doubt that Visit Napa Valley has made a really meaningful contribution to the local economy over the last, 15 years now. And I think a big part of that success has been flexibility in responding to changes as they come up. And I hope that we'll retain that flexibility in thinking and a lot of creativity going forward, because we never know what's around the corner. And I brought up the general plan earlier, and I think that it will be important to continue to have a conversation about how to meet the needs of the community alongside the needs of and interests of people who are attracted here because of the amenities. So I look forward to those conversations in the years ahead. And also to continuing this conversation in a few months. And that's basically what I have to say right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Manfree. Supervisor Ramos, did you have anything you wanted to say at this point? Okay, great. Well, so I also am supportive of this of where we are, and getting this agreement signed is a really important next step. I also appreciate what I've heard from my colleagues, that there's interest and engagement in an update in 6 months. I agree, Supervisor Gallagher, I don't think conditioning any, putting an agreement on pause makes sense, but it's important, I think, that we stay engaged and listen to all the partners, right? So that the work that NVTC continues to do on the bylaws, the provisions of the MOU, the job description of an independent administrator, and Supervisor Ramos, your question about the Great Wine Capitals, I think that's something else that can be addressed too. So I think I would make this as a referral to staff, that we bring back an item, and I think it would be a great time to get updates from the range of partners. We could get VNV, NVTC, and jurisdictions, or some way that's a lot of people. But I think it would be great to make sure that we've got lots of voices in the room, because as we've heard, it's such an important time that make sure we're all working well together. So with that, we've got a motion and a second, and we've got direction to the board, or excuse me, to staff, to bring something back in about 6 months. I will go ahead and ask for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. And with that, we are going to power through to our next item, and which is to receive a presentation regarding the Made the Rent report. Thank you so much, Ms. Palmer, for your patience. This does feel like we're on a continuum of lots of parts of the things that work together. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Jennifer Palmer, Director of Housing and Community Services, and I am joined on the screen here by Dr. Josh Shipper with Generation Housing. Josh is going to give the lion's share of this presentation, and I will turn it over in 1 sec. I just want to give a little bit of framing for this. This is the third report we've brought in partnership with Generation Housing over the last 2 years that are focused on our housing stock and housing investment and housing policy. The first report was the State of Housing report. That took a sort of typographical and almost like an anthropological look at the housing inventory that exists in the Valley. So what size and type of rental and for sale housing do we have, and why? When was it built, and who was it built for? The second report was the Housing Needs Assessment, which is looking at what do we have versus what do we need? What's the workforce? What's the family makeup? And what are the economics of who needs to be able to live here, and where are those mismatches? This report took a very different approach in that this is a very human-centered look at what happens when we invest in housing that is affordable for the workforce, and also very traditionally affordable housing like capital AH, LIHTC funded affordable housing, not only from the data sources that exist around like census data and the American Community Survey, but also literally surveying the residents here who live in those projects to understand what is different. So this report is meant to be a continuum and continue to inform the larger conversation about what do we need for housing. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Josh, who is the Director of Special Initiatives with Generation Housing. He is the principal author and policy analyst for this report, and I just can't say enough good things about the team at Generation Housing and the amazing work they do. So with that, I'm now going to become Josh's slide changer while he presents. Sorry, Josh, your volume is super low right now. Let's see if we can.
Hang on, Josh. We're going to figure out your sound issue. If I could have someone from the AV room come by, that'd be great. Josh, can you say something? Okay, nothing still. Sorry, hold on.
that's why you can't hear his audio, I think.
No, because he's a panelist. So he's the only audio we can hear. Josh, can you say testing?
Testing.
There it is.
There we go.
Thanks, man.
Okay, you can hear me okay?
Yes, thanks for your patience. Go right
All
ahead.
right, no, of course.
We're going to advance the slides.
Great. Thank you so much. Thanks Director Palmer. Thanks Chair Cottrell, supervisors. Again, my name is Josh Shipper, Director of Special Initiatives for Generation Housing, and we are very excited to share the findings of this qualitative survey report, especially after the conversation that touched briefly on workforce housing just now. So thank you very much for asking us to present this survey research, which was commissioned by the Housing and Community Services Department. Special thanks to Director Palmer and her staff for helping us conceptualize aspects of the process and the survey itself. At Generation Housing, we take very seriously the task of understanding how to talk about housing and affordable housing, especially given all the misconceptions that may dominate discourse. And so the act of commissioning a report such as this, which is seeking to learn what affordable housing means to its residents, shows a real forward-thinking approach to perfect and understand how we would talk about affordable housing. And part of what I'm hoping to give you all, I won't address the full report, but just to give you a new way to think about what affordable housing means to residents from a perspective and a standpoint that centers real resident feedback. And the evidence I'm going to share with you very, very briefly today is to talk about how affordable housing does not just impact individual households, but it can truly shape the region, especially its workforce retention, anti-displacement, school enrollment issues. And so when you think about affordable housing from this point forward, we will just encourage you to think of it not as a siloed policy, but one that touches on a variety of areas and challenges that face the Valley. So I'll try to be very brief. I'll talk mostly about how residents benefit from affordable housing, and therefore, again, how elected officials and staff can utilize this language and begin to advocate for more affordable housing, assess it a bit more effectively, and evaluate its outcomes. I'll talk a little bit about how residents understand affordable housing as part of a larger system of low-cost options. There are many different ways in which people can and work to live affordably in Napa Valley. Some options provide very different benefits compared to others, and so I'll talk a little bit about that. And last, I'll just talk about how this may shape future ways to evaluate affordable housing. Overall, we're going to find that affordable housing is beneficial in many ways that we expected, and then in many ways in which we did not. And I'm hoping you'll have some questions for me about those findings. So let me just start really, really quickly. Thanks for advancing the screen. So the motivations. Oh, sorry. I'll go back to that motivations page. So very, very quickly, just to give you some context for how this arose. First and foremost, the truth is we do not have a great estimate for how affordable housing shapes the challenges faced by households and the region, from cost burden, workforce retention, so on and so forth, commuting. It is frankly not as typical or as common to survey residents as frequently and with as much detail who live in affordable housing as opposed to those that we expect to be struggling with rent, those facing market forces, those on the market. And so the types of questions that we put forward and asked residents of affordable housing is just not asked as often. And the problem with this is that many of us, and myself included, tend to imagine that when affordable housing works, it just kind of magically works. If you take the biggest expense that most of us have and that we know causes so many downstream effects on household budget, stress, job retention, and if you reduce that, you expect to see a reduction in financial stress, a greater capacity for spending on other goods and services. We know there are rough estimates that put most of the affordable housing units that we assessed, primarily LIHTC units, as Director Palmer mentioned, they're about 30% less in cost than most of the similarly sized units that you'd experience on the market. And so we would expect, our hypothesis going into this report was that we would find really strong and robust reduction in financial stress as a result of this comparative rent reduction. However, How this happens, whether it's a direct result of reduced rents or other factors, is not typically the focus of research. And so one of the purposes of this report is to understand what is exactly driving and mitigating the types of financial stress that many ELI or extremely low income and VLI or very low income residents in Napa Valley experience. Second, most of the reports that you may encounter on affordable housing stick to kind of a monetary assessment. So a cost benefit analysis or a market impact research. Very rarely do they ask residents how their choices and behavior and opportunity changes. This makes sense because affordable housing is a major investment. And so we want counties and jurisdictions to understand where their money is going. But the problem is it's very difficult to assess these kinds of outcomes in a quantified manner. There's many gaps in census data, and affordable housing providers themselves have very decentralized data on their residents. And as Jennifer Palmer's staff has helped us immensely to think about, many residents, myself, people included, just very difficult to report on your need. And so when you ask residents to think about how much they've saved and how much they're spending, you get really, really messy data. And so we designed, as Director Palmer noted, a much more human-centered approach that's focused on the choices and benefits that residents make. So questions on how often or how much difficulty you have affording food, whether you've skipped medical care, whether you've sought a second job, whether quality of life factors such as proximity to work and ability to afford childcare. We take a non-monetary approach to impact. So we're not just looking at your savings, but how do features or characteristics of affordable housing also impact financial stress, even if we find that residents are still paying amounts that are quite difficult to afford. And I'll get to that in a second. And last but not least, we ask residents to draw some comparisons between affordable housing, capital A, capital H, and other low-cost options on the market so that we could have a bit more of a crystal clear picture of what exactly it is about affordable housing, capital A, capital H, that is driving the outcomes that we're finding. Okay. Very quick few notes on the next slide about the survey design, just to give you a very, very quick sense of how we conducted this and what we found. If you can switch, go to the next slide if that's possible. Okay, oh, sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, that skipped again. It's the one before that on the survey design. No, maybe it's not there. Okay, yes, thank you very much. Okay. This report was released in April 2025. We had it circulate for about 2 months. These were to residents of low-income housing tax credit units, the most common form of public sector funded affordable housing. These are income restricted, subsidized, and managed units, as opposed to what you might find on the market low-cost options, which are unsubsidized and unmanaged. We reached a little bit around 300, maybe a bit more now, 300 households, reflecting residents who are employed, unemployed, part of the workforce, not part of the workforce, families, non-families, English and Spanish speaking, which we were very happy about. And part of what drove that participation is that we were very careful about the types of questions we asked. So one of the limitations of this report, and one thing you will not find as you peruse the pages, we especially in this political climate, we were very particular about the kinds of demographic information we asked. We did not ask your specific income, rent, immigration status, a particular type of employment, anything that we thought that residents would perceive as jeopardizing their potential eligibility or be read by any nonprofits such as Generation Housing. We reduce those. So we unfortunately can't give you a ton of demographic breakdown, but again, that was the goal, was to boost participation. Okay, all right. To give you a hint, the major findings that we experienced, then I'll go into a bit more detail. We began to get early responses and information from respondents of the survey that challenge the direct relationship between a rent reduction and financial relief. Again, I think most of us would assume that the major impact, the primary benefit of affordable housing is that it reduces rent and therefore reduces all the stressors associated with financial burden. However, what we ended up finding was that financial relief was not an outcome for all residents. And in fact, you're going to see that it was, in many, many cases, it was not the primary benefit cited by residents. In fact, what we found is that rents for many residents of affordable housing units remain too high based on their earnings and the additional cost of living in Napa Valley. And so we, much to our surprise, found that reduction in financial stress was not the primary benefit of affordable housing units. And again, I'll talk about why in a second. However, at the same time that we saw that, we saw major reductions in financial stress among many, if not most participants, in spite of the relatively high stress around the rents itself. We're going to show you that many of the non-monetary benefits of affordable housing that far outstripped financial benefits include things, and especially proximity to jobs and other amenities. So even if residents are paying more than they hoped, we start getting feedback that their ability to remain in the workforce or in their current job, have access to other job opportunities, so remain part of or remain close to work and other opportunities, to manage their schedules. All of this contributes to and mitigates financial stress that is caused by living in Napa Valley and living in an affordable housing unit that still requires some higher rent than is expected. Okay, I'll get to that in a second. Last but not least, we do find that there are particular benefits of affordable housing, capital A, affordable housing, compared to low-cost options on the market. These are going to be around stability, again, location, quality of home. So again, among all the options that residents have, if they're looking to make ends meet and their wages do not quite qualify them for market rate housing, the low-cost, market-based rents on the market, they may be lower and they may provide you benefits, but we found that residents reported greater stability, greater quality of housing, and greater access to jobs living in a deed-restricted affordable housing unit. Okay. All right, so let me go into a couple of findings. And again, this is really just a teaser, and we invite you to continue to read the report and ask us any questions. So again, if you asked members of the public, or maybe even residents themselves, what they thought the biggest benefit of living in an affordable housing unit would be, it would most likely be rent relief. We find that this is not the most obvious and primary benefit that residents cited. Reduced rent was not enough to ease financial stress. We found, and this is just one of our graphs, we find that just under half of the respondents report that their rent never leaves them with enough or sometimes not enough money to meet basic household expenses. This to us was a relatively major finding. 92% say that they never had more than enough left over for other expenses after paying rent. I want to say a few things very quickly. Yeah, thanks. I'll talk about this. Another way to sort of measure how people are able to afford rent includes their ability to, whether they are considering other options in order to afford rent. So we asked residents if indeed you are paying rent in affordable housing, have you or a member of your household considered any of the following actions since moving into your current home? We found a resounding number of residents said that they were considering second jobs. They are weighing paying through a credit card. They may ask for help to pay rent. These are all indicative, or these are indices of residents that are continuing to struggle to afford rent. I'll state very clearly that this is not a reflection of affordable housing units themselves. This is actually a reflection of national trends in which we find that because of the ways in which affordable housing units are constrained in their pricing and who they serve, not all residents are able to actually pay for a rent that is 30% or less of their income. So I'll answer some questions about that later, but the problem is not all residents are served by a rent reduction. All right, yeah. However, as I mentioned, we continue to see residents report major benefits to living in an affordable housing unit. The primary benefit we see comes from proximity to, access to, and location in relation to their job and workforce. So a vast majority reported that their affordable housing unit allowed them to stay or remain roughly the same distance to their current job as their last unit. 3 and 4 respondents, so 75%, predicted they would otherwise have been very likely to leave the county if they did not have access to this affordable housing unit. we asked follow-up questions on how this impacts your financial stress. We found massive decreases in the financial stress experienced by residents if they had an opportunity to live closer to work. So again, an astonishing roughly 90% of residents who had to move further away from their current job experienced financial stress, whereas those who were able to live closer and or equidistant saw massive reductions in financial stress. And again, just to be clear, we are asking about financial stress not as a marker of how much you're paying in rent, but overall stress on your household when it comes to finances as a result of non-monetary factors, in this case, proximity to jobs. So if an affordable housing unit can allow you to remain as part of a workforce, what we began to find was that residents experienced that as a decrease in financial stress. It becomes a mitigating or kind of a resiliency factor. I think that was a term that Director Palmer introduced to us. Okay, I'll speed through a few more of these. We found very similar impacts on the benefits of affordable housing units when it came to access to and proximity to amenities, especially things like childcare, your school district, other members of your family and community, healthcare spots where you may be familiar with your doctor. When residents had a chance to remain close to these types of amenities, their financial stress, their overall resiliency, their financial stress went down, their overall resiliency remained quite high. And that is again, just from the ability to remain close to or near amenities such as childcare, healthcare, schools, all that stuff. Finally, we see major decreases in financial stress if indeed residents reported that their unit was high in quality compared to a prior unit that they had lived in, often on the market itself. Affordable housing units are managed. They tend to be managed unlike low-cost market rate options or some market-based options. And so this was not surprising to us to find. However, what was surprising is that we found that this also played a big role in reducing financial stress. So again, access to these types of units, even if residents continue to pay higher rents than they might on the low-cost market, these benefits were game changers when it came to how comfortable a family was, how stable they felt, and again, how economically resilient they were. A couple of conclusions from this. Evaluating affordable housing just by a monetary basis really misses the big picture that how households are brought to a state of economic resiliency. So again, affordable housing clearly provides much more than reduced rents. It's essentially serving as a workforce displacement amenity, policy. It works as a tool for keeping families and communities intact and close to schools. It works as a mental health de-stressor. Last but not least, I'll wrap this up. What we find is that the reason that affordable housing units stand out from low-cost alternatives on the market is that they are immensely stable. So unlike low-cost alternatives on the market, which are disappearing at relatively drastic rates in Napa Valley, especially those located near low-wage job sectors, affordable housing has the opportunity to become a permanent part of a community and a permanent home for residents seeking this type of housing. Unlike non-income restricted housing units, which obviously jurisdictions have very little control over who lives there, income restricted housing units can attract and invite and keep housed residents who fit in the VLI or ELI income brackets. Napa Valley does experience what we kind of call challenges with sorting, where above moderate residents are often able to outbid and live in units that might be low cost and affordable to low wage earners. So affordable housing provides this additional benefit of targeting incomes. Again, that may be obvious, but what we found was that when residents who are eligible for these units surveyed the housing market, they found that this type of stability was immensely beneficial. And last but not least, the type of managed and sort of mandated oversight that is required by affordable housing units has a tremendous impact on boosting the economic resiliency of these families. We have a number of qualitative reports and feedback from residents who discussed what their prior residency looked like. So many talked about how they lived in a cheaper unit on the market prior to living in their affordable housing unit. However, it may have been in a garage or a subdivided unit. So affordable housing provides residents with a level of quality that is unmatched on the broader market. So I'll just end with this, and again, happy to take any questions. What I hope that this teaches us or causes us to think about as we begin to think about how to advocate for and evaluate affordable housing, the location of affordable housing matters tremendously. If and when public power is available to acquire and sell land to affordable housing providers, especially when that land is close to low-wage workforce centers, that alone can be a feature of affordable housing that exceeds the slightly higher rents that residents will pay. Even though this report is mostly focused on affordable housing, we think that, again, affordable housing is part of a broader system of low-cost options. In order to boost those options, we still recommend strong building incentives in order to produce low-cost housing that eligible tenants and residents can access. So right now they're occupied by moderate and above moderate owners. We do need more of that. So as part of an overall system, affordable housing has a role to play, but so do these low-cost market-based options. And last but not least, as we think about how we advocate for and evaluate affordable housing, thinking of it as a workforce displacement or anti-workforce displacement, school enrollment, retention policy, these are all things that we heard directly from residents, and we would encourage you to speak about it and think about it in those terms as well. So thank you. I know that was a little bit rushed, but we really encourage you to continue to read the report and ask us questions.
Thank you so much. That was super helpful. I'm going to open it up to questions. Supervisor Manfrey, did you have a question, or that's a
well, that was from
green
before,
light?
but I get it's a comment a little bit more than a question, which is just on one of those later points about higher earners in less costly rentals. Like I think it's not necessarily fair to frame it as though they're taking housing away from others who could not logistically pay as much, because you don't always know what somebody's personal situation is. They could be paying back costly student loans, they could be saving to buy, or they could just have a lot of family expenses that make it impossible for them to pay more, even though based on a third of their income, maybe they, that could be seen that way.
I think I just want to clarify what the prior reports had found is that because we have a fairly housing constrained market because of the ag preserve, and also given that a lot of our housing is occupied either as second homes or by retired folks, we don't have the naturally occurring affordable housing. We just don't have the flow in our market. So it's not to say that somebody's taking housing away. It's that some of our market dynamics don't work quite the way that they would in a larger jurisdiction, where the older housing inventory would be naturally occurring affordable to folks at the lower end of the economic spectrum just because it's older housing. Whereas here, because we don't have enough inventory, even those lower end homes are going at bidding wars when they come on the market. So that's where that data point is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask if there's any public comment in the room at this point or on the phones. Okay. Then I will bring it back. Are there any other questions? Supervisor Alessio and then Supervisor Gallagher.
Yes, I want to thank you for this report. Thank you very much. We know this has been a topic of concern for at least 10 years. When was the Napa Housing Coalition formed? Probably around 2016, 2017. Supervisor Gallagher was part of the initial formation of that. And, I'll tell you, people in Napa have been having second jobs for a very long time. And unfortunately, and at least a job and a half, and usually it's a couple household members. We've got multiple families who are living together. That's outside of a cultural, kind of aspect. It's just out of just true need for folks. And we also know the direct connection between quality, affordable housing, and quality health for our residents now and for future generations, those kids who are living in housing, having precarious housing, being so stressed and strapped down by rent. And I'm looking at the economic dashboard from the city of Napa that's available online. It shows that, and this is a median rent for primarily 1 and 2 bedrooms. Okay, so back in 2020, that it's reported the median rent in 2020 for on average 1 or 2 bedroom was over $2,300. If you look at today's, that's April 2020 to April 2025, it's just over $3,000, and that's for a 1 to 2 bedroom. That's the median. That is not sustainable in terms of creating a healthy community and supporting that next generation in our workforce. I will also say there's opportunity, and I totally agree. The deed-restricted affordable housing is the way to go. The Sonoma Napa Land Trust is a great model. The city's purchasing more property. We know about Harvest Middle School purchase, where they're going to be securing and make that deed restricted to affordable. And again, affordable is also subjective. What is affordable? For the majority of those who are working in what we talked about earlier, in our hospitality and wine industries and other industries. I'll be really frank. In 2017, I had worked 2 jobs for multiple years. There were a couple of years I didn't take a day off. I worked at the hospital in a great job, but didn't pay great. And I was close to my kids and where they went to school, so that was the payback to me that I was in town and near where my kids went to school. But then I also moonlighted on weekdays and every weekend in hospitality as a concierge. And it was still tough. I didn't have a lot of extra, and I still had a lot of stress, and that was 5 years ago. So, I just want to share and highlight the reality of this. That chronic stress, financial stress, is really bad for your mental health. Not to mention, you're not getting any days off of work, and you're not getting quality time with your children. So they're really latchkey kids, and that impacts them too. So this is a huge problem. Goes beyond Napa. I say whatever we can do as the county to partner with the city. And deed restricted housing that's going to be secure, that's going to be affordable, and that's going to be quality, I think is going to be really important. And in terms of the 60s and 70s is where we received the large proportion of single family homes that we have here in the city and the county. And that has to do with the industries at that time, with being Mare Island and Kaiser Steel and the basalt mines and all those, and healthcare. But, it's going to be interesting in what that's going to look like as the baby boomers continue to move out of those homes, whether it's through they're just passing on, or because I know we're trying to help people age in place, but that's not always going to be possible. And actually, housing for our older adults, we know that's a high critical area that's also affordable to support them. But that'll be interesting to see how and what the opportunity might be in terms of preserving our community that includes working families. And I do want to thank you for mentioning childcare. I'd really like to start weaving in, every time we talk about affordable housing, we talk about affordable childcare, because we need both. Burbank Housing is now creating models for their affordable housing to include childcare, because that's also the second probably highest cost barrier for working families. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alessio. Supervisor Gallagher.
Thank you, and thank you, Director Palmer, for the report. I think the key finding that I would amplify is that affordable housing is an economic development tool, not a social service. And that's a real mind shift, but I think one that we need to take, especially as policymakers. So the upshot for me in terms of our job is to make sure we locate housing near jobs. And if it is further out, it must be paired with transportation. I think the Crescent Project is a good example of that. We need to be providing wraparound services as needed. We need to prioritize density, recognize the multiplier effect, so making sure that we are near amenities, and also support student achievement by keeping kids in stable housing. And we know that one of the the primary driver of student success is the mobility factor. So kids going from school to school to school, or not going to school, really dramatically affects their ability to learn, and safe and stable housing is incredibly important for student achievement. So after I read this, I wanted to go back and look at the needs assessment report, because I think that had a lot of policy implications as well. And so I think tying those together is going to be really important. The policy considerations that came out of that, providing enough affordable small home ownership opportunities as we see the age delay in home ownership, rental housing for larger households, preserving and rehabbing naturally occurring affordable housing, which, as you mentioned, is is difficult because we don't see as much of it, and incentivizing multifamily through by right approval or reduced impact fees. And so I wanted to ask you, Director Palmer, really what comes next? I'd like to see us integrate the three reports, and look at how we can weave the co-benefits into our underwriting rules. So I'd love to see us come back and discuss this more comprehensively, so we can make sure that we take all the data that you have provided to us last year and now this year, and actually move forward in terms of how we can implement policies that will allow us to do strongly partner with our cities, because they are the ones that are, let's face it, going to be building the housing. So
yep, exactly, and so that everybody can feel comfortable that this isn't your last shot at this conversation, I will be back before you at the next meeting with an impact fee item. The Housing Nexus study is coming back, and that is your primary policy tool to be able to set for investment in affordable housing. So that's coming up on the 23rd, and we continue to explore other means and methods for not only generating investment funding, but also capitalizing on available funding as things get more and more constrained. What this report says, as Supervisor Gallagher just highlighted, that this is one of our best economic development tools. In addition to supporting the industry itself, we have to support the workforce that needs to be here. And what emerged from this report, while Josh could barely touch on it in the brief sprint that we gave him to get the information to you, the report really beautifully illustrates that while in many cases for the folks who are in these units, rent got higher when they moved in because they were living in a garage and they were living in a place that was so substandard and still paying an inordinate amount of rent given the quality of that unit, that when they moved up into a 2-bedroom from a garage, their rent did in fact increase a little bit, but their stress went down and their quality of life so improved. And they highlight these things about how they're more present at work. They are able to engage in economic mobility because they can take classes that are improving the skills that they bring to their individual employer. So they're all happily employed here. It's a workforce development strategy. It's also a climate reduction. Greenhouse gases are lowered when they're not commuting for 2 hours. Their kids are staying in school here. That's something that our school districts are constantly up against. And that this discussion of civic engagement, like the number of things that people felt more connected to in their community, it was very powerful. So a lot of these things we already do have incorporated into our underwriting guidelines, that affordable housing needs to be on transit centers, needs to be close to schools, close to jobs. We just don't have enough money to make the investments that we need to. And they do need to happen in our jurisdiction. So the county is a really important investment partner in those projects. And I think this just gives us all the data that we need to say, as creative as we can be about pursuing things like, one of the things we'll bring back is new market tax credit structure. that is a financing structure we've never been able to take advantage of before. Our ordinance, we probably need to update our language in our ordinance a little to make sure that we can invest in that kind of structure because it wasn't contemplated when we wrote the ordinance. But that's a no-brainer. Like, that's an easy thing that we should do so that projects that can capitalize on that federal funding can do it and come to market here. So the report, it's, to me, if you want to distill this whole thing down, it's that affordable housing is an economic and social vitality strategy. It's not social service. It's about the overall community health that it supports.
Supervisor Manfree.
Thanks for coming back to me. So really appreciate the report. Thank you to Josh Shipper, too, for the really helpful presentation today. I had a couple more things that came to mind as this has been discussed. So one is that Prop 19 should enable older folks or anyone who already owns a home to move several times in their life while retaining their property tax rate. So, hopefully that does help ease this a little bit. I don't know how that's playing out yet. I don't think anybody does yet. It's kind of a new thing, but it's something to watch. I think there's a real connection here to having good paying jobs in the community. And I know that's something that everyone on this board cares about, if I may speak for all of us, but I think that's true. And so, it kind of another piece of the puzzle just going hand in hand with affording these rents is having good paying jobs. And just back of the envelope here, if our median rent for a 1 or 2 bedroom apartment is $3,000 a month, that means one individual has to make about $9,000 a month to qualify. It's a pretty high rate of income for such a small place that's a rental. If there's 2 people, that's $4,500 each for income. And if both people were making minimum wage, they wouldn't actually be able to qualify for that, because on minimum wage, you're making less than $3,000 a month as an individual. And so that's just something to think about, where even on minimum wage, you couldn't afford an average apartment here, even with 2 people earning, which is crazy. You'd have to have at least 3 to qualify. So just some painful reality there. I agree with Supervisor Gallagher's comments. Deed-restricted affordable housing is a great way forward. Or was that you, Liz? Both of you? Okay, both of you. And just generally, this is a priority for leaders throughout the community, and I look forward to partnering on it as we go forward. I have a referral, which is that I would really like to have the topic of AI being used in setting rents looked into. My understanding is that San Francisco has banned this. It's very insidious, and it means that rents change every single day when you're applying for a rental. And it's my understanding that this is being used in this community, and I think it's very unfavorable to lower income people, especially as renters, and it really concerns me. So I'd like to see that come back at some point in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Manfree. That's a great referral to follow up on. I just wanted to say thank you to you and Mr. Shipper. This is a great presentation, and I'm so glad you're coming back. I think, Supervisor Gallagher, your point about remembering that affordable housing is an economic development and social development driver, family support is so important. So one thing I would love to see is there's a lot of detail here and some technical language too. I'd love to see how, I love you use the term distill down to, some major themes. And we've outlasted our reporters here this morning, but this is such an important set of information points to get out to the community. I think any way we can deliver that too. I'm seeing our comms person nodding too, because I think this is engaging us all and helping us learn more about why we're doing this, and to also be able to have the human perspective of there's still stress here. There's still, but we're helping people who are already doing lots of things to try to help themselves too.
Yeah. And we are learning, to your point about there are 2 attachments to this board item. We will attach them with a report online, and we're figuring out, we spend months doing these reports, and the data is so fascinating, and it's actually hard to figure out what doesn't make it into the report versus what does. But we realize we still have to get this down to a couple bullet points. So there are 2 documents attached to the board item. One is a guide for policymakers, and one is a short summary of the major findings. We will publish those, and those are meant to be like companion documents for folks in all of the elected capacities who are the policymakers to not necessarily have to be as fluent on the entire report, but be able to trust that, all right, if this is another Gen H report, the data is there if you really want to get it, but if you need the Cliff Notes, here's the one page to take a look at. So we will make sure those get out as well.
We love a one-pager. So.
I was very busy taking notes. You all put very succinctly what this report shows in really human-centered terms. So I appreciate that very much.
Thank you both so much. It's very helpful.
Thank you.
All right, so with that, we are going to power through here, and we are going to move to item 9D. And I'm going to read this one because it's a couple of different pieces, right? So first of all, this item is to reappoint Christopher Hyde and David Ilsley with terms of office to commence immediately and expire on March 2028. So that's one item. And then the second item is to choose two of the listed applicants to represent the Napa County Vineyards on the Napa County Wine Grape Pest and Disease Control District Board of Directors. So is there any staff report we have on this?
You just said it for me.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. But just to note, the district met and they're recommending Patrick Tokar and Megan Coy to be appointed if that's what the board shall choose.
Great, so we have a recommendation from
You
the
too.
district. Thank you.
Correct.
So at this point, I will ask if there's any public comment in the room on this item. Anyone on the phones? Okay, then I will bring it back to the board for a motion.
I'll move that we reappoint Christopher Hyde and David Ilsley, and we choose Megan Coy and Patrick Tokar as recommended by the committee.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion by Supervisor Gallagher, a second by Supervisor Alessio. Before we take the vote, I would like to say thank you to everyone who applied. This is a really very qualified group of applicants, so it's great to see people engaged here. And I hope that the folks who applied and did not get a position will continue to look for ways to share their skills with the county. So thank you very much for that. And with that, I will go ahead and ask for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. And we will go at this point on to the next item. And I will ask, okay, let's see, we're on 9E now. And this is a similar one again. The item is to choose two of the following applicants to serve on the Napa County Behavioral Health Board. And we've got 3 applicants, and we have a recommendation from the board for 2 of them. So is there any other staff item, Ms. Hoskins?
No, there's not. If you want to know what's on the recommendation, it's to the Behavioral Health Board recommends Amy Montanez and Walter Nagard to fill those positions that are vacant.
Great, thank you. Is there any public comment on these items, on this item, or on the phone? Okay, then I will bring it back to the board for questions or a motion. Go ahead.
Okay, great. I sit on this board, and so I was there when these recommendations were made, and the report from the chair and vice chair, they did the interview process, and they made the recommendations, and that the board did unanimously agree that Amy Montanez and Walter Nyard would be great new appointees. Amy would be representing kind of a citizen at large, and Walter, if I can be so casual, is a veteran review representing a veteran seat that we've needed there. So on that, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to approve this item with the appointment of Amy Montanez and Walter Nygaard.
Thank you, Supervisor Alessio, for the background and the motion. Is there a second? Second by Supervisor Gallagher. Any comments for? Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And again, thank you to all the applicants, and hope you will continue to look for places to apply and share your skills. And with that, we will move on to our next item, which is, I'm seeing people sitting up here.
Item 10A, it's a public hearing.
10A, okay, great, thank you. And this is an item to adopt a resolution approving the Napa Vallejo Waste Management Authority's financing of its new construction and demolition facility and finding significant public benefits associated with such financing. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon. My name is Tom Zalany. I'm a Deputy County Counsel. To my right is Chris Selsey. He is the Executive Director of the Napa Vallejo Waste Management Agency, and Waste Management Authority. The authority is a joint powers agency under the government code of the state of California, and what they do is they maintain the closed landfill in American Canyon. Even though it's closed, it still needs maintenance. We collect the discharge that comes from it. We gather the methane that comes up from the air, so it still needs maintenance. And they operate the Devlin Road Transfer Station. There's a lot of recycling going on over there. Some of you may have been down there before. And it's also the location where the local trash trucks take the waste they gather from the containers. They take it to the transfer station where the authority pushes it all into much larger trucks, which then hauls it all off to the landfill. So it performs a crucial function for Napa County. And the member agencies of the authority are the City of Napa, the City of Vallejo, the City of American Canyon, and Napa County. Supervisor Ramos sits on our board of directors for the authority. Why are we here today? We're here to talk about the construction and demolition building. In the background information, if you have your computers on, this is a photograph of the existing construction and demolition process. You'll see a large pile of wood and concrete and drywall and a bunch of other stuff, and then a piece of equipment that loads it onto a conveyor belt. And then over here on the right-hand side is maybe 200 feet or so of conveyor belt where we manually sort the stuff. The purpose of it is to divert it from the landfill, recycle as much as we can. We're under a lot of obligations under state law to do this. But the problem with this facility, which has been going on for years and years, is it sits outside. When the wind blows, dust goes everywhere. When it rains, there's a possibility of pollutants getting into the stormwater system. And so the authority for maybe 10 years now has been working to move this operations indoors. And that's what this new construction and demolition building will be. Apparently, people are getting it confused with a city project which is nearby. The city has a composting facility out there, and they're looking at doing some incineration, turning some of that into power. That is a different project. That is not this project. This project is about 130,000 square feet of warehouse where we will install different equipment and work on processing this concrete and the wood and everything else that comes in to try to divert it from going to the landfill. The estimated cost of this new facility, including design, construction, contingency, construction management, it's about $38 million. And the authority has about $18 million cash on hand. They've been saving for quite a while. But the intent of the authority is to move forward now with the construction, meaning there's a $20 million gap to be made up. And we just got proposals back on financing for it. And the winning proposal, though we're still going over them, appears to be an institution known as Webster Bank. It's actually a real bank. We checked, and they've worked with bond counsel before. They've worked with our financial advisor before, and they actually offered pretty good rates. 3.8% for a 10-year financing and 4.15% for a 15-year financing, which is remarkably good. But why are we here? The county's not going to be on the hook for any of this. And the reason why we're here is there's a provision in the act under which the authority is created that says if you're going to finance a capital improvement project, you have to get the approval from a local agency wherein that facility actually sits. And I asked bond counsel, why are we doing this? It seems kind of weird, but what he explained is that many years ago, joint power agencies were building and financing facilities outside the borders of all their member agencies, and other local agencies are going, why are you building this thing over here? So they amended state law, and which now requires us to come here and get your permission to do it. The facility will be located in Napa County. But the county is not on the hook for any of the loans or anything else. It's just kind of a procedural step that's been imposed by the act. What the act says is, first of all, that the board needs to approve the concept of financing of this facility and then make findings of public benefits. and they're actually pretty specific on what those public benefits are. There's a list of 4. We only have to find one, and we've got actually 3 of them here. It's outlined in the board letter that's included with your agenda item. But one of the benefits that this facility is bringing through the financing is a reduction in rates. Well, and when I say reduction in rates, it's not a reduction overall in rates. We have a big day on Monday at our board of directors meeting. It's probably the longest one we've ever had, so I'm just preparing Director Ramos. It's going to be a long meeting. But one of the things is we are having a rate increase, which will eventually get passed through the various collection agencies. Right now, we're looking at about 10%. That's not all due to this financing. We've had rates, I think the board of directors actually last approved rates back in 2011. And the rates have only been going up $1 a year since then. So inflation has gone up much faster than that. And so now we're kind of, we have very, very cheap rates. In fact, we're like the cheapest in the North Bay area, dramatically so. Even with these rate increases, we're still dramatically below everyone else. Part of that is because we have an operator who's doing a spectacular job out there. But if we were to try to not do any financing and pay all cash, we would probably have to double our rates if we wanted that money within a year. And if we did something slower, we'd be chasing the increased cost of construction all that way, and we don't know when we would actually have enough money to build it. So one of the public benefits of financing this project is it will allow us to build it now. Another public benefit identified under the Act is employee benefits from undertaking the project in a timely fashion. If Steve Lederer were here, he'd be able to confirm that we are getting a lot of bids on our public works projects now. We got actually 10 bids to build this facility. That's a lot. And I've seen this before. It's kind of indicative of, a slowdown in construction on the commercial side, more contractors looking for work for their workers. This is a big project. We got bids for $30 million. It's about a 400-day construction window. It's going to be a prevailing wage job, so this is going to be bringing good jobs to the area. And in a time that appears to be that the work is kind of hard to find based on the number of bids we've been getting. And another public benefit is more efficient delivery of local agency services to residential and commercial development. That's another public benefit defined under the Act, and that's actually what this building is supposed to serve. It is taking the debris from residential and construction development and recycling it, as we're required to do under state law. According to the operator, we should be able to recycle more of it than we're doing now under that picture I just showed you under the existing facility. So there's another public benefit associated with that. So our request today is for the Board of Supervisors to approve the resolution finding that there are public benefits associated with the financing of our new construction and demolition building. I turn it over to our Executive Director in case he has anything else to add.
There you go. Good afternoon. So another benefit that we've figured into this project now will be to protect the groundwater. Now it'll be going, instead of going onto the dirt, it'll be in a we'll collect it before it gets into the sewer or into the ground. And then also we felt, which is probably a little bit more important, is that it'll be safer out there for our employees and for our public. And so we really are in support of this project here.
Thank you so much to you both. I'm going to go ahead and ask if there's any public comment in the room or on the phones. Okay, then I will bring it back to the board for questions or discussion or a motion.
I'll go ahead and make a motion.
Wonderful. You prepping for that long meeting?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We have a motion. Is there a second? All right. Motion by Supervisor Ramos, second by Supervisor Gallagher. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you both. Good luck. All right, and that brings us to item 11, a closed session item, and we will be taking up item 11A and 11B in closed session. Is there any public comment on either of those items in the room or on the phones? Okay, then we will go ahead and recess to closed session unless, Ms. Bratton, there's anything you want to add. No. Okay, thank you.
We'll be back at 2 for the joint meeting.
Back at 2, exactly. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the 2 p.m. joint meeting of the Napa County Board of Supervisors and the Napa County Planning Commission. I want to welcome all the planning commissioners here this morning. This afternoon. When I was a planning commissioner, I felt that we didn't quite get enough time to spend with our board's supervisors, and we don't make decisions together. We rely on each other for the work that we do, but it's great to be able to be together and listen and learn about our community. And that's really the goal today. So I want to start with a little background on how we are all here. Several months ago, I participated in a local leaders tour facilitated by the Napa Valley Vintners that I thought was very helpful. I learned a lot. And several department heads attended, as well as other board members too. And I thought it was a great educational tour that highlighted business operations, history, and legacy at small family-run vineyards and larger wineries, along with economics and regulatory history of grape growing and winemaking here in the county. At the end of the tour, I thought this is information that the public would appreciate hearing, and also planning commissioners would be interested in it as well. And so we thought to open it up to more folks would be worthwhile. So at the next Board of Supervisors meeting, I made a referral and asked that staff work with the vintners to bring this item forward today. It's going to be a condensed version of what we've heard, and it should allow all members of the public and stakeholders to hear the presentations, or a subset, a condensed version of the presentations we heard that day. So I want to stress this is presentation only. We're not developing policy or making recommendations. It's a chance for us to learn, ask some questions at the end, and also for the public to listen and participate through public comment at the end. So we'll have a robust public comment period at the end of that. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to, I will move it to staff first. Are we going to have a staff comment at this point? Okay, then I will just go ahead and ask the vintners to come up. And while they do that, I will also remind the room that we have many industry partners here in the county. So this is not intended to exclude anyone. This is where we can start, and we can always do more of this kind of thing if it's helpful for folks. So. Good afternoon, Ms. Reef.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I'm Linda Reef. I'm the president and CEO of the Napa Valley Vintners. Thank you very much for suggesting this. Chair Cottrell, it was a great idea to take that education session we did back in March and present it so that everyone could have a look at the same data and information, and as well as to bring it current to today. So I know the supervisors and the staff have had a huge day. You can take a deep breath. There are no recommendations in this. There's no action. This is purely education. And we appreciate you wanting to find out more about what's happening with our wineries and the wine industry. We see news every day about consumption is down, wineries are not doing well, the younger generation's not drinking anything. And so it's legitimate very much as the leaders of our county to want to know, how are things going? How is the health of the industry? After all, we are responsible for $11.5 billion a year in economic activity and $500 million a year in local taxes alone. So you should care about the health of the wineries and the wine industry. So I just want to say a thank you. It's really rewarding to see this many people here that they care, and to see many of our industry partners represented. The Napa Valley Grape Growers, the Napa County Farm Bureau, Wine Growers of Napa County are all represented here, as well as many friends in the environmental community who we worked with over the years. I recognize a lot of faces from 9 years serving on the Land Trust Board with a number of you. So I want to say just a huge thank you. And again, there's no recommendations today, purely educational as a basis for, hey, what is the health of our industry that is so vital to our community? So just to start out, I'm just going to give a very short snapshot of the NVV, like who are you? There are the different industry groups, and then we'll dive right in. We're going to move quickly through. We have 4 speakers for presentation, and then any of us are happy to answer questions at the end. Our group is a not-for-profit trade association started in 1944 by 7 vintners who believed that by working together they could achieve more than working on their own. And that same spirit and philosophy carries through to today, where we've got 550 wineries in our membership. 95% are family-owned and operated. That's a good reminder for folks. And 80% produce less than 10,000 cases of wine per year. I think people are surprised when they learn the 95% figure. I just want to do a reminder as well. Maybe you understand this more here in Napa County, but it's surprising how often when we're out on the road promoting our wines that people think a lot of wine comes from our vineyards here. In fact, we produce only 4% of California wine, but obviously have a huge economic impact. Very quickly, the NVV's mission is to promote, protect, and enhance the Napa Valley wine region. And our vision is that the Napa Valley is the leading region preserved for future generations. Very quickly, the NVV, we run at least 170 marketing and promotion programs per year. Most of those are out on the road. Here's another little factoid you might like to know. 70% of our wine is sold out in the marketplace. Obviously, and you'll hear more about the direct-to-consumer model is extremely important, but 70% of our wine is sold out in the marketplace. And so we are the organization that is creating brand Napa, the desire for our wines, and helping our members sell those wines out around the United States and in about 12 other countries where we operate. We also provide education and training for our winery members. Last year we ran about 35 education sessions. This year we're well on the way to surpass that. Everything for training from the cellar worker on up to the CEO. We also advocate at the local, state, federal, and international level, and sometimes people are surprised to hear, what are you doing internationally? In fact, Rex and I were on a Zoom call this morning at 7 a.m. working with an organization that we co-founded where we're working to protect wine-growing place names around the world, and we're also working together on tariff issues. So that's just an example of international advocacy. And then I'm pleased we're going to close this out after a lot of content. We'll close it out with environmental and community stewardship. So to let you know, our speakers today, really thrilled, and this is a hard lineup and perhaps part of the reason why we're now all the way into September when this idea came forward in March to do this. But to have the speakers before you, the first who will cover, the title of it is Macroeconomics, Look at the Challenges Facing the Wine Community by Dale Stratton, the Managing Director of Azure Associates. Azure is one of the foremost financial and strategic advising firms for the wine industry. He's got great experience and background working for a number of our large wine producers and then also working for small producers, but a go-to resource on the macroeconomics of what's happening. So again, you're just going to get this is education, a lot of facts and data of what's the truth out there about what is going on. Following him, Craig Underhill, someone you may know, who for many years was the managing partner at Brote Markle Davis & Company, 35 years there, serving the wine industry, fully understands the ins and outs of operating a small winery and how to operate a small winery, hopefully to be financially successful. He's also been a leader in providing education and training for the wine industry as well. Following him, someone who probably everyone in the room knows is Richard Mendelson, the foremost wine law attorney in the world. I'll say that. He is well respected, not just here at home, but around the world. He's going to cover something that maybe us folks here don't fully understand is that, yes, we have all the rules and regulations in Napa County. We also have our state regulations. We also have 49 sets of other state regulations. And then guess what? We've got international regulations. So he's going to give you a lay of the land of the regulatory environment under which that we operate. And then finally, to close it out, our own Michelle Novi, our in-house counsel and senior director of industry relations with a great background in environmental and planning work. She is going to talk about moving from a generation of our efforts in environmental and community stewardship from just preservation to a regenerative era. And so I think that'll be a nice, more positive way to close this out. So I'm not going to get back up just to keep things moving. They're going to step up one at a time, and then we're available to answer questions at the end. Again, thank you very much, and thank you to everyone in the room who was interested in learning more about the industry. So Dale, I'll turn it over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Very excited to be here. Thank all of you. Quick disclosure, and as we said, work with Azure Associates. That is our team. We're locally based here in Napa, and we do consulting work and advise mostly on financial and strategic route to market items. It's really important to understand that the beverage alcohol category operates in a three-tier system. And Richard is going to touch more on what that means more from a regulatory standpoint. But for me, the best thing about living in a regulatory environment is that data comes out of all of these places. That every time product moves, there's data points that come out of that. And as somebody who lives in the data world, I'm able to capture that data and get an understanding as to what's happening in the marketplace. And it's important when we think about the wine category right now to think about it in the long-term basis, because the wine category has come a very long way. And if we go back to Prohibition, again, I think something Richard's going to touch on, you can see each one of these lines represents the volume of wine consumed, really shipped, taxes paid in this country, going back to 1933. And you can see the bumps that are in there and the growth that happened. Prohibition ends, and then we have this little growth. Then you have a couple of boom periods. What I call the Gambit boom, and that was Gallo, Almaden, Masson, Inglenook, and Taylor wines. Big jugs of wine that really drove and revolutionized the table wine business. Then we had the Judgment of Paris, where all at once California wines and Napa Valley wines were shown to be world-class wines. Had a wine cooler bump. Most of us probably remember the wine cooler bump that happened. That dip after that is really, there was some anti-alcohol movement that was going on at that time. Excise taxes, there was a federal excise tax increase. The other thing that happened there was that wine coolers moved from being wine-based to malt-based products, because the taxation is very, very different. So you could sell your wine coolers under a malt-based basis at a much lower price. Took a lot of the wine category out. But then we see another growth period where the French paradox hit, and we really saw great growth coming out of the French paradox, which is an episode of 60 Minutes. The Great Recession hit, that kind of flattened things out. And about 2017, we started to see some softness in the category. But that got hit, kind of got hidden because of COVID. We had COVID, and there was a big, big growth in COVID. Most of that really was not actually consumption. It was just the movement of product. Because supply chains got backed up, there was a dip in product being moved from place to place. This is tax-based data, so you pay taxes when you move data from one place, or move wine from one place to another. So we saw an artificial bump. We're now seeing that at that post-COVID that we're having a decline, that we're seeing this the wine category really start to decline. And it's been happening, again, we saw a little bit of it in 2017. Coming off of that artificial high, we saw a pretty big drop, but we're continuing to see a softening in the wine category. That has impacted the number of wineries. Now, if we think about this, and going back to 2013, the source of data on this is Wine Business Analytics. The bars here represent the number of licensed wineries in the United States. The dots represent the percent change versus the previous year. So as the wine category grew, it's only natural that the infrastructure that supports it also grew. The number of vineyards planted, the number of wineries that were in business. So from 2023 up to 2020, we saw in this country on an annual basis, a compound annual growth rate of 5.4% in the number of wineries. 2021 to 2023, that we saw that go all the way down to where that growth rate was only 0.5. Now, as we get into 2024, we see that it was actually down, that there were 1.5 fewer wineries in this country than there were in 2023. California was disproportionately hit on that. California, actually, it was minus 4.4%. And the growth in the number of wineries was really in the all other states. Texas, as an example, had 4.6% more wineries come on board at that time. Oregon and Washington were also down. For reference, so far this year, wineries in the United States are down 1.8%, the number of licensed wineries in the country. So the question is really why? What's driving that and what's happening? And some of the things that we look at, we believe are what we would call cyclical. We're just in a time cycle where they're going to come back and they'll change. But some of them are likely structural, where there is actually some change in it that is going to stunt some growth, and we're not just going to bounce back as some people would like us to believe. One that I would say hopefully is cyclical is cumulative inflation. The cost of everything has increased. And when we think about inflation and we think of what happens there, that's really about disposable income. And how much disposable income do people have? And beverage alcohol is one of those things that does get subjected to disposable income. People will trade down. They'll buy less expensive things. They'll skip that glass of wine when they go out to dinner. They'll pass on it. So that inflation is having a big impact, really having a big impact, much so on younger consumers than it is older consumers. Also, the reset of interest rates and exchange rates. And on interest rates, I would tell you that has very little to do with the consumer, but it has everything to do with the business operators. That your cost of capital has jumped, where it was basically free money for a number of years. Now all at once your cost of capital has gone up. Many of the customers for wine, of course, are grocery stores and retail trades. They work on extraordinarily thin margins in the end. And when you think about that, for them, that meant that they really started watching inventory. And they pulled back on inventory dramatically as interest rates have gone up. They have not come back to that, and we'll show you some examples of that. High consumer debt. We are at an all-time high for individual consumer debt. Again, hitting younger people more so, that they're feeling that. And then tariffs. And the tariffs are hitting us both on an import and an export basis. The wines that are coming in are having to pay that. But certainly the situation in Canada is dramatic. And the loss of business from Napa-based wineries going into Canada has been dramatic. There are also consumer changes and challenges. The typical wine consumer tends to be a little bit older, right? And we, and I use that with me because I am that, we are aging out of the category. We're not drinking as much as we used to, and we are transitioning out of that faster than people are coming in on the younger end of it. So more people are bleeding out at the top end with fewer coming in. Also, demographic changes, that the wine category has typically been driven by high educated and high earning people. We are not seeing that, and a lot of the losses have been on younger consumers, that younger consumers who are challenged financially are feeling that pain. We'll talk about this, but it's important to note that it's not that young people aren't participating in the wine category, it's that they're not choosing it as frequently, that they're not buying it as often, and that is having an impact on the category. And then that expanding repertoire. There is more choice in the beverage industry than there has ever been. There's more choice in every consumer category than there has ever been. The average consumer makes 11 beverage choices a day. Right? Get up in the morning, I have a cup of coffee, I have a glass of water, I have juice. How do you become one of those 11 choices? Yeah, there you go. And so it really is about that, and it's about winning those occasions. The wine category is winning fewer of those occasions. Other beverages are coming in. Hottest thing in the world right now remains ready-to-drink spirit-based cocktails. A canned margarita, ready to go. High Noon is the #1 selling spirit in this country from a volume metric standpoint. And then also just beyond that, with other beverages. A lot of information about hemp beverages, cannabis-based beverages, but also just non-alcoholic beverages. And then there's a lot about anti-alcohol voices. We are in another period where there's a lot of anti-alcohol voices that are out there. One of the bigger things that I've seen in my lifetime in the beverage alcohol business was just the fight about dietary guidelines this year and everything that's been going on with dietary guidelines. That appears to be close to over. We'll know by the end of the year. But we are in a situation where it is about anti-alcohol is a factor. We're going to go back to October 2021. It's also important to know it's not just the wine category. Beer and spirits are also suffering. It is the entire beverage alcohol category that is in decline. If we go back to December 2020, you can see spirits were growing 4.7%, beer was up 0.3%, and wine was up 1.2%. Again, some of this was artificial because of what was happening in the marketplace with restocking after COVID. But clearly what has happened here is all of those trends have come down. And we're seeing those trends come down into a negative point. Beer is down 4.3% in volume, core spirits are down 4.4% in volume, and wine is down 7.8% in volume currently. It's important also to note that not all price tiers are the same. So when I look at this chart, the green is representative of the share of dollars that are spent in that category. The blue bar represents the percent share of volume of that price tier has, and the dots represent the trend versus a year ago. So we see that everything that's under $13 is really suffering. And it has been for a long time, and it's going to continue to. That really impacts much more our friends in the Central Valley. That's where most of that comes from. That's really impacting that grape growing region. That does not really impact Napa. But then we see that 13 to 16, that's doing a little bit better. Some of that is just people cash strapped trading down from that next price tier. You can see that the higher price tiers are doing better, but they're still not doing well. That over $50 segment is by far the most volatile segment. We see wild swings there. Part of that is because it's the smallest volume, but you can see that it does really make a difference when you start talking about revenue. This one I've really narrowed into a price tier. This is just domestic table wines over $50. And what I would tell you is that Napa's share of this is huge. This really does indicate what's happening with Napa wines, because Napa's share of over $50 domestic wines is substantial. Same things here that we see a revenue trend, a volume trend. But the dot represents the difference in value between those two. Net of this is that we're selling more wine. People in Napa are finding ways to move more wine, but they're doing it at dramatically lower prices. They're having to lower price in an effort to move volume. You've got to empty your tanks. You've got to get yourself ready for the next harvest to bring that in. When Craig talks about the economics of what's happening with a small family winery, this money that supports these price declines is coming right straight out of the bottom line of those family wineries. It's the way that they are able to drive some revenue. The DTC channel. So this is where a winery does not have to go through the three-tier system, doesn't go through a wholesaler, able to sell wine directly to households across and consumers across the country. Napa Valley Vintners was instrumental in driving this and making this legal. This is fairly new in the grand scheme of things for the beverage alcohol category that we've been able to do this. This was a wildly reliable category. We had growth in the direct-to-consumer business. You can see back in 2021 that volume was up 13.4% versus the previous year. Volume was up 1.4 and dollars were up 13.4. So what we've seen here in 22, 23, and 24, and so far, those have come down. That even the direct-to-consumer business is being very challenged and we're not winning. The only thing that is growing at all within this is over $100. It is, and that is a very, very small slice and a very specific consumer who is able to participate in that price segment. And then this is indicative of what I was speaking about. So the number of wine drinkers, if we look at the number of wine drinkers in this country from 2014 to 2023, it's grown nicely. There are more, and that's just a lot more people that are over 21 drives a lot of that. But what we see is that on that right-hand side, their purchase occasion and their purchase occasion for buyer is declining. So we have people who are buying the category, but they're not buying it as frequently and they're not spending as much as they once did. So I think it's important that we say that the young consumer does drink wine, they just don't choose it as their primary beverage the way people of my generation did. When I talk about inventory control, this is really in left of the line is indicative of retail stores. The right-hand side is indicating on-premise occasions and on-premise outlets. The bar represents the share of points of distribution, and the dot represents the percent change. A point of distribution, I will tell you, if you walk into your local Safeway, you walk into your local store, a point of distribution is nothing more than one item on the shelf. It's just a stock keeping unit. That number of items that these accounts are carrying. So what we see here is that in today's world, points of distribution are down 4.7% in total. That the retailer is pulling back on inventory. They're managing their inventory closer than they have in a very, very long time. Liquor stores by far have the largest selection. There's more stock keeping units, more points of distribution in the liquor store, down 5%. But you can really see what's happening in the on-premise and the level to which the on-premise is suffering. And the on-premise is really, really cutting back. And instead of carrying 3 Chardonnays by the glass, I'm going to carry 2. Instead of having a wine list that is 300 items, my wine list is going to be 50 items. They're really scaling back on that, and that is certainly hurtful to the individual family winery. And part of that is also driven by the fact that the on-premise world has changed. So the darker line here represents what we call fast casual or quick service restaurants and the number of them that are in the marketplace. The green line represents fine dining establishments. Fine dining establishments by far do better with wine, and especially high-end wine. That's where they're sold. So we can see here that over that period of time, fine dining outlets are down 36%, where the quick serve fast casual are up 60%. So when we think about that, there's fewer outlets for the winery to get placement in. The outlets that are out there are carrying fewer items in there. It's a really challenging situation for everybody in the wine category to get distribution out there. In sum, key takeaways. Number one, wine category has been on a tremendous growth, right? If you think about a 20-year plus growth rate, it's fabulous, and we're all very thankful for that. But we're a mature category now. Our growth has plateaued, and we really are going to likely, for the medium and long term, be a mature category. And we're not, it is unlikely we're going to experience great growth rates. I do think we talked about purchase frequency between penetration. It's not as much how many households, it's how frequently they're choosing. It's important to note that there are businesses out there that are being very successful. All right, we paint kind of a gloomy picture here of the category, and it's challenging, but there are people who are doing really well. There are people who are figuring this out and are certainly winning in the category, but it's coming at the expense of others. Overall, wine categories are going to remain challenging. And most importantly for this conversation, I think, is that infrastructure supporting the wine category is going to have to adjust. As we look out, there's likely going to be fewer wineries in the state of California. We're just not going to be able to support them. The pie is not growing. And there's likely going to be less vineyard acreage that is going to go forward in the state of California. And we really think that it's vital that we all in the industry, anything associated with the industry, that we collaborate. Collaboration is the best path forward. We have to work together to solve the problems that we have, and I'm confident that we will. I look forward to taking your questions later, but now I'm going to turn it over to Craig Underhill, who's going to talk about the economics of a family winery.
Thank you so much, Dale. And I appreciate that you kept it right to the 20-minute mark, so that'll be great. And also, just to let people in the room know, we've got bathrooms across the hall. There's water. Keep hydrating, and thanks so much for being here, Craig.
Pleasure to be here. And so I'm going to jump in and talk about the economics of a family winery. It's near and dear to my heart. It's what I've been doing here most of my career. And to do that, I want to first bust the urban myth that wineries in the Napa Valley are a gold mine, okay? And to do that, I'm going to show you a couple numbers to help you understand how this pulls together into a family winery. So I'm going to start off, and I'm going to make an assumption here. It's going to go against what Dale said, but it's for a reason, because math can get complicated, and I'm going to keep it simple, all right? So we're going to make an assumption here that we've got one bottle of wine in this winery that we're going to sell, and it's going to sell for $100. Now what I want to show you are the costs associated with that, because this is where it gets lost sometimes of what's going on. And so we look at that. The first thing we want to do is, what does it take to actually make this wine? So we step back a little bit and we say, okay, farming, it's the grapes, right? We've got to get those grapes in. Where are we at today, right? September, harvest is underway. All of these costs being incurred. Then we bring them into the cellar, and then it becomes a time to process those grapes, make the wine, which can take 2, 3, sometimes 4 years. And then we've got the cost to actually bottle that wine, the packaging, all the labor. We've put that all together, and that's going to be about $36. So in accounting world, we like to say what we have left is our gross profit. You know, that's $64. What are we going to use that $64 for? This is the other part of the wine business. It's very important to understand. The first is sales and marketing. Dale touched on this. We have to go out into the marketplace, okay? Yes, we may have direct consumer, but a lot of us still have to go into the marketplace. And what does that take? That takes people, right? And even direct to consumer, we've got people that we're going to pay. We're going to pay shipping costs on direct to consumer. A lot of the wineries support that shipping costs for their customer. Advertising, how do we get in front? How do people know we even exist? What about that point of sale system software that continues to go up in cost every year we have to pay for? Samples. People come to our tasting room. We give them samples. That's free wine, right? We have to give that to them. That costs us something. We go into the marketplace, we travel. We jump on an airplane. We have to stay in a hotel. We have to eat. All that for our salespeople. That costs. What's that cost? About $38, all right? Back to our $100 bottle of wine. So what's left? We got this thing called general administrative. Sometimes you hear this is called overhead. And the way I like to look at this is it's all the costs not associated with making the wine or selling it. It's what's left, okay? So we've got payroll, we got benefits, we got utilities, postage, all the supplies, all that kind of stuff. That's about $18. Well, we got $8 left, folks, but we're not done because it's the wine industry. And why I say that is because we've got to hold back of that $8. We've got to hold back $7 for asset investment. And asset investment for the wine industry, first and foremost, comes right out every year, and it's called barrels. We've got to purchase these barrels every year for the next vintage. Plus, we have equipment that eventually it wears out. We have to replace it. There's stuff going on in the vineyards. So lo and behold, that $100 that we had, what's left is $1. We got $1 left. But then you're going to say, okay, come on, Craig, that's one bottle. They sell more than one bottle. I knew you'd ask that question. I get to see it in your eyes. So being the number cruncher that I am, I did some math for you. And I said, okay, let's take a typical Napa Valley winery doing 5,000 cases in sales. What would that be? That would be about $3.6 million in sales that they would produce, all right? What's left of that $3.6 million after all of these costs and that asset investment is about $36,000 at the end of the year. Well, let's go back to our pot of gold. At today's prices of gold, that $36,000 would get me about 12 ounces of gold. Not exactly filling that pot unless that pot's really, really small, okay? So to be truthful with you, this whole concept of every winery is a gold mine is a myth. It is a real challenge to do that. So I want to take us down a further path of what this might look like. And I look at this as what I call the 3 R's in the family wine industry. And the first R that we have to work with as a vintner is rare. Rare. What is rare about this wine industry? It is one of the last vertically integrated business models in the world. And what I mean by that, they produce their own raw material, okay? They grow the grapes. They then process those grapes. They manufacture, industry number 2, going along to make that wine, get it all ready for sale, and then they turn around and go into the marketplace, or they do it through direct-to-consumer. They have 3 industries. That is vertically integrated. It is one of the most complicated business models to do. And usually if you're going to do that, you're going to be at the largest scale, not the smallest scale. As Linda Reef pointed out, is 80% of the wineries are under 10,000 cases. So what's next in the R world? It's risks, okay? The future unknown. This is probably the one thing from a vintner standpoint that keeps them up at night the most, is what is the future going to look like from a market demand? Because remember, the contracts they make for grapes or what they decide to plant and all of that, that is something that's going to be sold 3 to 5 years from now. Will we know what the market's going to do 5 years from now? I have no idea. I have no idea. And so that's something that they have to weigh, a decision on how they take a look at that. How do they move into that piece of that? And then the other side of that is understanding this investment piece. And I mentioned earlier about barrels. French oak barrels, which most wineries use, run about $1,000 a piece. Only 60 gallons there, $1,000 a piece. And what is really interesting in this vertically integrated industry is that the grape yields can fluctuate from year to year depending on what's going on outside with the weather. And we can see a change of as much as 30%. So things go up, yields go up, and volume increases 30%. Everybody goes, yay, our cost just went down. But yet, from a cash standpoint, we just had to buy 30% more in barrels to be able to store those at $1,000 a piece. It's a huge piece to be able to take on. The other is a majority of wineries own their own equipment beyond the barrels. So there's a lot going on there in the sense of it's a large investment, it drains cash flows, and for the most part, they have to go out and borrow money to do that from our local banks and such. And as Dale commented on in his presentation, interest rates. What have they done over the last 5 years? Gone like this, right? Well, that cost to do that business, when he said capital, that means going out and buying that equipment, all right? Buying those barrels. Those are being financed, and that cost just went up for those. We won't talk about tariffs. I'm not even going there, what that's doing right now. But then we've got Mother Nature. Might as well talk about it. It's out there today. Look at it. This is crazy. I mean, farming is a crazy business because you can't control much of anything. And you can be going along and everything's perfect. And then, bam, we get hit with some heat spike for 2 weeks. We've seen it before, right at harvest time. Oh, no. All these things affect the result of the quality of those grapes, which in turn affects what we're being able to put into the marketplace. And if that wasn't enough, the fourth risk is the economy. The economy obviously has a big play on this industry, as it is reflective of the consumer and their ability. So with that high inflation that's gone on, the consumer has less disposable income. And so the choice of do I have money to go to Napa? Do I have money to purchase wine at the restaurant? Those come into real play. It's a real question of how we do this. And because as much as we might want to think, because it's our backyard, this is like everybody drinks wine, right? Well, if we leave the bubble, okay, this is a luxury good, all right? And it truly is discretionary whether we choose as a consumer to purchase that or not. So then that leads us to our third R, and that's return. And this is a measurement that's used in business to understand how well are we doing. And to kind of set this up, I want to think of us personally, our own return, in the sense of we have money left over, we can put that into a savings account. We may go to the bank and say, hey, can I put that in a CD and today I'll get 3.5%, maybe 4% return on that investment? Okay, as a winery owner, you're making that same decision, but your cash isn't going to the bank to a CD. It's going into, do I purchase that next piece of equipment? Do I hire more employees on this idea that we're going to expand? And so to get an understanding of what this industry is up against, I went and did a little research. And a little company out there called General Motors, producing cars and trucks, and been in the automotive business for a long time. Their return on assets, and what I mean by that, the return is what their income is, what their profit is, divided by what do they actually own, okay? That's our measurement. So that's our return on assets. Just like you're putting money in a bank, that 4%, that's your return on your asset, what you put into it. General Motors, 3.7% return on their assets. So then I go to the agricultural industry overall in the United States. Their return, 4%. Makes sense. They own a ton of farmland. It's very expensive. Doesn't matter where you are. That costs a lot. Then go to retail. Macy's department store, been around forever, been struggling lately, right? Their return on assets, 4%. We're not seeing these big numbers, are we? So then we come to the winery and the wine business. And what does our family wineries do? 3%. So just back up just a second with me. I could go down to the bank, take that same money, stick it in there, and they're going to pay me about 4%. Or I can take all those other risks that I just mentioned out there, put it into a winery, and maybe I'll get 3%. See, this pot of gold thing, it's really a myth, and it's a real challenge for folks. So here are the critical financial decisions that every vintner has to make. And they really start with the first one, grapes. Do I purchase from an independent grower or do I grow? Okay. If I purchase, I pass the risk of what Mother Nature's going to do to that grower. In turn, I pay a higher price for those grapes than if I were to grow them myself. Makes sense. The grower's got to make money off of this for taking the risk. If I grow them myself, I take on all the risk of what's going to happen through the year, up or down. So normally a vintner will look at that and say, maybe I'll take some balance. I'll grow some and I'll buy some to help balance that out. But when you hear someone say, oh, I'm 100% estate, meaning I grow it all, they're taking all the risk, and I watched it. And it goes like this, up and down, up and down. And so what happens to their profits? They go up a little bit and they go down on that same. The next question they have to look at is facilities or custom crush. So do we go out, we build a facility, have a production place, be able to process those grapes and make the wine? Or do we custom crush, meaning we have an independent company out there. They have all the investment in equipment, and we pay them. We bring in our own winemaker, but they're taking the risk and all the piece on that. Now, why would you do that? Well, to do a facility, we're going to have to go borrow probably a bunch of money because we got to build something, right? And we're going to have to buy a bunch of equipment. And it's a very unutilized equipment piece if we think in the world of manufacturing. We may not think as the wine business is manufacturing, but a portion of it is. And, manufacturers, their manufacturing lines run 5 days a week, all day long. Our manufacturing lines, they run a few weeks out of the year, okay? Bottling, it's just 3 or 4 weeks out of the year, and it costs $300,000 or $400,000 for a bottling line. So it's a tough thing to do. The next one, number of SKUs. I don't think I've ever met a winemaker that doesn't like to make the next wine. And why? Because they're artists. And artists are always experimental. They want to see, what could I do? What can I do to push this, to make this different, to make this stand out? Well, with this experimentation, it invokes a higher cost because we are focusing a lot of dollars to do that. And it also focuses a lot of human resources to that because it's not just of the making of the wine. Once it's made, we now got to create how we're going to sell it. What's the differentiator in the marketplace? Why would the consumer want to buy this particular wine versus what's out there already? And so that's a challenge. And then the last one, which we've talked about a couple of times, is direct to consumer versus distributor. Okay, the smaller family winery, they have to stick with direct to consumer. They don't have a choice. That this is a must. But they need something else out there to be able to move it. They need that distributor to help move that wine. And so the distributor's there. It just makes it more difficult. And the way to understand that is if I'm a distributor and I have 100 winery clients out there that I'm working with, I can almost guarantee you that 20 of those wineries will produce 80% of their revenue. So those other 80 wineries, how much attention do you think that distributor is going to give them? Probably pretty small because it's going to take as much effort on that smaller winery as it is on the big one that produces their sales. And at the end of the day, that's what a distributor wants. They just want more sales on that. So now we're going to step back a little bit and we're going to take you into Finance 101 and business. And I'm going to do it through a tree, okay? Because why not? And so when we look at this tree, I want you to think of the fruit of this tree are the sales in a business, all right? And so when we've got lots of fruit, a big yield, we've got sales, things are going good. We show that in what we call the income statement. Shows our sales, our expenses, shows if we make any money. In the middle, the trunk of our tree, that represents the assets, everything we own in this business, less the liabilities as everybody we owe. The greater that net asset, if you will, the bigger the trunk. Why do we want a bigger trunk? The bigger the trunk, the more stability we have over time, meaning when the fruit starts to get lower on the top, the sales start to drop, we can withstand that, okay? The lower the net asset, meaning we've got a lot more liabilities than we have closer to assets, that number shrinks, it gets a little rickety for the company to withstand what's going on there. The roots of the tree, that's the foundation. That's what pulls everything together. And in this case, for business, that is the cash flow, okay? The cash is what feeds everything into that business. And for the wine industry, this is pivotal, okay? It's pivotal because this is what tells us whether we're able to be successful or not. Because when we're pushing inventory and we're building up that inventory, that's cash. And so let's jump in and see what that looks like. So for a single vintage, what's going on here is I want you to think about, everybody's probably been to a winery before. Think of the cellar. You walk in, you see lots of barrels, lots of equipment, okay? Now, what I want you to do with that visualization is I want you to put a giant bank vault door on the front of that, all right? You pull open the vault, and here we go. Farming costs starting in January all the way through October, November, whenever harvest finishes. All the money we spent to create those grapes are going inside that vault. Notice, cash going inside. We don't have access to. We purchase grapes going inside. Now we start producing that wine. All the labor costs, all the supplies, everything to make that wine into that vault, in there. We don't have access to the cash, all right? Now we start in year 2 with our white wines. We start to bottle. We incur bottling costs, packaging and such. Years 3 and 4 for red wines, we do the same thing. All this cash going into the vault, We've gone up to 4 years before we've seen $1 come back in sales. And if everything works right in the model, once that vintage is released of that wine, we will sell it in 12 months. But it doesn't always work that way. And with an evolving economy and changing, sometimes that becomes 18 months. Sometimes it becomes 24. So imagine coming to work and your employer says, you're doing a great job, but we're going to hold your paycheck back for 5 years. And at the end of 5 years, things are looking great. You got a big payday. Welcome to the wine industry. This is what it's like. These are the challenges the vintners face every day. So in summary, what's a family winery? It starts with a dream. You imagine what it could be, all right? You fill in a blank. What is the dream for those family wineries? I'll guarantee you, no two are the same. They go into it for different reasons. 2, they make a substantial investment to get into that wine business. And then they take on this whole concept of risk, okay? The 4 R's about the vertically integrated place. What that is, the risks, as I've said, they are many. And then we get into the whole piece of return on assets being low. Remember that 3% return on assets. And the 4th R, I'm going to leave that to my friend Richard. He's going to talk about that. But then there's this whole thing that, once again, the vintner has to work with, and that's this balancing act. What does it look like for cash flow and production and sales, and how we manage that and how we look forward to that? So I'll just leave you with this last thought, and that is, if you weren't sitting in those seats, would you be ready to take on and be an owner in this wine business? Because it's a serious thing. So thank you.
Thank you, Craig.
Greetings, everyone. Richard Mendelson, 1500 First Street. Just for the record, I'm here in my individual capacity as a wine law expert, not as counsel to NVV. So you're going to get a 20-minute introduction to wine law. And just to put that in perspective, at UC Berkeley, where I direct the program on wine law and policy, we have an introductory wine law class. It runs the whole semester, 14 classes, 2 hours each. So I'm going to condense 28 hours into 20 minutes. Obviously, it'll be a high-level overview. So we start with the supreme law of the land. Let's see if I can get this to work. There we go. The United States Constitution. Intoxicating liquors, which is really alcoholic beverages, are mentioned not once but twice in the U.S. Constitution, which gives us a special, we're the only product that has that distinction. There are 3 other products that are mentioned in the U.S. Constitution once: arms in the Second Amendment, money, and precious metals. So the general principle of free movement of goods and people is a hallmark of the United States. It's what makes us one republic and not 50 different states. But you can ask any winery owner and they will tell you that if they're operating in the national market, they're operating in 50 different states. So why would wine be any different than any other widget? And for that, we need at least 2 or 3 minutes just on history and prohibition. It's because alcohol has always been a hot button issue in the United States for lots of reasons historically, and it ultimately led to temperance and prohibition starting in the 1850s and ending in 1920 when national prohibition was adopted. And I don't have to tell you what prohibition was like if you've watched Boardwalk Empire or Ken Burns' Prohibition documentary, or read my book, From Demon to Darling. You'd know that it was a lawless time and with lots of violence. But this is what was, the national sentiment was first that states who wanted to be dry had to have a way of being dry, notwithstanding the free movement of goods principle in the United States. Ultimately, that took the form of a constitutional amendment. Obviously, prohibition was an abject failure. Probably the person who summed it up best was sociologist Graham Sumner, who said, law ways can't change folk ways. Very hard to legislate culture. And when we came out of prohibition with the 21st Amendment, the second mention of alcohol in the Constitution, we did so in a way that was unusual. I call it in my book, I have a chapter called Lost Opportunity. We could have started to regulate alcohol in 1933 like we do any other widget, but we didn't. And that's because certain states wanted to remain dry. And the only way they could remain dry was to hand back to them the power that they were trying to get pre-prohibition to close their borders if they wanted to. Mississippi was dry until 1966, just to put that in perspective. So what we have through the 21st Amendment is the principle that each state is allowed to control the liquor trade, delivery and use of alcoholic beverages within their borders. And that's the principle. That's why we have 50 different markets. And I'm going to give you a little color on what that looks like. So that's where we start. You might say, if we return power to the states, then what is the federal government involved in the liquor business? Well, that's for two reasons. One, they wanted a share of the tax revenue. And two, because criminal syndicates were so widespread during Prohibition, the only way you could stop that was having a federal force. It was bigger than one state. You needed an interstate way of getting at that, and that was the federal government. So as a result, as you can see at the top of this slide, we have what we would call concurrent state, federal, and local jurisdiction over the alcohol business, which makes it incredibly difficult because you can't say to one level of government that I've complied with another level of government and that's all I need to do. That doesn't fly. You've got to be mindful of all the levels of government and you've got to comply with each of them. That's what the complication is. So first, from just opening your business point of view, we know locally that there's a discretionary use permit required to operate a winery. At the state and federal levels, at the state level, you need a ABC, Alcohol Beverage Control Department, statewide department, wine grower license. If you're doing custom crush, it's a different set of licenses. Usually it's a combined wholesaler retailer license, different than a wine grower license. And then at a federal level, you need a federal basic permit as a winery. If you're operating a wholesale operation or a cellar, wine cellar, you need a bonded wine cellar permit, not a bonded winery. And you need an FDA food facility registration. So these are what you have to do to just open your doors. You have to, because of the legacy of Prohibition, you have to qualify all the people and you have to tell them where all your money is coming from, because there's still the concern about, people doing illegal businesses. I mean, 100 years later, almost 100 years later. So it's a complicated process to go through. There are other aspects of concurrent state and federal power. You're paying excise taxes at both levels. You are oftentimes getting label approvals. No product can go into commerce in the United States, no wine, without federal label approval. It's called a COLA, Certificate of Label Approval. That's from the federal government. But many states have their own laws on labeling. We do. We've used this in Napa to protect what we call truth in labeling laws, to protect the Napa name. So that's an example of that. Those are state laws, not local laws. Trade practice rules are probably what are most unusual about the alcohol beverage industry, and we're concerned about a winery having undue influence over retailers. That's probably the notion, no such thing as a free drink. You sit at a bar, they give you salami and something that makes you thirsty, and then you end up, consuming alcohol. It's part a public health concern, and abuses that were rampant in the pre-Prohibition era. So we are very controlling of what a winery can do in the face of a retailer. For example, in the grocery store and supermarkets, it's normal to pay slotting fees. I want that in, my wine's at the end of that aisle, I'm going to pay for placement. You can't do that in the wine business. You can't give anything of value except de minimis things that are called out in the regulations. Credit. Under federal law, if you give more than 30 days credit to a retailer, you've violated the law, and they're in default. And every state has their own credit rules. So you've got to understand those as you're selling around the country. Consignment sales. I'm an artist. I sell my I don't sell. I put my art in places on consignment. You can't do that in the alcohol beverage industry. It's got to be a sale. You can't take the back of the product when it doesn't sell. So we have a lot of very specific trade practice rules, and what makes them more interesting and more complex is that they're not the same at the state and federal levels. You can violate one and not violate the other. The only time that the law intervenes is when one government level says to do something that is in conflict with the other, and you can't comply with them both. You could get that overturned, but that's not how they work. So it's complicated. And then records and record keeping, it's alcohol. During Prohibition, we were concerned about what we call deviation, that alcohol would go from being industrial alcohol turned into beverage alcohol. So we're very concerned about tracking it, also for tax reasons. And so there are production operation records, there's shipping records filed with every state. It's complicated. Now, local wineries, our own wineries, selling in California, we've had a lot of mention about the 3-tier system, and I'm going to explain it in a minute. There's nothing in the law, it's not in the Constitution, it's not in the Federal Alcohol Administration Act, it's not in the California ABC Act that dictates a 3-tier system. It's just a construct. It's a construct, one, because we need help out of state, oftentimes, inventory ready to fulfill and boots on the ground. So that makes sense. It's also from a regulatory point of view, it's easier to keep track of what's happening in your state when you have wholesalers. Every product goes through a wholesaler, so from a regulatory point of view, you can track it more easily, but it's not required. And in California, we don't do it. Our wineries in California, in Napa, can sell to wholesalers, they can sell to retailers, they can sell to consumers. That's not true once we go out of state. And I just show the example here of selling in New York. You've got to go through a New York wholesaler unless there's a direct-to-consumer shipping law. And as was stated earlier, DTC was adopted or allowed by the United States Supreme Court in 2005. And since that time, I'm proud to say, in part because of the work of Napa Valley Vintners and other groups, that we can now sell direct-to-consumer in 48 states, representing 95% of consumers. But it isn't easy. Each state has their own permit that you've got to get. You have to report. You have to pay excise tax. You have age verification. Oftentimes there are volume limits. So we have opened up a very important channel, but it's also a compliance burden. And in addition, when you sell to a wholesaler in that state, there's another level. You've got to appoint the wholesaler. You've got to get your brand registered. You have to obtain a permit to sell to wholesalers in that state. And the permit names and the requirements are different in each state. And each state has their own different trade practice rules. So you really need help to navigate this system. It's not something that's, I think, having worked in it my whole career, it's also arcane and oftentimes makes no sense. And we don't need to go into that because they're relics of Prohibition and they're still on the books. Okay, so that's what happens when you're selling outside of California in what we call the 33 open or licensed states. But there are 17 states in the country that don't have licensed states, where the state itself, like Pennsylvania and Utah probably being the best examples, but you can see on the map where they are, the state itself is the wholesaler or the retailer. So it's just like selling to the provinces in Canada. You've got to get your product listed. You've got to give them samples. They have to accept it. You sell to the state. There may be a state system operating along with a licensed system in the same state. When I was doing the research for my book, I wanted to tell people how do you buy wine in different states, particularly the control states. It's impossible. Some are in the control state stores or agency stores. Some aren't. It's very complicated. But you do have to get product listing approval, and the prices are regulated by the state. So further complication. Just a word on selling internationally. Again, every country has their own rules. You got to find an importer to bring in your product. You have to get export documentation. That could be an export certificate. It could be a health certificate. Depends on the requirement of the country where you're selling to. And they have their own labeling requirements. So you have to meet the destination country rules on language, contents, allergens, origin statement, metric units, all those things that would immediately come to mind if you're thinking of another country. You do get a rebate, or what we call a drawback, of excise taxes. So if you've paid excise taxes in the U.S. and then you export that wine, you can get that money back, but you do have to pay the tariff in the country, destination country, excise taxes, VAT, customs duty, all of those things. And then you have to comply, as I said, with their special rules. So it is complicated. Just to round out the story, we all know the local jurisdiction rules. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it. I just call out two of our main laws that affect wineries: our winery definition ordinance from 1990 and our cons regs from 1991. These have their own complications because we have 5 different classifications of wineries depending on when you were established. Pre-74 without a use permit, 74 to 90 pre-WDO, 1980 to 1990 small winery exemptions. After 1990, post-WDO, subject to the WDO, the winery definition ordinance, and then, of course, our new micro winery. So each of these has their own set of privileges, and trying to sort that out, as we know from local cases, is not always easy. We know that wineries have to get a discretionary use permit and, of course, comply with our grape source rule and our marketing regulations. So that's another set of requirements. And then, of course, to plant a vineyard over 5% slope, we have to comply with the cons regs. You all know all of that. The last thing I'll say is that we spend a lot of time, and now I will put on my NVV hat because we've played a major role in this, is for NVV is protecting the Napa name around the world. I mentioned before that there are state laws on labeling. Some of them that we have are conjunctive labeling. So if you use a name like Yountville, AVA, for example, you must put Napa Valley in direct conjunction on the label. We did that because we didn't want to lose the goodwill of the mothership, which is what, by the way, has happened in Bordeaux, where all the Médoc Grand Cru are using the name Saint-Estèphe, Saint-Emilion, whatever. If you see Bordeaux on the label, you're lucky. And we also have our truth in labeling law about the use of Napa or confusingly similar names on the label. Hard-fought battle to get that adopted. So we're very concerned about the misuse of the Napa name in any way, shape, or form, and are very vigilant about protecting the name. So with that, I think I've got us on track. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Richard.
I was just thinking to myself, whose brilliant idea was it to put me after Richard Mendelsohn? Because that is a tough act to follow. But then I realized it was mine. So there we are. Good afternoon, everyone. Michelle Novi with the Napa Valley Vintners. So we have covered some ground so far, talking about the wine industry, its current realities and challenges. But I want to change gears now completely. And rather than focusing on what is testing us, I would like to instead celebrate a couple of things that I think really define us as a community. And that's our leadership in environmental stewardship and philanthropy. So to understand where we are now, it certainly helps to appreciate and acknowledge the remarkable journey we've been on. For the past nearly 60 years, Napa County's been in what I call our protective era, which is the time when we made the bold decision to say no to unchecked development and instead said yes to preserving what makes this place so special. So in 1968, the people that sat where you sit now made the incredibly courageous decision to establish the agricultural preserve, and establishing the first and most restrictive ag zoning ordinances in the nation. So essentially, we drew lines on the map and we said, this is for ag, it's not for subdivisions, and we're going to focus our growth in the cities. And we followed that with hillside ordinances and setback requirements, stream protection measures, conservation regulations, all designed to protect our land and water from harm. And this protective mindset has served us, I think, incredibly well. It's why the Napa Valley looks the way that it does and not like San Jose. But today, I think it's important to acknowledge that we are in a new era, and it's one that we've been in for some time now. And I call it the restorative and regenerative era, where we're moving from preventing specific harms to looking to the land to create systems that are restorative and enhance resilience. So we are focused on soil health, biodiversity, carbon sequestration, and again, building that resilience against climate change. You can look to the incredible river restoration projects that occurred in the mid-2000s, but now to new programs or programs that have evolved to make this their focus. And it will probably come as no surprise, but the program that I'm going to speak to is one that I was initially hired on at the Napa Valley Vintners 13 years ago to help manage. And since that time, I've worked on this program, saw it become its own separate nonprofit, and have served on the board for the last 5 years. And that's Napa Green. And I am fully confident in saying that it is the world's leading vineyard and winery certification program. It is verified by outside third-party auditors. And the program in the recent years has evolved to focus specifically on regenerative farming and climate action. There was a recent report just a couple of weeks ago from the Sustainable Wine Roundtable. They do an evaluation of all the programs actually out in the world and try to benchmark what means what and what a program should have and what makes it rigorous and not. And Napa Green, very proud to say that it ranked as one of the top programs in the world. So at this time, we have 95 wineries involved in Napa Green in the winery program and closing in on 14,000 acres in the vineyard program. That number used to be higher, and I'll just call this out. We had something called Napa Green Land for a very long time. And because we were so successful with that program and it was meeting a regulatory requirement, we said to ourselves, hey, great, good job, what's next? And so that's where the Napa Green Vineyard program came from. It was this new focus on regenerative farming, climate action, and other issues that are now of concern that maybe weren't previously. Of course, I'm incredibly proud of Napa Green, and I think our community should be as well, but I also did just want to take a moment and acknowledge and maybe just really spotlight what I think makes Napa so incredibly special. And it's not that we just have an industry focused on these things, it's that we have a community that is focused on stewardship. And this is just a handful of logos, and certainly not everyone and not intended to slight anyone, but to acknowledge that there are nonprofits and community groups and others, other certification programs, all working in our community to make meaningful improvements. Are we perfect? No, but gosh, we're doing a lot. And to know about all of the various projects that are happening and the commitments that this community has to the land is really inspiring. It was great to see that the RCD just celebrated the Sulphur Creek Fish Passage restoration last week, I think. So, okay, so I'm going to turn the page now and move over to something else that I think we can really be proud of here in Napa County, which is our commitment to philanthropy and caring for the community. I'm going to speak to the investments that the Napa Valley Vintners have been able to make, but in no way do I want to diminish or give short shrift to all of the other incredible work that's happening. I just have a very close view on what NVV's been able to raise and those investments. But really, I want to highlight that we are making investments, and those investments go into our nonprofit partners here in this community who are absolutely incredible and who are doing the work on the ground. So since 1981 and the establishment of Auction Napa Valley, we've been able to raise, thanks to our very generous vintners, growers, and our generous bidders, $245 million. And $130 million of that has been invested specifically in community health. A couple of examples I want to call out is Ole Health, first and foremost. We've been able to make a $65 million total investment there, and that's helped provide Ole Health with 2 permanent buildings in the city of Napa, helping ensure that we have high-quality medicine, doctors, and healthcare for employees and residents alike. And you can see there that 40,000 residents and employees each year are served by Ole Health. We've also been able to make some substantial investments with our 2 hospitals, Queen of the Valley and St. Helena Hospital, providing a rapid care facility, and also during COVID, providing necessary equipment when their funding was kind of caught up in red tape. We were able to be more agile there. Another area of our investment has recently been on youth wellness, youth mental health. This really came following COVID. We did a needs assessment and discovered that 1 in 4 Napa County youth were struggling with mental health challenges, that 5,000 Napa County kids needed support. And so working with a collaborative of 5 nonprofits here in Napa County, the SHINE initiative was created to really meet students where they are at home, in school, and to support their parents as well in reducing the stigma around saying that you need some help, in providing spaces where that help can be provided. And again, supporting parents as they navigate those challenges. To date, we've been able to support this work that SHINE is doing, so Napa Valley Education Foundation, Mentis, On the Move, Aldea, and Up Valley Family Centers with $8 million thus far. Wanted to call out the Boys and Girls Clubs of Napa Valley. Please don't hold it against me, but I did grow up in the neighboring town of Sonoma, and I did go to the Boys and Girls Club there, and I know it was a really critical thing for my parents to be able to know that I had that place to go after school, and I know that that's no different for so many families here in our community. Supporting the Boys and Girls Club has truly been an honor of the Napa Valley Vintners. We've been able to help them build clubhouses, but also support really important programming where the costs are going up, but where our support is helping keep those costs manageable for families and so that no family is turned away. And then the last area I just want to touch on briefly is disaster relief. Nobody wants to have to respond to a disaster, to have it happen in the first place, but that's been our lot here in Napa County, first with the the earthquake of 2014, and then following with the fires. But in 2014, we really jumped all in and led the earthquake disaster relief with a $10 million lead gift to the Community Foundation. And with that gift, they were able to directly support 13,000 quake victims at the time. The funding that was left over from that went on to support more than 15,000 residents in 2017 when we had the fires then. And then again, to support a local COVID response, making sure that there was testing facilities and that there were vaccination facilities facilitating close to 40,000 shots, vaccination shots given. So without the establishment of that disaster relief fund, none of that could have really been accomplished. And it's, again, not something that you want to have to respond to in the first place, but very grateful that we have so many incredible partners here in this community that have done such great work and made such good use of those funds. And then last, I'll touch on something that is top of mind, I think, for all of you, and that's wildfire remains one of our most pressing issues. And as we all know, it can cause devastation and disruption for all residents, local businesses, and schools, no matter where the fire is. And so NVV, following the 2020 fire, really looked at how we could help. And that's where the Healthy Forest and Fire Mitigation Initiative came into play. We were able to support a couple of nonprofits here in our community, notably the Napa Firewise Foundation, and supporting them in rehabilitating close to 200 miles of fire breaks, but also with homeowner education and preparedness. Those fire breaks, we weren't sure when they were going to be needed or when they were going to be used, but it turns out it was pretty quickly. And they were utilized in fighting the Picket Fire most recently. And we were, I think, maybe a little shocked, but just incredibly honored or happy that the investment that we were able to make, that CAL FIRE and Firewise were able to utilize to protect highly populated areas like Angwin. And then I wanted to touch on the Napa County RCD. They're a long-term partner of ours, and they're helping with restoration in these areas where fuel breaks are happening, but where fires have occurred. Volunteers there are planting the right trees in the right places. So I will end there. My last slide is just a QR code. They're everywhere now. And we are no different, but something that we really try to do at the NVV is make sure that our community feels connected with the industry. We do that in a number of different ways, whether it's through the Napa Neighbor program or community events, or even volunteering at wine auctions where we raise these funds. If you'd like to get involved, we would love to have you. Please sign up on our website. And with that, I will turn it back to the board, and with a very quick caveat that following today's session, we are having a wine reception over at Alpha Omega Tasting Room. Thank you, Mr. Baggett. And everyone is welcome to join us. We hope to see you there. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that presentation. And I think you're extending that invitation, as they say, did you bring enough for the whole class, right? So that means everyone
we did
in the room today.
Well, Robin did.
Thank you so much. So I want to say thank you to all the presenters. A lot of great information you covered in less than 90 minutes, so thank you for that. I also want to acknowledge so many community partners in this room. I'm making a list here. I see the Farm Bureau, I see Napa Valley Grape Growers, I see Vision 2050, I see Save the Family Farms, I see Save Napa Valley. So thanks to everyone who made the time to come out and listen to this presentation. At this point, I'm going to open it up to public comment so that the board and the Planning Commission can hear comments or questions or observations from anyone in the room. And we've got a 3-minute timer, and we got a lot of people in the room, so if you have something to say, please come up and keep it under 3 minutes. Robin, they're ready for wine. Thank you, Peter.
Well, Peter Rumble, Napa County Farm Bureau. I want to start by just giving my deep appreciation to partners at the Vintners for such a tremendous presentation and compiling such a comprehensive overview of the industry and where we're at today. And I'm happy, proud to be a partner of the Vintners. And if anything is clear in the economic times that we're in, it's the interdependence of the wineries and the growers. So I'm here today advocating for our wineries as much as I am every day on behalf of our farmers. Something that I think that we all know but wasn't necessarily called out directly, and I don't mean to put a sour note on anything, but as we look at a challenging economic climate, I start to worry not just about the industry, but the community at large. And I think back to my days putting together a county budget in 2007, 2008, 2009, as the housing market crashed and led to a tidal wave of cuts in public services and really dramatic community impacts. What keeps me up at night is as we pull out vineyards from our land, as that land is reassessed, we have a similar cliff in front of us. And while we couldn't do anything to change the housing market in the early part of this century, we do have a chance to support the wine industry and our farmers. So we're working together to put together a series of, or a list of recommendations that I think can really help the industry, both the winery and the farmer. And I look forward to presenting those in the future. And again, thank you so much for everything that you're doing, and thank you for holding such a unique and an important joint session.
Thank you, Peter. Anyone else? Mr. Dunbar.
I'm trying to set a record for how many times I'm coming to the podium in one day. John Dunbar, Napa. I want to first of all thank all of you for requesting this in this setting to allow members of the public as well as yourselves learn more about this critical industry. Thank you to the Napa Valley Vintners and all the industry groups that are here. I noticed the wine growers are also represented here.
Did I skip over that? You were on my list. I'm sorry.
She sits behind the tall people. But what I also wanted to acknowledge, a couple things I wanted to acknowledge, the industry groups, and that also, I will say, includes folks with Vision 2050, Napa Climate Now, and other environmental special interest or stakeholder groups. Everybody is engaged, and hopefully that's going to be in a positive way going forward. Look at how we respond during disasters. We all just come together and deliver whatever we need to do to protect, to serve. And we have that mentality during crisis. We should have that mentality every day. And I see more cooperation, collaboration among the industry groups, mostly the wine and hospitality groups, as well as among the environmental interest groups. We should really work as hard as we can to bring all those together, because this is not one versus the other. This should be all collective. I also just wanted to invite, because I'm good at this, I'm good at spending other people's money and inviting other people to do work. I'd like to hear from all of the interest groups, the stakeholder groups, doing similar presentations in this kind of a forum, and especially if they can be online and recorded. If there's a way to be able to add Spanish translation so that we can get to a much broader population that is part of all of this, that would be even better. To that point, I want to acknowledge that the wine growers, the wine industry so supports itself and its people with like farm worker housing, self-assessments with the CSA4 funding to allow that kind of housing development. It's not enough, but it is more advanced than I think anywhere else. And so we get creative. We get really responsive to concerns and issues. We're really good at that. like I said, we should be doing it on a regular basis rather than when there is a kind of a critical moment. So again, I want to thank you all for this opportunity to hear and learn.
Thank you. So we'll say that your record is 3 times, John. Thank you. You got it. Oh, okay. Anyone else who'd like to speak? Yeah, come on. Oh, land trust. Okay, thank you. Got that too. Good afternoon, Elise.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Elise Nerlov. I'm the Vice President of Save the Family Farms. Thank you so much for inviting us to the presentation today. There was some really great information. I was especially moved by Craig's presentation on the cost of wine. This is something that my organization has been trying to convey to leadership for the past 7-8 years. If we look at the cost of wine, as Greg said, on a 5,000 case winery, we're left over with $36,000 a year if you do everything right and the economic environment is good. Well, I just want to remind you guys that the micro winery ordinance is capped at 2,500 cases. So automatically, you're looking at, if these small wineries do everything right, less than $20,000 at the end of the year. And I want to ask you how we're supposed to go through the use permit process, which is still several $100,000, in order to get access to this very critical DTC audience that the vintners said is the only option for people of our size. So I would just urge you, while we're in this amendment period, to take that into consideration, please. Richard Mendelson did a really great job of explaining the compliance hurdles that small businesses are up against. I'm self-reporting all this stuff. I do that for my brand. And then on top of that, to add in the use permit requirements, which you know my feelings on, they do force overdevelopment in ag land. And so if we really are trying to be responsible stewards of the land and limit development, then we shouldn't be forcing our small producers to meet requirements such as a 60-40 rule if they don't need it, or build huge production facilities, put in leach fields in our ag preserve because a piece of regulation stipulates that. I've heard that there's a committee working towards possibly making changes to the WDO, and I've also heard that those changes are not going to be available to the general public until 2028 at the earliest. And I would just really urge you to open this up for some flexibility for your small business community here, because we've already waited 8 years for something usable, the micro winery ordinance, and it just feels unjust to make us wait another 4 years to do something. So thank you very much, and great presentation.
Thanks, Elise. Thanks for being here today. Good afternoon, Kelly.
Hi, good afternoon. So good to see all of you together. I hope you do this again. Yesterday, I heard a phrase, and I'm going to repeat it, and I think it was, a rising tide carries all boats. And this person mentioned that's how they felt about the community of winemaking and grape growers here in Napa Valley. But what seems to be presented in the industry and reading across the state is that there is a tsunami of wine grapes. And at some point, that tsunami knocks those boats over. And I love this county, and I love this industry, and I love the people that are here. But there's 2 things that I think get missed. What really is important and foundational to the success, not only of the wine industry, but the residents and the environment. Napa County has 2 things. We have terroir, and we have talent. Those are the things that are most foundational, in my opinion. But I can look on websites and see that a winery is most famous for its tater tots and pizza, or line dancing with Sunday brunch, or high-end, I can't even pronounce it, Bulgari jewelry on lithe models strolling through the room. And those things just don't make sense to me, because we already have what is so special, terroir and talent. But we continue to allow deforestation of coniferous forest, watersheds, oak woodlands, for more vineyard development. If you look at your winery database explorer, the hundreds of acres roll through continuously. Modifications for increased production continue. There's a winery that the Planning Commission will be evaluating in a short few weeks. The doors opened on it last July. They are back in front of the Planning Commission asking to double their production. All the while, in that case, there was a small winery for sale right next door, apparently with no takers. So I hope we consider when we do our general plan update that we start to emphasize the special, scarce things that make this county so special. It is not velvet ropes. It is not winery dogs. It is not all the crazy things that we see going on to try to bring more attention, which then makes it harder even for some mom and pop that doesn't want to have, a velvet room. Maybe they just want to sell wine. The general plan update should emphasize scarcity and conservation of our natural environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Anyone else in the room who wishes to speak? Anyone on the phones? Okay. Then I will bring it back and ask for questions or comments from, I'm going to turn to the planning commissioners first. We're taking it all in. Okay.
Okay, well, first, thank you to the vintners for this presentation, and I love the idea of doing these joint presentations on various, important topics because it's good edification for a lot of fairly new commissioners, for example, and to kind of to take conversations out of vice grips, I always think is a really nice thing, and talk proactively as a community and among stakeholders. So just a couple questions. One is that kind of like graph that shows that there's fewer wineries. I'm wondering about some elaboration on kind of the reasons for that in terms of not passing wineries to next generations or more corporate consolidation. So that's one question I have, is just a little bit more detail on the meaning of that, and how far we think that line is going to continue to go down. And then a second question I have is, with all this great data, are there other manifestations of these economic and regulatory trends that you think are of note? Transitions to more mechanization or unique cooperative opportunities, both in the categories of what we're most worried about and maybe where there are greatest opportunities for the community.
Great, thanks, Molly. Those seem like great questions for Dale.
Certainly the first one is. On your question on when will it end, I have no idea, nor does anybody else out there. One of the manifestations I would say is that a lot of the loss in recent years is really much more so on virtual wineries and less so on actual brick and mortar wineries, right? That it is a winery, it's a permitted winery, but as was covered here, they don't own assets. They are really custom crush and more labels. Those virtual wineries are declining at a much faster rate. So that would be one. Can't predict, right? I don't have that crystal ball, and can't say. I would say that it's looking as though California will actually do better this year than it did last year and not have as many closures. So that's also good news. And your second question was on mechanization.
Oh, no, I'm just wondering, since, we heard a lot about sort of data on economic and regulatory trends, and so how does that manifest, or how do we, are there predictions about how that manifests in the industry in terms of both challenges and opportunities? So are we going to see, more bankruptcies or loss of wineries, or on the flip side, something more optimistic, like interesting new cooperative models on the horizon, or unique opportunities to implement technologies. And just that's a little bit more anecdotal than data driven, but I'm curious at the answer of the room and yourself.
Yeah, and I would say we're seeing much more focus on what you talked about, partnerships and collaboration and people coming together, be it at the winery level, be it across grower, winery, wholesaler, retailer, and really doing a lot more collaboration in that space. And I certainly think that that's going to happen. The fate of the wine industry, in many ways, like every other industry, is going to be reliant on the overall economy. So as we watch the overall economy, if the overall economy gets better, it will have a positive impact on the wine category. But we'll see. Okay.
Thank you. Other questions? Board members have anything? Supervisor Gallagher.
Yes, I have a question. I think it's for Mr. Mendelson. So you talked a lot about rules and regulations that have come out of prohibition and how archaic much of it is. And I'm just curious, are there like ongoing efforts to analyze these to understand their current relevance to the industry, and are changes happening, or what else can you tell us about that?
In part, this is an answer to Molly's question as well. I was really encouraged during COVID that our alcohol beverage control department had a number of exceptions that they allowed to antiquated rules. And they, free deliveries, you can't deliver wine free, you can't give anything free. So a number of these, there were probably 30 of them. And each time when they issued them during COVID, it was said this is only an exception to extreme circumstances. But what we saw during COVID, the world didn't fall apart. They were actually, some of them were very enlightened changes. And I was hopeful that maybe they would become permanent. None of them became permanent. So I think there's just a need for enlightened laws. People can do that. When Coca-Cola entered the wine industry with the purchase of Paul Masson, they initiated, they couldn't believe what the environment was like. It's not like Coca-Cola. And so they did a study. It's actually a fantastic study to read. This was in the late 70s, early 80s. And it was on reform of alcoholic beverage laws. None of them was adopted. So we just need to press the case. I don't see anyone doing it. What we do as lawyers in the alcohol beverage field is when we run into obstacles, we create an exception. We make an exception as small as we can while not trying to overturn the apple cart. We need to overturn the apple cart. So that's what we're trying to do at Berkeley. I mean, just think through these issues, come up with ideas, but ultimately they've got to be politically accepted.
Wow.
Yeah, this is probably directed at Dale, but maybe more broadly. You characterized this, I think, as becoming a mature industry. So if we look at 67 to now, tremendous growth. You pointed out where we had a couple setbacks and lags, but still, when you guys look forward, like kind of putting a pro forma together for a business or something, are we headed to kind of a more stable environment where, do we picture, if we followed that curve, we'd have 1,000 wineries here in the next 40 years? Or are we headed towards, in a mature industry sense, a stable environment, and in that, where maybe we are going to be around 500 wineries for the foreseeable future, do you guys see an impact in how we should regulate growth and what we should do in that kind of environment in opposition to this super growth that we've seen for the last 40 years?
Certainly would not make any comments on anything regulatory. That's not my lane at all to do that. What I would tell you is that we do anticipate that the wine industry is definitely going to move to a more stable situation. It will likely become more stable in higher priced places first. And so Napa, we think, will do that we're going to see Napa, Sonoma, the higher priced places probably stabilize first. where some of the lower priced areas, that's going to continue to be a pretty serious challenge. So we do believe that that's going to happen. Trying to say when that's going to happen is the harder question, and we really don't have an answer that we would put out there as to exactly when that's going to happen. But it's going to happen.
Supervisor Alessio, did you have a question?
No questions. I was going to make a comment if we're ready for comments, or if we're ready to wrap up. You let me know.
Go for it.
Okay. Well, a couple takeaways as I was taking some notes here. Well, first of all, let me just thank everybody for being here. It's really important that we share our story, that we share our struggles, that we share our triumphs, and everything in between. And I want us to continue to share this story. I was lucky to be on this leadership tour, and I just compel and ask that you continue to do this, and really reach into our different cities and towns, because the mayors and the council members and the planning commissioners and the cities and town staff, this is important for them to understand too. We will all feel the winds, and I don't mean the headwinds, W-I-N-D-S, but the winds in the W-I-N-S together. And we're also going to feel what's coming down the pike in terms of the challenges that we're going to face. And as we see a tsunami, and I hear the word tsunami, and I do think there is a tsunami of financial concern that is going to catch up with us just based on what's happening now. There just takes a little bit of time. On that note, I want to say that I did hear that collaboration is the best path forward. I absolutely agree that wine is a luxury good, and I think Napa, the Napa brand, has created that as a luxury good. That winemaking requires artistry, but I have to say it also requires science, business, and grit, and a lot of money. It may not be a pot of gold, but it really has been for the communities throughout this county through the philanthropy and the stewardship of land, including, and how that's rippled out. I've got a few other notes, but I think I'm going to end it there. Thank you again. Continue to share the story. Thank you for the hard work. Let us know how we can help.
Thank you, Supervisor Alessio. Supervisor Manfree.
Thank you, Chair Cottrell. Thanks to everyone for being here today and for the presentations. I hope this was helpful for the community. I thought especially the translation request was really a good one, so just call that out. It's actually pretty amazing sometimes to get to be in the front of the room and look out and see who's there with you that day. And right now I see a room full of leaders. Everyone in this room right now is a leader, a thought leader, or a leader in business or politics or whatever it may be. And I think that there's plenty of questions I could ask, but most of them are only going to be answered in time. And I look forward to working together with people as we move through all of this. And I would also say this is a great time for creativity, innovation, and for thinking hard about possible futures that don't look like something we've seen before. I think there's a lot of reasons to think we might need to work outside the box in the years ahead. So looking forward to that.
Thank you, Supervisor Manfree. With that, I'm not seeing other questions or comments. We're wrapping before 4. I want to thank again the Vintners for putting this together. All the groups and individuals and community members and thought leaders who are here today. I think this was a great presentation and gathering and exchange of ideas. So I look forward to doing this again. And thanks to staff for helping make this happen. So with that, we are adjourned.